You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. And as you can see, all weekend, we could not have ordered better weather. But you're seeing right here a new livery on Chris Dyson's car because Jim Weed has put out a new flavor for the car. So he's going to put out a new flavor livery. It is pineapple. Is it pineapple kiwi? Pear pineapple. And we know that the whole TransAm paddock absolutely loves having the Jim Weed at our Jim Weed winner's circle, but the new pear pineapple coming out, so that is awesome. Then we got to talk about these liveries because we know the Adam Andretti car in Topliner, but we are so excited to have Castrol joining us. Huge company, Claudio Burton, way to go. That really helps out Burton Racing, but also the TransAm series. So Tabitha, we've got to be super excited about having Castrol come on board.
We are absolutely excited, so thankful, really appreciate Castrol stepping up and putting themselves in the car, and we look forward to hopefully some future opportunities with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha Andretti. Then we come across here, Tommy Dreesy with Lucas Mav TV. Tommy Dreesy's car is looking really fast. Tommy was here a couple weeks ago testing. They're saying that the car is really fast. He feels really good. Then the Ultimate Headers steal it. The Mopar in the field. So where are the Mopar fans? Leave us a comment. Householder Motorsports. We've got the legend Boris Said here with us, ladies and gentlemen, in the Poncho Weaver Asio Data Ultimate Headers Mopar Dodge Challenger. I love that car, Poncho. Thank you for bringing it out. Then the Valley Automotive Group, McNichols, two-time champion Amy Ruman, the McNichols Metal Service Center, the number 23 red. Keith Grant, love having Keith Grant here, the number 40 with the Franklin Road Apparel, Showtime Motorsports, Dreesy Motorsports. Awesome to have him here. Then we've got Paul Menard. Now, you know, I know that Dreesy and Andretti, Boris Said has been here many times, but remember, Paul Menard may not be here many times in TA, but he's been here a lot in the NASCAR Cup Series. I asked him here just a little bit ago how many times he's been here, and he doesn't know, but we know that this Master Force Tools car is fast because he's got many, many pole awards, many wins with this Menard's Master Force Tools Ford Mustang with 3 GT. Then one of my best friends in motorsports, really great guy. This isn't Ron Fellows. This is John DeGainer. John DeGainer was ready to start with us at Mid-Ohio, didn't have rain tires, and it started raining, so he's here at Watkins Glen. So you're out here in a legendary car, legendary track. Welcome back. How's it feel?
It feels great to be here. What a fantastic weekend, and I appreciate everything with the TransAm team to be able to join these guys. It's really fantastic.
But he comes by it naturally, doesn't he, Dad? You've been racing since the early 60s, and you're Devin, team owner. This has got to feel good.
Yeah, well, I brought him up right. It's 62 before he was even born. I started with cars, and then he took over. Nice. But Daddy's still involved, and I love every minute.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for bringing that out. Then Keith Grant's dad, Richard Grant, out here in this beautiful car. GT1, unbelievable. Great to have the Grants out here. Memphis, Tennessee. I saw Milton in the paddock. Milton's going to be out here qualifying. So this is just the TA qualifying. Then we go to the GT cars that are lining up right here. It's about to get loud here, Jonathan, so I'm going to send it up to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. And, yep, we've got the Grants, father and son, racing. We've got a very fast and newly sponsored Adam Andretti. And there may be a slight delay to getting them out there right now while they get the track all fixed up and ready. Yeah, so there's a bit of a calm before the storm. But as Ben alluded to, what will happen is because the TA cars are so much more quick than the production cars, we're talking 850-plus brake horsepower, and there's some fairly fast straights down here. The TA cars will go out on their own, do their qualifying session, and then the production cars, as is part of the history of TransAm, will go out afterwards. And it looks as though it's going to be a big day for David Hodges, who is taking that Lamborghini and has done already some good SVRA races in it. It's great to see that top line of Castrol. It's great to have Castrol just involved in the championship. Really, really impressive for Claudio Burton's car. Remember, Adam Andretti winning on his birthday. Tommy Dreesy talking in his press release earlier in the weekend about coming here in 2009, getting a brand new Muscle Milk suit from Greg Pickett to wear. There you go. Memories of the Glen. Everybody's got some great memories of coming here, and there's a fair few of this group who've done some winning here. Saw Paul Menard this morning, and it was very odd because in the test session he was flying, and then yesterday he put one lap in. So I did see him this morning. I said, what happened? And he said, yep, engine went. So they've had to put a brand new engine in that car. But as Ben said, no question, Paul Menard has got probably more laps than, well, but the only person he probably doesn't have more laps down on this track is probably Chris Dyson, who's done, of course, IMSA and TransAm. And it all began for him here at the Glen. So, yeah, I think there's a fair few out there that have got reasons to want to go well here. Everybody loves racing at Watkins Glen. And I was listening to one of the track drivers yesterday saying, you know, there's not many places where you have uphill braking, blind crests, heavy braking, mid-corner speed, slow corner speed, and then cambered corners as well, where you could kind of get into the bowl and kind of do some slingshot if you get it right. So there's lots to talk about coming into this one. And, of course, the championship itself very much on the line. At the moment, Paul Menard has dominated the championship with 686 points he has, so he's 66 ahead of Chris Dyson. And that's why it's an interesting weekend, this, because it's not out of Dyson's reach by any means, but he hasn't had the perfect season by any means. And you can see Tommy Dreesy, Adam Andretti, and Amy Ruman all scoring big points as the weekends have gone on. Ruman on the podium last time out. She has won here back in 2016. Tommy Dreesy's got a good record here. They've got consistency on their side. And when you look at those points, it really is a case of if Menard, who's also been very consistent, doesn't have a problem, well then, sure, he'll extend the lead. But we could lead Watkins Glen if Menard doesn't get his way with a much tighter championship going in to Canada, VIR, and COTA. On board with Chris Dyson and the Jim Wee, number 16, new colours on this weekend. Always fun to see Chris put it through its paces. He'll really want the pole position here, and yesterday he was on fire in practice. It was the fastest in testing was Paul Menard at 1:44.7, but then Dyson went out there and was 2 seconds quicker than anybody. Dyson doing a 1:43.9 to Adam Andretti's 1:45.9. Now that is practice. So it's not qualifying, and so therefore, maybe, just maybe, people were holding their powder. Now Menard, as I said, did a 1:51.1 before his engine went bang, and so he literally got one lap in qualifying, and so in practice, and so he was 7th yesterday. But that should change in this qualifying session as heading out they go for the first time into the bus stop. There is Paul Menard in the black and green number 3. It's been a great season for Paul. As Ben was saying, you know, storied history of cup races here. And he can't even remember how many he's done. I like the green and white. I like the new colours. Of course, we're used to seeing the purple and the blue. And the Dyson family also have a huge history here. In fact, they did some testing in Virginia just to get into the back of the swing of things after a long summer break. It's been like 8 weeks since we've had a competitive TA race. Ironically, it was won by Brent Cruz, who was trying TA for the first time and was in the car that Forrest said will be driving this afternoon, the Poncho Weaver Dodge Challenger. So it's already a winner this season. And it's certainly been a winner in the hands of Forrest said in the past. I just love these onboard shots. You really do get a sense of speed with the trees here at Watkins Glen. Bouncing over the bus stop with one of the best. Yeah, Dyson was saying earlier in the weekend that this is, without doubt, one of his favourite tracks. He's won 2 of the past 5 TransAm races held here. So, yeah. And all the other races, he's been on the podium. So there you go. He's never been off the podium here. So it just tells you what this means to him. Like I said, that's 66 points. It's a really double-edged sword, that. If he can narrow the gap just a little bit today, and more importantly, beat Menard, then we've got a real title chase on our hands. This is our current champion, Chris Dyson. And you can see the clock on the top, counting down how many minutes left in this qualifying session. Dyson, turn 11, last corner, on board with him as he hits down the main straight. Currently, he has a 144.4 on the board to set things off in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. Andretti crosses the line now, a 147.2. Dreesy, a 140. Boris Said goes quicker, 145.8. Boris Said setting the second quickest time in the first real flying lap of this session. It'll go quickly. No time for making mistakes. You've got to get as many laps as you can in. Back with Paul Menard. Let's see what he finishes off his first lap with. Yeah, Paul Menard had been doing a little bit of Trans-Am over the last few years, but committed this year to do the full championship, and it's been a real shot in the arm because Dyson was totally dominating, and then it just didn't happen the right way. Ernie Francis Jr. coming back at Sebring, and then clashing with Chris Dyson, and that put both of them out of the first race of the weekend. So poor old Dyson's been on the back foot for most of the season. He's had wins, but it's been a struggle, to be fair, and they've been working out setup problems with that car. Likewise, Dreesy, they're much more happy with the car and its consistency and the fact that each and every weekend Tommy's putting in good results. Now that stewardship of the team is with Ken Thwaites, I just think it's been an easier, not an easier season, but a more concentrated season by Dreesy, letting his racing show what he's got as he comes over the bridge to complete another lap to see what he does here. And already Dyson upping the pace, a 142.7. He's flying again. So he's already gone quicker than his time yesterday. Now Andretti's gone with him. Let's see what Dreesy does. Dreesy crosses the line third quickest at 145.0. So the only one close enough to Dyson at the moment. We'll see what Said does. Said goes third. Boris Said senior, 145.1. We have to say that now because, of course, Junior is racing in the championship in TA2. And, of course, don't forget, we've got our biggest XGT, SGT, GT qualifying session coming right up after this. We've got one of the biggest fields we've had all season. Menard taking plenty of leeway with that last corner. Let's see where he goes now. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. Actually, no. He's got ahead of Prix. He's now third. Paul Menard, 44.5. But still chasing 42, 142.7. Chris Dyson can go back on board with our champion. Heard of friends with benefits. Well, now we've got plants with benefits. Chris Dyson. I like that. We get some great onboard shots from the Dyson camp. No improvement this lap. And that best lap of 142.7 may just stick for the rest of this 7-minute session. And the question is, who's going to join him on the front row? Andretti still there at the moment, does not improve on the top line of Castrol-sponsored Burton racing car. Big weekend for the team. One of the most historic names in racing, of course, part of the Alpine team. In Formula One. And Top Liner, a perennial sponsor of this team. This new chassis certainly finding its way to the winning circle this year, and sort of starting a new era for both Burton Racing and to a certain extent Adam Andretti, doing both series. Plenty of track time is Adam. And of course, this I suppose is homeward territory for Adam Andretti, of course, with Uncle Mario hailing from Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Into the boot he goes, sliding it nice and wide. Good line there, using the camber of the toe of the boot. And then hitting hard on the brakes and into another right-hander. And then starting the uphill climb towards the end of this track. Now Menard has improved. He's gone to 143.265, and so now sits provisionally alongside this man on the front row. Dyson still with the provisional pole. Points for that, remember. So he'll take everything he can with that 66-point deficit to the championship leader. And there's only 35 points between Dreesy and Dyson, so that's, I think, another thing to factor in. Andretti's still fourth in the championship, and there's only 1 point between Andretti in fourth and Amy Ruman in fifth. So there's a lot on the line. Chris Dyson takes a break. 5 minutes to go. Still time for him to just do one more flying lap. Does he adjust pressures? Does he wait for clear air? There's only 9 cars out there, though. He shouldn't have to worry about traffic. Boris said is parked up. He might not think he can go further than 5. Or 5th place, I should say. Keith Grant, been on a podium here in the past. Also with the Dreesy team. Keith Grant with the Dreesy Motorsports Franklin Road Chevrolet Camaro in the number 40. His usual colours. Currently just ahead of Amy Ruman in 6th place at the moment. John DeGainer, who we spoke to just before the start of this for the Speed Dreams Racing Ford Mustang, slots in at number 8 with Richard Grant in 9th position. So, Paul Menard. Is he coming in or is he coming out? If he's coming out, no, he's coming in. So, who can improve in the last few minutes of this session? 4 minutes to go. Remember, just over or almost 2 minutes per lap. 1:45, 50 seconds under 2 minutes, so not a lot of time at 3:51 to go. John DeGainer in the 04 there for the first time, getting a shot of him as in come one of the Lucas cars. That's Tommy Dreesy. Nice shot from above as the GT cars ready themselves. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Hey, I'm with Damon Lockhart here as the Castrol Chevy Camaro just came in. Right now they're qualified third, and I was listening to Damon on the radio. Sounded like Adam might want to go back out. Does he think he might have something, or are you guys going to keep him here?
Yeah, we're going to keep it here, save the tires. Third's not a bad place to start here. Yeah, we're happy with it. We gave it our best, but the race is what matters.
And then I know we talked about it earlier, but having Castrol come on board, I know that's super valuable for Burton Racing. It is for the series, too, so we thank Castrol, but that's got to feel really good.
Oh, it's awesome. Beautiful livery. It's great to have a company like that behind us. So we're happy to be here, and we hope we show out for them tomorrow.
Nice, I love it. Well, let's do this, Logan. Let's come down here. That's Damon Lockhart with the top liner Castrol team of Burton Racing. But we'll come down here and try to talk to Dreesy, Dyson. We've got a lot of people that are coming in, and you're hearing the tire deg thing. I think they watched the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series yesterday, and we saw some tire degradation going down. So we've got Tommy Dreesy coming in here right now. Let's see what Gary Seelix has to say. So Gary Seelix, you guys look pretty calm. Looks like, are you pretty happy with what's going on?
Yeah, we got a really good car for the race. You know, we could have went a little quicker, but we're just going to save tires. And we lined up pretty good. We got something we're very confident in the race. Tommy's got a lot of wins here, so we're just going to let him do what he does in the race and move up front.
Well, I'm hearing a lot about we're saving tires. Do you guys know something about this newer Watkins Glen surface that we just don't?
Well, we've never had tire issues here, but watching the TA2 race, we had a few cars there that were hurting, I believe, the right front, and they're hitting some curbs out there that they've changed the track and made the curbs taller, and it's affecting the tires. So we're just trying to be safe and safe what we got.
Nice, I love it. Well, that's Gary Seelix with Tommy Dreesy, with Dreesy Racing, Lucas Oil, and then we're going to come over here to Dyson, who is the leader right now in this pear pineapple. So, Stevie Dix, you have time to talk? Oh, sure. So it looks like you guys are feeling really good. So tell us about what you're doing. You came in pretty early, saving tires. You look pretty good.
We had a good run there. We've been working on our Jim Weed car this weekend. It's been quite fast, and we just hit it pretty good on that run. Yeah.
So with 1 minute left in the session, I believe only one car out there, and I think he's coming in, Richard Grant. You should be pole after you pass Tech. Good start to I know Lime Rock is your home track, but this track is actually in New York.
Yes, this is one of our home tracks as well, and we want to win here. Oh, every time we come here, we'd love to win this race.
So there we go. Right now, our provisional pole winner, this Jim Weed, pear pineapple, Altwell, unbelievable Ford Mustang of our champion, three-time champion, Chris Dyson.
Thank you,
from Poughkeepsie. Hey, and I like this. I like that you guys are giving him some Jim Weed now, that he's not talking to me at some like wake or something. Yeah, awesome. So, Jonathan, we've got just a little bit in this session. I'm going to send it to you, and then I'm going to try to walk through the GT grid.
Thanks, Ben. Pear and pineapple. What a cocktail. Well, they've mixed it up nicely because right now Dyson is killing it. And our 142.7 stands. Keith Grant was the only man out there. He is currently staying with sixth place over them all at the moment. Boris said we didn't get to speak to him, but it seems fairly obvious. We saw him when Dyson came in. So, yeah, I think basically they're all doing exactly the same idea, which is really one qualifying run, then save the tires because it's going to be a long race. Let's head back down to Ben.
Yeah, sorry, Jonathan. I wanted to interrupt because this is the camaraderie in this TransAm paddock. A competitor, Gary Seelix, comes over here excited to congratulate his competitor, Chris Dyson, for breaking a new track record. It is all about love, isn't it, Gary?
Oh, it's all about love. Our team last year had the track record. Chris came out and broke it here today, and I can't be more happier for him. You know, everyone I'd like to experience that doesn't race is the family we have in this paddock. We're all great friends, known each other forever, and there's nothing like it.
But now the strategist, he's blocking Stevie Dix from being able to change his tire. Always the strategist. Yeah. Chris Dyson, congratulations. Pole, but I hear track record. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, Ben, you know, Watkins Glen is one of these places that you always lift your leg a little extra higher for. You know, this is close to home for us. It's really meaningful. We've had some great success here in the past. I'm so excited to have the Jim Weed car leading the field once again. That's 3 poles this year at the fastest tracks on the calendar, so I'm personally really happy about that. I think it's going to be a hell of a race. We got a great car for 100 miles, and let's go racing.
Nice. I love it.
Well, Chris Dyson there. Greg Pickett, I know it's early for you, but you're on this car, and just extending the legacy of Pickett Racing and TA and the Dyson family. Jonathan, back to you as the GT cars head out.
Yep, it's a tradition that's gone on since '66, and it continues today with the Dyson dynasty and another pole position at the Glen. Yeah, and I tell you what, you do know what it means when the opposition doffs their cap, as it were, as we say in England, but effectively shows homage to another track record in TransAm, and that, of course, goes to Chris Dyson. Faster than the Treacy team. Then again, Treacy, though, have got great success with Burton Racing. At the Glen as well, when they won in 2017 in the 50th anniversary of Camaro with Andy Lally. So there's another sort of accolade that all these teams are thinking about. Treacy's thinking about it, Burton are thinking about it, and obviously Dyson there. Now, here comes our GT cars, all part of the same race, but of course we split them up. These are all production based, and we have a combination of XGT, SGT, and GT. Danny Larry out there. And we've got some competition this weekend from Mr. Hodges, Mr. Hodge, David Hodge, the 43-year-old from Virginia. Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Now, he's been in action already in SVRA this weekend, and in fact, I've got a feeling he's going to be in this next Group 10 race, so it's going to be a busy morning for David Hodge. But trying TransAm for the first time, and we wish him well, because Danny Larry has had it all one-way traffic this season. There is Danny Larry and his hula girl on fine form in practice. Showing us the way, and the lean. I love this corner. Cambering, and then straight over there, the bridge and the fencing. These are the blind crests I'm talking about. You know, there's so much of this track that takes a lot of time. Nobody masters it. There's the Lambo I've been talking about. It's a Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini Super Trofeo 2015 spec. Beautiful looking car. Fits into the XGT rules, and therefore will take on the Mercedes. It's going to be interesting. Certainly had some track time, for sure. So we watch out for the Danny Larry battle. Now, at the moment, Hodge. We've also got another new driver in James Beaton. So we'll keep an eye on that. He too is an XGT. Ricky Sanders is also out there. So we're going to have a really interesting battle, I think, with several XGT cars out there. SGT at the moment being led by Kaylee Bryson, who has got a huge background in dirt racing. Not so much in TransAm, coming into the series this year and getting a diversity scholarship as well, as part of Pirelli Holdings incentives, and she's using it to aplomb, leading the rookies and now leading in SGT. Here she is. And not bad, 4th overall at the moment, but let's see what kind of time she puts in these 11 minutes left. It's good to have such a big field as well, and we've got the likes of David Hampton taking part, who also does some SVRA. Jen Prapata also coming in this season. Great to have her out there. Michael Sire doesn't do the full season, but represents well in GT when he's out there. Chris Coffey has totally dominated GT this season. And in fact, if I take you through, Paul Menard, as you saw in TA, leading the way, Kaylee Bryson in SGT, and the rookies, in SGT. GT led by Chris Coffey, and it's been a sensational season. He's got 488 points to David Hampton's 211. Hampton out there today. And Joey De Silva leading in the GT standings for rookies. Now we're starting to get some proper definitive times from the circulation of the GT cars. Joshua Carlson going quickest overall and quickest in SGT in his Enceiver TC Fab Derek's Limited Ford Mustang with a 1:55.986. There's the Lambo again. David Hodge 7th overall, quickest a 2:03.1, but I expect more as the tyres get up to temp. Beautiful weekend here. As Ben mentioned, the weather's been absolutely sensational. And so many key people. Oh no, nasty. Now that's one of our new men, and that is James Beaton, and he has beaten that car up heavily. Sad to say. That is a big, big crash. I do not know what's happened there. We're just seeing the end of it. And yeah, not good at all. And that will bring out the caution, if not even a red flag. And we're only, what, 8 minutes to go in this session, and we've had to put out the full course yellow. I'd be surprised if they bring a black flag out there to get rid of the damage of that car. Yep, there you go, black flag. There you go. So they'll all be coming into the pit lane now and will sit, and it's now up to the race director whether he wants to give them the 8 minutes they have left of qualifying. They'll need it, but there's also the timing of the entire day as well. But that was, yeah, so that's the exit of the bus stops. Now, the only thing I can think of is that he's bounced off the curbs, and you heard Gary Seeley there talking about the height of the curbs catching a few people out, and maybe, just maybe, and he's also bounced across the road, of course, into the tyre wall there. Ambulance is out there, recovery's out there, so all under control in that respect. And it looks as though they are sending them away, and that could mean that that ends that session. So drama already here in the morning. We've got a black flag in the middle of the second qualifying for the GT cars. That's XGT, SGT and GT cars, and they are not allowed to basically take their position in pit lane by their teams, and they're being drawn in line astern to the end of the pit lane in preparation, presumably, to go back out again as we take a look at David Hampton. Now that car's had some busy work because he's been racing it in IGT with the last 3 races over the weekend, because we started here on Friday, so it's been a busy weekend for the Cayman, David Hampton. But he's getting good track time. He's currently 14th overall, and in the thick of it in GTs with a 2:04.6. We'll take a short break as we are under caution here after one of the cars has crashed quite heavily in our practice. James Beaton. Let's hope he's okay. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Glen.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 4th through the 6th, featuring the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, PSSA, and Ginetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Camping Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the VIR Speed Tour October 4th through the 6th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. It's quiet here, beautiful weather. I wanted to show this a little bit. Some of the gaffer tape has come off here of this Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini, but David Hodge is doing really well. The yellow Corvette of Beaton who it's his first time in TransAm. That's what the black flag is for, but he's real fast, so we hope that they're able to clear that up. Then we come to Ricky Sanders. Want to make sure that's Ricky because they keep switching cars. Ricky Sanders really fast. I think he's second right now in time. So, Ricky, how's the car feeling?
The car's great. We didn't get but one lap in, so we're just kind of getting heat in the tires. And that next lap was going to be really good, but of course we lost one of our competitors there in the fence, and hopefully he's all right. It looked like he was okay when I went by, but the car looked like it was hurt pretty good. Oh, no. David's had us covered pretty good all weekend in his Lamborghini, and we'll, me and Danny and our AMGs will do the best we can and see what we can do at the end of the day.
Nice. Well, Ricky Sanders running for Bridge Hall here, and Bennett doing so well in motorsports. But right now it's Josh Carlson all the way from Davenport, Iowa. Drove 14 hours to get here. New engine. This has got to feel really good.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the car's handling. It's too bad the qualifying session got ended short. I feel like we were going to put down a really good lap. But at the moment, it looks like we're sitting first. I'm kind of hoping we can hang on to that.
Well, Logan, I know you love this. We got to get a shot of this steering wheel because I just came from a steering wheel that has all the knobs on it of like a Formula One. Now, this has all the knobs of it of a 1990s late model. So just the difference here in all this mixed group racing. But now, Kaylee Bryson also doing really well with her LSI. She's qualified third right now from Oklahoma. So, Kaylee, this has got to feel good for you.
Yeah, for sure. I hope we get to go back out and actually put a lap down. You know, that was kind of just warming our tires up there. But, yeah, we've got a really good car. We've been quick in all the practice sessions so far. So hopefully we get the chance to go back out, put down a fire lap, and start on the pole of this thing.
Nice. I love it. I follow Kaylee Bryson on social media. If she's not doing like midget racing or sprint racing on the dirt, she's out here with us, or she's fishing. She's caught some pretty impressive fish here lately. Let's talk to Danny Lowry, because I would think Danny Lowry would be in the Bridge Hall Bennett car, but he's in this, is it Scenics or Cenix?
Cenix.
Cenix Tools. So tell us about Cenix Tools, Danny Lowry.
Cenix is a great company. It's relatively young. We're trying to give them a little bit of exposure out here and help them out. Great company, hand tools, battery operated stuff, lawn and garden, all the full range of equipment.
Nice. Well, I don't know what you guys are doing, but this GT class, the GT, XGT, and SGT, it is growing. So hopefully soon we can have our own GT TransAm race fields too.
Yeah, it's really nice to see these new guys out here. I hope they keep racing with us. We're going to go out there. Ricky and I have got to go out there and find some speed, show these guys how the old dogs do it.
Now, I know that you and Ricky do a whoever's slower in qualifying has to buy ice cream, but surely qualifying in the morning and then racing in the afternoon, you're going to have to hold off that ice cream.
Yeah, we may have a whole quart of ice cream coming to someone.
So that's their tradition there, is whoever is slowest at qualifying has to buy ice cream for the whole crew. And then De Silva here, let me see if I can open up this door. So De Silva, welcome back, this beautiful Supra. But if I'm not mistaken, there's some more Supras in this field.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there talking. What was that?
So I know you're in this beautiful Supra and you've been with us before in the past, but there's some more Supras in this field now.
Oh, yeah. But we're going to be looking to be the best one out there for sure.
Nice. Well, hey, let me make sure we plug that back in for you. You want to get that? Okay, and check that. Are we good? De Silva, you're good in there? All right, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure that he's all good. And we're going to come back because they're heading in. So I think that's the time. So, Jonathan, I don't know what they're doing out there, so I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, I think as predicted, that is going to end it there, unfortunately, for all the drivers. And you heard Kaylee Bryson there, hardly really setting anything in motion. There's the work going on thanks to that James Beaton crash. He did hit and impact the tyre wall quite heavily at the exit of the bus stop, and they've got to rectify that out. So they've got the digger going, and as you can see, a cast of thousands all watching on. There's the Sunoco checkered flag saying that that is the end of qualifying, and that means that Josh Carlson, ironically, who is not even in XGT, which you'd expect to be a little quicker, is now going to be pole for the race start. Ricky Sanders, Kelly Bryson in third, Danny Lowry fourth, James Beaton. I'll see if he gets out, and I doubt it, to be honest, after that hit. Chris Coffey leading in the GTs. He's 6th overall. David Hodge in that Lamborghini is in 7th. Joey De Silva 8th. Matt Forbush in 9th position. And Don McMillan in confirmation. There you go. There is confirmation of that. And don't look too closely at the times because they really don't mean anything. Only a handful of folk got a decent lap in before James Beaton hit the wall there. So a curtailed qualifying, at least for the GT cars, whereas TA got a full session in, and we've got a cracking field set up then for the start of the TA race, which is about 1:15 local time.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't be better, no matter how I try.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, where we take a look at the Patriot Missile, the number 45, as we welcome you back to the 2024 Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. And the man right at the very heart of it, of course, is Ben Sissel, and he joins me once again here in the booth. So we kind of use him as much as we can. He's going through sneakers like there's nobody's business.
Scooter tires.
Yeah, exactly. Looking forward to this, but I think as we look forward now to SVRA's coverage of Group 10, I think just got a quick comment. It's not going to be easy with TransAm getting very little time for the GTs out there.
Yeah, and great on Josh Carlson. What a great strategy. You know, you never know what's going to happen, so you've got to put your flyer together as quickly as you can, and that's exactly what he did. So nice job there, but that's going to be a weird start in that GT group in the Trans Am race this afternoon.
Well, it just makes it more unpredictable for my liking, and of course we've got the biggest field we've had all season, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm loving to see this, and we're going to be doing a lot of presentations trying to build the GT classes in Trans Am. I'm hearing that the other series have kind of obsoleted a lot of these GT4 cars.
Yeah.
And what a great place to go GT4 racing. But we're seeing there's one of my really good friends with the pink radio, Chelsea, our grid chief, and then Ben up there just ahead of her. But this car we're seeing right now is this Alan Cohen 2007 Ford Mustang late model short track chassis setup for road racing. It's a 3,000-pound car with the driver, but 724 horsepower engine. And then there's Alan Savajian and Smoke's Home Depot car.
She's trying a new move.
Yeah, little Hawaii Shaka hang loose guys.
Yes, yeah.
There's Wolsifer there. Then the Ford Taurus. Look at this De Tomaso Pantera that the comment section yesterday told us is a 351 Cleveland. So if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us some comments. Tell us your expertise. We're going to be monitoring that. Jonathan, do we have grid sheets for these groups?
I only have it digitally.
I'm seeing people here. Kevin Kelly, yeah, there aren't as many people here. Thanks for the comment. Because Xfinity NASCAR took our normal date, and so it messed up everybody's calendars. And it kind of hurt us from a crowd perspective and a little bit car count perspective. It hurt me, too, because I was dropping my son off at college. And that's what's happening. A lot of our drivers are doing the same thing. Children, grandchildren, dropping them up. I'll be okay. Jonathan's trying to help me out and move his laptop all over the place for me for these grid sheets.
I've only got it digitally for you, but I can tell you David Hodge.
Will you run through the group
for
us?
Yeah, by all means. We've been talking about David Hodge because he just qualified that Lamborghini in the top 7th in XGT. But now that same Lamborghini from 2015, the Super Trofeo, is out and pole position for this one. But as you can see, he's not there. And that's making it interesting because Alan Cohen is now leading the field. So maybe the sort of damage that the Lambo had that you pointed out on the front might be just putting him off from going out.
Well, he has to go through tech. So that he's going to get weighed. But so Kevin Kelly, yes, asked a great question that I tried to reply to. Yes, we will be back to our normal schedule. But Jonathan, if you'll run through this grid for us.
Don't mess with Kevin Kelly. He's
a
a prized possession. He wants to know what's going on. Yeah, we did a different, just to let him know, if you're joining us for the first time, we've had a 3-day event this time with qualifying for TA2 on the first day, followed by the race on the first day on Friday. And this is the same today. So we just had qualifying for TA, and then we'll have the race at lunchtime, 1:15 time today. Here is Group 10, though, getting ready behind the Ginetta. The lights off on the Ginetta. No David Hodge. He's having to get scrutinized for his previous race, and obviously that's the one he wants to be in. So he's given up the opportunity because the groups are right next to each other. TA qualifying and our first group SVRA coverage. There's the little Ginetta leading this monster pack of muscle around the field for Group 10.
So we've got a Cup car and a late model car, a Porsche. I mean, the first 3 rows is such a diverse group of cars.
It's pretty cool. Here we go then. Green flag waves then. Group 10 underway for their second feature race. The Porsche pops out to the inside nicely, looking for position and has made position and may well even take the lead. No, not quite. Across the bows comes the 20 of Alan Savajian. Monte Carlo.
Alan Savajian in the Tony Stewart Home Depot stock car with Concierge Motorsports, but I got to give it up. The best move we've seen so far in SVRA, Scott Kissinger. Could have collected 2 cars there. Scott Kissinger, you are my hero right now of this race. I don't think Alan saw you because those stock cars are so hard to see.
Right.
So great heads-up driving by the 222 Scott Kissinger.
Moves into second place, having started in 6th. So well done to him. Into the bus stop for the first time. Now we're going to see how quickly or how they've got that tyre wall back and sorted, and they have.
Doug Richmond in that beautiful Ford Falcon GT1 car. And then there's Wolsifer. Randy Walker just between those two.
Yeah, Wolsifer had a good day yesterday.
Yeah.
Qualified 9 for this one in the Camaro.
That is an older gen TA2 car. If we can call TA2 cars vintage, that would be a vintage TA2 car.
Right.
But he's coming up here side by side with Randy Walker. Now this is a downhill section to the toe of the boot to a cambered uphill, and you can't really tell on video, even on in-car, how drastic the changes in elevation are. Now they're just slightly uphill to the crest of the hill is here at this corner worker station on the left. Is that Mercurio? Is he out there now this time? Because it looks like that's Mercurio and Randy. That is, yeah. So Randy Walker and Mercurio are back fighting each other again, just like at pit race, Jonathan.
Well, I don't have, that's interesting though, because I don't see Mercurio on my list, but I'll take it from you.
Well, maybe that's somebody else is in the car. Let's see.
What car do you think he's in?
Yeah, the 14. There he is. Yeah, Mark Mercurio. So he wasn't in yesterday's race, so I don't know how he got the start up there. It might have been a safety thing. But I'm glad he is because he's getting to race with his friend. And there's our friend Bob Wyson from Mentor,
Yeah,
Ohio.
he also raced in IGT yesterday. So there's some guys getting some really good track time in this weekend. But that's what it's all about. Nice little overtake, turn 1. Through goes to 14. And as you say, he's making hay. Is Mercurio.
Yeah, Doug Richmond in that GT1 Ford Falcon. The tires have got to warm up there. And with our short track Watkins Glen layout that we do on the pace laps, that might have affected him a little bit. But Tom Forgione also in that Ford Taurus. But here we go, Alan Savagian going into the Cube 3 Architectures bus stop, followed by Kissinger. And then Mercurio moving his way up, Doug Richmond. Randy Walker, Alan Cohen going side by side with Wolsifer right behind him. Now, like we talked about, the 3,000-pound with driver, Alan Cohen, in that late model short track chassis setup. That's quite a bit, that's 200 pounds more than these TA2 cars should be of Randy Walker.
Well, Alan Savagian now leading the way. His best time at 2:03.3. Kissinger right behind him. Doug Richmond. Mercurio now up to 4th. Then it's Randy Walker 5th. Wolsifer, who you've been talking about, 6th. Alan Cohen, who's been on the podium yesterday, he's in 7th. Then Forgione in 8th. Wyson 9th. And Ron McCall rounding out the top 10.
Well, I'm hearing from Power Stroke Syndicate to talk about variables. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you do, Jonathan, or maybe Power Stroke Syndicate can tell us a little bit more.
You got me, bud.
But, I just misspoke because he is Alan Cohen is 3,000 pounds with driver, and I believe a TA2 car is either 2,800 or 2,900. I believe 2,800. So with a 200-pound driver, they're all the same. So sorry about that, and you feel free to call me an idiot on the comment section. I actually like it. So if I get something wrong, call me an idiot in all caps. Yell at me here.
Yeah, but not me.
Yeah, Jonathan's a little more fragile than I am.
Definitely.
But look at this, Mercurio on the outside or the inside of Kissinger. Kissinger sees him going around, but locks up that rear.
He did it. He threw the kitchen sink of that one. Got it. Up to 30 goes.
And we have seen Mercurio start from the back and finish in the lead. Not sure why he wasn't out on track yesterday, but obviously that Camaro Howe chassis is running really well. So go side by side with
By the way,
Alan.
we were looking at that Pantera yesterday. I was looking it up a little bit. Pantera stands for Panther in Italian. And it was made between 71 and 92, and only 7,000 were manufactured in the 21-year period. There you go.
Either Alan Savagian is doing a little bit of pinching or he doesn't have the mirrors. But Alan Savagian is an aggressive driver, and he's not going to give anybody anything. You have got to earn it side by side.
Down the hill they come. Into the toe.
Man, so Mercurio doing a really good job of just not quite sure
Here
if
we go.
he sees him.
Well, he's took the inside line, but again.
That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, he must be seeing it.
Yeah, where's my Tony Stewart fans? Because Alan Savajian is driving just like we would expect Tony Stewart here at Watkins Glen.
He's living the nameplate. The smoke would do exactly the same.
Oh, he's saying everything is a variable on the track. So, yeah, this is a mixed class racing and a mixed group, lots of different cars. It is near perfect weather today. Track
Here we go. Oh, and he just put the hand out and say, all right, buddy.
I think he's going in the pits. Something happened there. So, Smoke's car isn't smoking, but he put his hand up indicating exactly as he should that he's
slowed
going
right
into
down,
the pits. Yeah, so we appreciate that, Alan.
That is good. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. 45, the missile almost made contact with its target then for a second. It was the wrong target, so he slotted back. Now down the front straight they come. Good racing here. Mark Mercurio hitting the front for the first time. Ahead of Kissinger and Richmond. And some good battles. Here is Alan Cohen diving into turn 1, and he's making up places for fun.
Alan Savajian from first to into pit lane. Hopefully the Concierge Motorsports team and his son Edward Savajian can get that car back out on track.
Well, there's your leader, and Scott Kissinger in the 222. He's the one with that brilliant start. Then this is the battle for third. Doug Richmond holding on as they go through the bus stop in the 63.
I love that car.
A Falcon GT1, it's great, isn't it?
Two of those that exist. I believe our friend Bill Riddell built one. I know Frank Markham just sold one like about a year ago that we saw Thomas Merrill in out on the West Coast. So just such my favorite GT1 cars, I think, are those two Falcons.
Well, it's a good way to start the second race. They're all dialed in a bit more, aren't they? You can tell. Those that hang around for the full weekend and do all the runs. The second race is always a little bit more competitive. Everybody seems to know who's got what. Fastest laps coming in, on their third lap?
Yeah, but the scary part about that is from SVRA is sometimes they take more chances in the second race.
Which is why our good friend Chelsea was doing the calm down signal rather than the giddy up and go signal.
Yeah, because they think, oh, okay, well, I've got a couple of days or weeks before my next race, so I can fix anything that I do.
You can't think that.
But so Alan Cohen here, these are pretty equally yoked cars. Alan Cohen's running 725 horsepower. I'm guessing Doug Richmond's car is about 700 to 800, depending on how he's got it set up. But, Doug races that a lot, so he's probably got a more mild engine in there so that it lasts longer.
Well, everybody now upping their lap times again as they cross the line. But this battle really holding up nicely for third place. Try as he might, he just can't get past Alan Cohen at the moment. Now, maybe this is an opportunity. Some grunt up the hill. He's got the inside line. Classic overtake at Watkins Glen. He's just got to make it stick now by the time they get the top of the hill. Take a quick sip of Jack Daniels at the club. Oh, no!
Oh, don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall.
Oh, he's done it, I'm afraid. That's another nasty hit for that beautiful car, that GT1. Slams it.
Not a super hard hit. No. Hats off to Doug for being able to make that a glancing blow. That could have been a lot worse, but I'm guessing...
Yeah, it's a glancing blow that's going to bring him in, though, I'm sure.
Maybe. The body work on these cars is pretty stout.
You're looking at it, it's not even damaged.
Advanced Composites makes a really good body on these cars, and it looks like it's okay.
It's a good advert for him, that's for sure. Yeah, that was an amazing hit, and he's still circulating at speed.
Well, now Doug Richmond might be my hero of the race. Unbelievable. Good save there. We've got something on the front of Wolsifer's car. Not sure what that is.
Is that a view? Yes, that's our first look at the 550, right?
Yeah. That's Randall Green in the Group 10 GT3. That car has a lot of prominence and history, so love having that out here. This is the Furia Corsa Group 10 race here this weekend. We love having Randall Green here with Green Wealth Management, just a longtime racer and supporter of the SVRA series.
Yeah, that Maranello was the first time that Ferrari went back to the front engine after so many years. Throwing a bloody great V12.
That car competed at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yep.
And that's the neat thing, being just a car enthusiast myself, I come to these events, and just about every weekend still, there's always a car that I'm not quite sure what it is, you know, and there's a few of those here this weekend, but there goes Wolsifer there, and that number 31. Rick Wolsifer currently in 9th place, running about a 2-minute flat time. And just ahead of him was Randall Green, running a 2:05, just behind him, running a 2:05, but Wolsifer has run a 2:20 to a 2-minute, and that's why they're together on track right now.
Well, Mercurio, to say he wasn't on the list, has done a hell of a job. There's the Pantera.
Beautiful car. Kind of the, has that De Tomaso Italian look to it. You're saying it's Panther in Italian.
With a Ford engine.
But running a 351 Cleveland.
Yeah.
Right behind the driver. That's got to sound amazing. In fact, I put a camera in the engine bay a few years ago at Auto Club Speedway with the Lisas run with us, father and son, at Auto Club Speedway. And so if you go back to our Facebook, you can go back and you can watch the carburetor opening and closing and what the driver's saying, but some of the best music you'll ever hear in racing. There's Michael Leptic.
Yeah, first look at him.
In that Monte Carlo.
Now, Savajian's gone all the way down to 12th place, so he's had a problem of some sort. In fact, I think he's pulled in because 2 laps on the board. So
that puts Mark Mercurio to the top.
Yep, and look at the gap he's already built, 8 seconds. Over Scott Kissinger, Alan Cohen still in 3rd position, Randy Walker right behind him in the Camaro.
So usually Randy Walker and Mercurio are right together, so something may be amiss, or Mark might have found something yesterday when he was fixing the car. And here's Kissinger and Cohen going into Mission Foods turn 1.
Yeah, Cohen just doing his fastest lap, a 54.7, around 54.7, so he's still pushing hard on the Porsche. This is a unique battle.
Yes.
The Mustang Port City Tube.
There's our leader, Mark Mercurio, at the Cube 3.
Here we go.
Stop.
Here we go. He's got him now. Bit of grunt in the 45, inside line, bus stop, done. There you go.
Kissinger could outbrake him, and he almost tried to. But again, Kissinger, nice job.
But look at him go now.
That is a good vintage racer right there, that number 222 of Kissinger.
Yeah, and look at the advantage he's taken in just a matter of seconds. He's, five car lengths?
Kissinger was coming over, and it really knocked him out of rhythm. He had to get hard on the brakes, so that is going to throw him back pretty far. But it didn't put both of them into the wall, and that's what we appreciate.
Yeah, we've had one hit the wall hard, and that was the 60. Excuse me, who hit the wall?
Yesterday?
No, today. Just now.
Oh, yeah, Doug Richmond. Yeah, but he's still out
he's
there.
still out there.
Yeah. So
which is amazing, man.
Yeah, any other car, that might have really done some damage, but for a TA car, GT1 car like that, with that stout body, it was a glancing blow, and Doug did such a great job of making it a glancing blow, because he could have gone in head first.
It's no wonder they sold Falcons in Australia. Those things are hardy.
Yeah.
Hardy as you like. It slammed into the wall. Twice.
Yeah, now an open wheel car, we would have shut down the course for 10 minutes. Yeah, that would have been game over.
Yeah.
So Doug Richmond, hats off to you.
Yep, well done. Well, Cohen is now making a race of this, because look at the gap he's built up in 2nd place now as he crosses the line. He is some 8 seconds behind the leader.
This is the group here. This is Randy Walker, Doug Richmond, Bob Wyson. 3 very different cars, different approaches. But I did hear white flag next time by on Mark Mercurio, the 1-4. But watch Doug Richmond. Looks like the car is still running really well. I see a little bit of front left damage.
It's not
and
bad,
then a little bit of rear left damage.
So lucky. So lucky.
So I'm thinking maybe Advanced Composites made that body, and boy, did they do a good job.
But you know, you'd think you'd push the alignment out or bend the suspension or something. He's flying.
He might have done more damage to the Armco, which I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. Who came off worst? The barrier. Wow. Into the bus stop then.
So Bill Riddell, if you're watching, I don't know how you designed that car, but you did a good job, because
no kidding.
Still going out there.
Now, can the 27, Robert Wyson, get on level terms with the slightly battered car in front of him? The Falcon.
So Swift Motorsports says if they keep on wrecking, that truck might have a chance. Is the truck out there? We haven't seen him yet.
No.
I
actually don't think
I saw
he's
him
out
lead,
there.
but that's Michael Dubé, and he hasn't turned a lap. I saw him lead, but then he hasn't turned a lap. So unfortunately, he's not out there. And then Rick Wolsifer, unfortunately, into the paddock. So that's unfortunate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, high attrition rate again, unfortunately. Now, let's see on this lap. So this is Mercurio coming towards the white flag, and it was 8 seconds. Let's just see what Cohen has done in this last lap. There's your white flag. Your leader crosses the line now, and look at second place. It was 8 seconds. It's now 3. 3.5 seconds to the leaders. You can see it yourself visually from our camera 1 position. But he is coming hard, and he's going to make a fight of this, is Alan Cohen. Took a while to get past third place, but once he did, he has caught right up. And this is the final lap. Up the hill they come.
So Mercurio looking good. He is a very good driver, great car builder. So he should be able to have this. Alan Cohen's going to have to pull out a miracle here, but it will be close. Alan Cohen looking good. Great shots here from our camera team. A green light. He's looking smooth. That car looks hooked up. The Patriot missile is seeking. It's a seeker missile.
It's a heat-seeking missile. Yeah, absolutely. It is locked on target for sure, to use all the analogies on that leader, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to do the actual catch-up and pass. Curio on his way then.
Doug Richmond.
This battle's still going to the finish. We might see a pass by the 27 before this lap is done, but he's running out of options.
So Bob Wyson has the opportunity at one of these events to run the Enduro and the 2 sprint races with IGT.
Yep.
The Enduro and the 2 sprint races with SVRA, and then he could even enter that car in TransAm. He hasn't yet, but he is getting a lot of track time. But here they come, John.
Yeah,
Let's take us to the end.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how close it is for yourself. Cohen doing a great job of catching up, but there's only 2 corners to go. Mark Mercurio in the black and red. How Camaro on his way to victory, but it's going to be tight. Cohen coming quick. Just turn 11 to go, and he's going to finish right behind him, the 45, unless he's got some ultra missile energy to just make the move at the last minute. It's not going to happen, but a photo finish.
No!
Whoa!
Who did it?
Wow! 0.098. This is historic racing, right?
Yeah, a Mustang versus Camaro, and how big of a gap is that?
That was awesome.
What was the gap?
0.98, like,
oh my God,
like 900ths of a second.
Unbelievable. There's Leptic there in the number 1 car, but what a great fich. Look at this, Randy Walker, Doug Richmond, same thing. And just behind him, that had to be under a second.
I'm just amazed the 65 finish. I mean, 63 finish. Doug Richmond getting 5th place, having slammed twice into the wall in that Falcon GT1. Well done.
Here is Ford Gion in that Ford Taurus.
Yeah, didn't see much of him, but looks as though he's had a good run.
It's a good-looking car.
Yep. Finishes 7th overall. Sounds good. Takes the checkered flag.
So we have a full day of racing, Power Sports Syndicate with SVRA, with TransAm. IGT has gone home for the weekend, but stay tuned. We've got some great stuff as we look on with Randall Green Wealth Management, and Furia Corsa. And then, ooh, look at this, an Italian race.
Yeah, Ferrari versus, well, America versus Italy, could you say?
Yeah.
I guess it's a bit of both.
Italian inspired.
Yeah. Well, he made it good, made a fist of it, got right behind the Ferrari.
It's weird that the Ferrari is the front engine car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a changeover when they went to the 550. So, a good bit of action and racing in Group 10. Let's take a look at the action as it got underway. The Porsche of the 222 of Scott Kissinger putting on a great show. But how about this battle? Mercurio coming through bit by bit, making his way, making some lovely moves. Here one at turn 1 to get into position to vie for the lead. He takes 2nd place and almost takes 1st place in the same corner. Locks up there, made a little hard work of it, but then didn't take long. Headed down to the Home Depot, picked out the number 20 and passed him. Thank you very much. But as you can see, I think Alan Savagian had a problem. And then for the lead, beautifully done, Mercurio. Pushed all the way by Cohen at the end, but takes victory over Cohen. Kissinger third. So, confirmation of the results then. Mark Mercurio with the Howe Camaro takes victory over Alan Cohen in the Mustang Port City Tube. Scott Kissinger in the GT3 Porsche takes third. Then it's Walker, Richmond, Wisen in the 27. Forgione in 7th place. Randall Green 8th. Ron McCall 9th. And Michael Leptuk finishing off with 10th position in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Beautiful weather here, and it's just very still, as you can see, and the temperatures will rise as the day goes on, but we are set fair for a full day's racing, including our feature race for TransAm, as well as the Collier Cup. We're going to take a short break, though. We'll be back with more Speed Tour action from the Glen after this.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, the Speed Tour in full action, and as we await our next group coverage, bit by bit we've been kind of introducing you to some of the members of our community, our fraternity that is SVRA. So why don't we bring you more stories from the paddock, and this is Scott Holley.
We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. The 1963 Jaguar E-Type. This car actually, I found about 4 years ago, has been raced really since it was built. When I started collecting muscle cars. And my wife hated muscle cars. And what really got me into E-Types was she said, if you'll buy me an E-Type Jaguar, you can have any kind of car you want. So I bought her a 69 one-owner E-Type Jaguar, and I fell in love with the engineering of the E-Type. Shortly thereafter, bought another one, then another one. Have a couple of Jaguar saloon cars as well, 1956 XK140. This car came along, and then, you know, there are others as well, but I really kind of fell in love with the English engineering and even the Lucas Electronics, if you can believe it. I think it was Enzo Ferrari said that it's the most beautiful car that was ever made. And when I started learning a bit about them, when I started collecting, it was amazing to me how advanced they were really for their time. I didn't realize what Group 6 was about until I purchased this car, and I had a quick learning curve. Here we're running a little 6-cylinder, and you know there are 3 classes, A production, B production, and an early Trans Am. The lowest horsepower the V8s are making are probably 500, 550. So the challenge is, this car's real advantage is it gets to weigh less, but you have to handle better. So there's a lot of work, creative work that I've done to get the suspension sorted out so that it handles better. You got to brake better, handle better, you got to drive better, because you certainly get outpowered on the straightaways. And so I would say that at first it wasn't fun, but as we've developed it, we're in the hunt, usually running up front. We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. That's muscle versus European, it is.
We ran each other really clean. It was an awesome race, especially since I was ahead.
This car, believe it or not, 2 weeks ago didn't have an engine in it because we had a minor engine problem, and due to Kyle and another good friend of mine, we hustled over a few days to actually make it here, and fortunately everything turned out, but we really were surprised by the outcome yesterday, given what we've had to deal with in the past couple of weeks. Sure.
I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it, and I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of neat. It's a 1966 Yenko Stinger. It was produced by Don Yenko out of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania.
Don Yenko, only son of Frank and Marty, genius IQ, 164, quite precocious, and since he was an only child and his parents were pretty well off, they indulged him, whatever he wanted to do. Get him an airplane, buy him cars.
He had a dream to go road racing. He'd been road racing Corvettes, and he saw this car produced and thought it would make a great car. But SCCA wouldn't allow a four-seater car in the group he wanted to run in. So he talked to him and found out you had to build 100 cars to homologate them in. So he got a hold of Chevrolet, and he bought 100 white Corvaires. Don put this little panel in here to absorb a lot of the rear window, so it looked like a 2+2 car or something like that effect of the era.
And they took a car that would barely crack 100 miles an hour. And in 1967 on the banking at Daytona, we went 147 miles an hour.
Well, they originally had 140 horsepower, and the race cars supposedly had 240. So it was a big change. And it really worked because in 1967, it won the championship. Since the engine is in the back, we have to have an oil cooler up in the front. So if you look here, we were allowed to take where the license plate goes and cut a hole in it and use that to duct air into an oil cooler. So instead of the 4.5 standard, we have almost 10 quarts of oil, and it stays a lot cooler that way. That allows this engine to survive, making an extra 100 horsepower. My father, he was running a sports racer, and he said, I want a Stinger. So we started on a hunt for a Stinger. So we drove down to Tennessee and we picked up this car, and I was 4 years old. He raced it for about 10 years, and at that point he said, I've done all I can do with it. So he sold it, and then my wife and I, about 2009, decided we wanted to go vintage racing. And I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it, and I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of neat. This was the air intake from the stock Corvair. These flaps that Don put on here allowed a lot more horsepower or air to get into the engine to create more horsepower. And if you look at the dash on my car, there's a tag on there that says flaps up, balls out. And the flaps up obviously means these flaps, but Don also had velocity stacks on top of the carburetors, and to keep stuff from falling in, Dad always had 4 little balls in there. Every once in a while he'd try to start the car and it'd suck them in, so he had to have that tag up there to say, flaps up, balls out.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, and yes, not only do we have the pace car Ginetta, but now there's that beautiful logo. We've actually got some proper Ginetta race cars out there for you, as this, our next race coming up, is Group 6, Dick Mooney's Memorial Race with 12A and Ginetta, and we start by looking at the Ginettas. But Dick Mooney, well, he was a local fella from 1938 to 2007, and he was a big proponent of the circuit, raced it in MGAs and many other forms during the 60s, and took a bit of time off, but he was long into his racing here at the Glen, and so now we have a Memorial Dick Mooney race, and this is what you're about to see.
And the whole family races. So his son, Rick, races with us quite a bit in that blue 4.2, and if you're watching, anybody from the Mooney family, leave us some comments. Tell us a little bit about him. And hopefully you're watching us and joining us here. Sorry to interrupt, Jonathan.
No, and let's introduce Andrew Heffering, who is also here to tell us more about what's going on with Ginetta. You've got some news, though. So there's a couple of cars not out there.
Yeah, so we had an unfortunate incident at the end of yesterday's race, and so the 2 cars involved are not going to be racing today. Okay. So we go from a 9-car field down to a 7-car field. But everybody else is out there. They're really excited. You know, as you saw from the race yesterday, going into turn 1, they were nose to, door to door, and even knocked each other's mirrors in, and they popped back under braking. But Seth Henry and David Lecto are definitely going to have another strong battle today, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right. And I have to give my hats off to Donovan, because we saw Jack Bush go off unassisted yesterday and tap the wall in that E-Type, but he tapped the front of the E-Type. And if you know anything about the bonnets, the hoods of E-Types, cars to get back together to make sure that's aligned, and it looks like he's back out there, but starting last. There's Aaron Quine in Jim Heck's car, so look for him. He's really, really fast, really good, so that's awesome to see him out here. Thank you, Aaron, for Jim Heck, for letting him come out here in that car, because Aaron is a very fast driver, and Jim did such a great job of getting that car back together. There's Tim Bowder in that Ford Mustang. Then the 06 Ronald Lombardo, who we saw just a few weeks ago with us at the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock. Then Glenn Chaplin in a 2012 Ford Boss 302. Then there's the 03 of Maurizio Cerasoli.
See, you're coming. You're
I know.
good
He
now.
told me how to say that, though, at Lime Rock. Then Scott Shadle in that car we were talking about. This car looks almost the exact same tint as the Armco around the track. That's our camouflage car. Then Randy Williams. Awesome to have Randy Dandy Williams out here with us in that Jaguar E-Type. He's racing a tin-top Jaguar E-Type in our Group 4. Did finish 3rd yesterday overall. Great time. Then your friend Corda, Victor Corda in that Ford Mustang, who's with Kaizen, did the racing school at Kaizen. Then Jim Glass, beautiful gold medallion 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Anthony Della Vecchia, he won his class in the Enduro 1970 true Chaparral Camaro that has a ton of Camel GT and IMSA history. Then we go to Gary Palmer in the BMW M3 Lightweight, Bob Lima in the Chevrolet Corvette, James Aquilano in that beautiful Shelby Cobra from 1965, Chris Boutier in the Ford Mustang Boss 302S, Gordon Gardner in a Chevrolet Corvette, Jack Bush rounds out the 32 cars. Jack Bush in that 67 Donovan Jaguar E-Type. Now, we missed a few, and Jonathan DeGainer, who had a great race yesterday going up in that Devon Evolution. We saw him in the TA qualifying. Gary Moore in that Shelby GT 350. Kurt Vogt, Boss 302, starting 12th overall. Cord Kistart in that 2002, and Cord just brought us a book, Jonathan, Born to Race. Really cool autobiography of Cord and his whole racing experience. And then we go to Renee Tursilla running for the championship in our Group 12. Claire Schwendeman, 68, Dr. Claire Schwendeman, 68 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. And then we back to Aaron Quine. So we've got a great group of cars here. Andrew, if you'll run us through the Ginettas.
Yeah, so starting on pole is going to be Seth Henry. He's going to be in the Magellan Financial car. He's number 44. Dave Lecko in the Deal Machine, 89, is right behind him. He's the purple and darker purple car. P3 will be Mark Swain, number 17. He's the CEO of Ginetta North America, and he's out here racing with us, which is fantastic. He had a great move up into turn 1 on the restart and was able to get 2 positions back up, so that's really good for him. And then it is Gregory Arsenault in the black black and tennis ball yellow car. Then Preston Peebles in the number 69, and Ray Hewell in the 06, and Eric Arms in the Soul Leaf 84. So
the Toyota Camry is actually going to be pace car 2. There was a big disturbance on the radio about 3 minutes ago about that. Start. So the Ginettas are going to have their race, and this is kind of a race within a race within a race within a race because there's so many classes out there. But this is going to be crazy. 32 cars that put about 28 different laps out at Watkins Glen as they come to take the green, Jonathan.
Well, pace car in a great position to win this all Ginetta fight, but is going to actually pull off and let the others do the racing. He led for a while.
Hey, he led for the first lap. That's the hardest thing to do in every race.
That is a converted race car, isn't it?
That is a converted race car.
Look at how close they are. Again, just like yesterday, one of them moved the other's mirror yesterday at the start, so watch out for that.
Here we go then. The Ginettas on their way to the split start of Group 6 and 12A with the Ginettas, and right out immediately the 84 getting 4th position. That's Eric Arms.
Did it again.
Eric Arms getting his elbows out.
Both mirrors.
Oh, hang on in there. Tell you what, these boys are racy. I like it.
Once again, going too wide to the uphill. It looks like Dave Lecco is going to have a little bit of a pull up the hill. So it looks like now Seth Henry's coming back again. And Greg Arsenault made a good pass up on Mark Swain, coming up to third for the Ginetta class.
32 cars involved, of course. And here's your second group of the Historics.
Big gap.
Yeah. Oh, still mirrors are clinching almost as they dive through the bus stop. Great action from the start of this one. The Ginetta's really going for it. All evenly yoked, and it's back driver ability, and we're seeing it on full display. Away we go then. Green flag waves for the giant monster pack of Historics with the more modern Mustang in the middle of it. Oh, and lock up by the older Mustang into turn 1. It's the 08.
That's Gregory Moore.
Yeah, Gregory Moore getting through.
Gary Moore.
Excuse me.
Gary Moore.
Gary Moore in that Shelby GT350 Cord. And Kurt Vogt, Renee Tersilla going up the hill. Kurt Vogt with Cobra Automotive out of Connecticut, also the president of the Shelby Club, and was with us at New Jersey. Had a great Shelby Club convention with us at New Jersey. But John DeGainer out front in that Devon with that 327 Corvette engine. Beautiful car.
He's had a busy weekend, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, and he'll have a busy day today, as there's Renee Tersilla, Dr. Claire Schwindman, and then there's Lombardo.
Have you ever been standing next to Claire's car when it starts up? I've never had something that makes my heart literally shake inside of my chest.
I love it.
It's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, it moves your bones.
Moves your bones, moves everything around you.
So here we come.
So Dave Lecco's got ahead, and he's leading after lap 1. Seth Henry right behind him. And then it's Mark Swain and Gregory Arsenault battling for third.
Through Mission Foods, turn 1. Jonathan, this is exciting.
It's a good one.
And being a fan of British cars, and you a Brit yourself, this is kind of cool. Ginetta dominated back in the 60s in sports car racing, and I'd love to see that happen again.
Yeah, they've kept it going. It's a long history, Ginetta. Our sports car industry in Britain sadly dying mostly, but Ginetta still very much flying the British flag from Leeds in east of England. Yeah,
and in fact, they actually have the Ginetta GT car is the most sold GT4 chassis in the world.
That's interesting.
And there's so many over the UK, and we have some of our drivers actually going to go over to race in the UK at Brands Hatch right before the finale, and Ginetta invited them over.
In Ginetta Cup?
In the Ginetta Cup. So very similar car, slightly different, a little bit different tire package, but very similar car.
So look for Cord Kistart to be able to get the power down and maybe get around Gary Moore. But man, Gary Moore really showing us what those Shelby GT350s are all about. Then you've got Kurt Vogt there in that beautiful blue Ford Boss 302, and then Renee Tersilla around Dr. Claire Schwindeman with Lombardo, and then Aaron Quine in that beautiful Corvette right behind Lombardo. Aaron Quine just getting right in there behind them. Aaron Quine, very accomplished race car driver.
It says Kirchstadt is from Hershey, Pennsylvania. Is that where they make the chocolate?
That is. That is the chocolate place. And the best milkshakes you can ever get.
There you go.
In Hershey, Pennsylvania, at the Hershey factory.
So I definitely can never go there because otherwise I'll drink too many.
Yeah. when I was in the band, we used to play at the Hershey Arena every year. So here they come, another great group, but this time Seth Henry in second.
And there's Mark Swain and Gregory Arsenault again. They were nose to tail going into turn 10, but Greg actually dipped a wheel on the outside and lost a little bit of time on entry.
I'm just looking at the times of the leaders, 2:0:08 and 2:0:07. So just a tenth between them, half a second on track.
Yeah, they quote me. So in qualifying, qualifying yesterday, they were only 0.05 of a second apart. These guys are neck and neck, and it really will just come down to whoever gets that, a little better run, a little bit smoother race.
I say they're mirror to mirror. They both knocked each other's mirrors sideways. I've seen that in Miata racing. That a Miata will pull up and they'll put their hand out and knock the mirror away. But I've never seen the mirror knock the mirror away, and it's two times in a row.
Andrew, give us some specs on the Ginettas. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this going, what's the deal here?
So these are Ginetta G56 GTAs. They've been slightly modified from the factory version. Mostly what we do is we switch to 18-inch rims and we run slicks. And so they are 3.7-liter V6 Mustangs, 300 horsepower, 2,400 pounds. The mid-weight for the series is 2,700, so very light. We've been cornering over 2 Gs through parts of the track, parts of the track this weekend. These cars are light, nimble, no ABS, no traction control. It's all about driver, and they're quite cost effective to get into it. They're about $125,000 new, which is, it may seem a lot to a lot of people, but for the car that you get, it is bang for your buck. There's almost nothing
not
better.
that much more than a spec Miata.
Not more. It's not much more than like a spec Miata or even like an MX-5 Cup car or something like that. And it's a lot more car that you get, and then the run cost is the run cost is way cheaper than most anything because they don't weigh anything. You barely use brakes, you barely use tires, that kind of stuff throughout the weekend.
And don't worry, yes, it's a British car, British manufactured, but it does have an American power plant on it, so it is a little bit more reliable than we're used to.
There's no need for that.
Shot
man.
Across the bow.
No, there's just no need
and I
for
say
that
as an MG Mini Cooper owner.
I know.
The British make a lot of great things. Engines may not be part of that, but that's okay.
Don't you get involved.
And they're not Lucas Electronics either, so
True.
You're safe. Battle for third coming into Mission Foods turn 1, and I did like your description of the tennis ball yellow. That is accurate.
Good. It's good.
It is the most bright color for that the human eye can actually see, and that's why so if you ever want to find something, you always make it that exact color. It's the color that the eye will pick up the best.
There you go.
And it looks really good on black, so you can't, that's always a good bonus too.
Still a great battle for the lead.
I know, the lead is
Lecco
really,
and
there's
Henry.
nothing between them, And like I said, their lap times within a tenth of each other. Look at this, 3 into the bus stop.
Yeah, so Greg Arsenault is looking to look up the inside, and Preston Peebles, this is only his first year of racing, and it's his third race weekend with us.
It's good,
but he has moved up every single week and gotten better, and he's on pace here, and it's exciting because he's just had a newborn child, and his wife and his newborn baby are here. He's less than a month old, and we walk over and she has these little headphones on. Cutest thing in the world.
Oh, here we go. So John
the
DeGaynor,
Mustang getting very squirrely.
John DeGaynor, just a huge lead, but these Hoosier bias ply tires on these Group 6 cars, they really can drift out there, and sometimes that slip angle is the fastest line. But we got Gary Moore, Kurt Vogt, Claire Schwendeman. Since I've been coming to SVRA events at Watkins Glen, these 3 have always been fighting it out. So this is really cool to see. This is back like in my 2011, 2012 days.
Look how many cars are involved in this battle alone.
I mean, that's 4 or 5 cars.
Cord, Kithart there, right behind him in that beautiful Corvette. Then Renee Tersilla and Lombardo, Aaron Quine. And then looking for who that next, maybe Jeff Lyman? Trying to figure out who that Corvette is behind Quine.
So that's Jeff Lyman. I ended up talking with him yesterday. That was a stock Corvette off of the market that he sent over out to Las Vegas and got turned into a really nice race car. Now here comes Greg Arsenault down the inside into turn 1. Fantastic. That was a great run into Mission Foods turn 1. It looks like Preston People may even try to come around Mark Swain going up the S's.
To the bus stop once again. Through comes the 74 this time.
Every time I see that yellow Camaro, I can only think of the original Bumblebee from the Transformers movies. It looks just like it. It was one of my favorite movies I ever watched when I was a kid, and mostly because of the cars that were in it.
cool.
Side by side, coming up to Cube 3 Architecture bus stop, but I did just hear we had 3 cars.
Oh, big moment. Oh, no.
Kept it out of the wall.
He did it. Good job.
Kept it out of the wall. That's what matters.
He was pushing hard. Gregory Arsenault then gets turned around and loses out on his 4th place, being pushed hard by Preston Peebles.
Well, actually,
Mark Swain.
At that point, he was up to 3rd.
Yes, he was. Yeah, of course. So he's lost that now and drops to. Well, he's going to drop further down, I think. But
yeah, he'll probably drop to 7th. But that now lets Preston Peebles come out and try to see if he can get past Mark Swain. Go for his first podium.
The battle for Group 6, second,
awesome.
3rd place. John DeGainer has just taken off, but this is an unbelievable battle here. 2 friends up in these Mustangs. Gary Moore, Kurt Vogt.
Here comes Claire.
Yeah, Claire coming
Claire
up.
Schwindeman's, each time she comes down to turn 1, she has a. He pops out. He pops out and has a look.
Yeah, Dr. Claire is a neonatologist.
Oh, that's right.
Out of Dallas, Texas. So he it works with premature babies. So an absolute hero out here with us.
Does he ever work with us?
He doesn't work with crybabies.
Oh,
just babies.
Okay,
premature babies. Yeah.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I always see him working on his car, and those hands are so valuable. I always get so concerned. But here they come into Cube 3 Architecture bus stop.
Now the other 37. That's James Glass, seemingly quite close, slow there. Look, coming through the bus stop.
No, that is Gordon Gardner in a 72 Chevrolet Corvette. James Glass is in another he's in a 37A and the other one's 37. Yeah, there's a 37B is Claire Schwindeman. It gets confusing.
You can't be doing double numbers on me. Eric Arms just did his fastest lap on lap 5.
Look at how close these two are right here.
It's great.
Oh, and no, the Ginettas are coming up to lap traffic.
This is going to get interesting.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, sneak it in there, boys. This is your opportunity, though.
Yeah, so we have a rule with the Ginetta Challenge that no matter what you do, you have to. Oh, wow. Fantastic move into the carousel, side by side.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. Using lap traffic is completely acceptable.
Yeah.
But you have to give them a little bit of extra space. We want no contact with SVRA cars. You know, we are out here racing at our own race. This is not, we don't want to ever damage.
Yeah, had they wadded up that yellow Camaro, that would have been the end of the Ginetta Challenge with SVRA.
100%. And, you know, that's how we understand that we're out there, we're guests right here. Eventually we should have our own run group with SVRA and TransAm. But, looks like David Leclerc's going to try to go around the outside to get a slingshot down into
out the toe, yeah. By the way, Gregory Arsenault is still circulating in 7th at the moment.
That was Jim Glass there in that beautiful 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. I'm used to seeing him in his beautiful Corvette. I think I misspoke earlier.
So then, Henry.
So Link Zeppelin is saying classic American muscle and gives me the arm and fire. Link Zeppeloid. Not sure what that is. I like that.
Might be a reference to a video game, Legend of Zelda, possibly.
Yeah, Link. It's got to be something with my favorite band, Led Zeppelin.
Oh, 100%.
That is a play on that word, yeah. That band.
Looks like Dave Lecco might try to use the lap traffic ahead as well to maybe get.
Yeah.
Preston Peebles right back onto the tail of Mark Swain as well.
Yeah, so that's still a battle for the podium, remember. Swain holding 3rd. Here they come.
There's that beautiful Chaparral Camaro there of Della Vecchio. Beautiful car.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Although I haven't seen him in the paddock. I've looked around to try to find him, but I've never seen him.
He is with Cobra Motorsports.
Cobra, okay.
So this is the Dick Mooney Memorial Race, and as I mentioned at the start, Dick Mooney, perhaps his most memorable race here at the Glen, was 1964 in the Glen 500, which he ran with Janet Guthrie, the first woman to race in the Indy 500. And they raced that day in a Jaguar 140 and finished 2nd in their Class 6 overall.
There is the leader right now of the Dick Mooney Memorial Race, John DeGainer. John DeGainer, his dad was said at the TransAm grid that they've been running that car since 1962. Built originally off of an MGA, still has the rear frame of the MGA. 327 Corvette engine, Devon body, Devon Evolution. And they have been developing that. It doesn't ever stop in vintage racing. So just, I saw them at Sebring, and they spent a lot of time putting a new roll cage in there for John DeGainer. And they're constantly developing it. He's saying he's getting more traction here with a new rear end than he ever has. But, man, there you go. Gary Moore cutting off Kurt Vogt here.
This is great. I mean, this is nose to tail. It has been for the last few laps.
That is a true Shelby GT350, and if you've been following along, those are near $1 million in value out there, just running around like that's old Miata or something.
Here comes Jeff coming down, Renee Tarsilla coming into Mission Foods turn 1 as well. It's very close, but not going to quite get him this time.
And Lombardo hanging up the rear. And that's the beautiful thing about vintage racing is I'm a slow driver, but there's always somebody for me to race with at the back of the pack. There's a great front pack, there's a great mid pack, and there's a great back of the pack battle, which makes it just miles of smiles as Claire Schwindeman comes up side by side with Kurt Vogt. Kurt Vogt gives him the corner. He had the power with that. He is in a B production engine, small block Corvette. Chevy 350, I believe, is small block.
And Claire's coming right up on Gregory Moore as well.
Gary Moore.
Gary Moore, sorry.
From Pennsylvania, but from Canada, but lives in Pennsylvania now.
Well, we're getting mixed groups now because the Ginettas are mixing it heavily and taking all the room on the track and more. Let's try to fly by.
Let's have some fun here. Let's see if our camera operators can get a close-up of the rear sticker on the back of Gary Moore's car. I think our fans will like that. There's a great Calvin and Hobbes sticker on the back of that number 98 Shelby GT350 of Gary Moore.
Whoop.
I'll give them a prize. I'll buy them a Big Mac if they can zoom in on that.
That's a pretty good.
Didn't know we had new sponsors. Through the bus stop they come then.
Uh-oh, here's the first challenge. See if we can get it. That's the beautiful Boss 302 of
It is lovely, that. Yeah, that really is nice.
So Claire a little bit later on the brakes there into turn 10.
I think his first real chance will be going into turn 1 and see if he can get a good run coming out of 11.
Nice and close.
Cord Kersart right behind him.
Looking at the action at turn 10 and 11, onto the main straight they come.
This could be Claire's opportunity.
Well, this is as close as he's been, and no, he still can't do it.
That should be a Ford versus Chevy battle. Oh, here we go. There's the shot. Right there. See Calvin?
Yeah.
Calvin Hobbes.
Lake wins.
Possibly urinating on a Porsche logo, I think.
Don't you dare dangle a burger in front of Lake.
Yes, Lake. Nice job. Lake gets a #1 value meal from McDonald's, courtesy of me.
There you go. At the Jack Daniels Club. No. Dick Mooney Memorial Race then, part of a big weekend of racing here at the Glen. Perfect conditions. We've got the Collier Cup coming up. Feature race celebrating the memory of Bob Williams. And
I know
Gary Moore just dipped a wheel coming in.
He did.
To the bus stop.
I think Rick will be happy that there's a Corvette on the podium. Not the top step of the podium, but you never know. Claire could be in that middle step of the podium. But I think John DeGainer has this one wrapped up if the car stays under him.
Though honestly, Kurt Vogt might have something to say with that as well. He's definitely trying to come back up on, on Claire Schwindeman. So we'll see by the end of the race, right? I mean,
yep, battle for the top 10 between those two, remember. Schwindeman holding that 10th position at the moment.
Look at that, right behind him. Oh, and Kurt Vogt coming around the outside. It might be a drag race down here. Now, Claire should have the power, but Kurt Vogt, what a great exit out of the toe of the boot.
Yeah, you got a good exit. Now, under braking, let's see how much closer he gets. Ooh, right there. You really do see the braking differences from above. And they've been glued together all race.
It looks like Gary's tires, those bias ply Hoosiers, are starting to go away. That's what happens when you run around. And Jonathan, I understood. It hit me in the shower last night. I said Wimbledon white. And I meant Wimbledon white, but I said Wimbledon white. And that really bothers you. I'm sorry about that.
You said it again, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Because it's my childhood street that I lived on. That's a Wimbledon white is the paint code of Ford with the Shelby GT350.
We'll have you up to speed before
like
the end of the
tennis club.
Whoa, Schwindeman having to pull out of that moment there, coming into one. He was right behind the man in front of him, and he almost had to pull out just to stay away from hitting him. And meanwhile, the Ginettas are now sort of scything their way through some big muscle cars. Sometimes being seen, sometimes not.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Dave Lecco got caught up with some traffic, and he's just unfortunately lost a lot of ground to Seth Henry. You know, you always want to have a good close battle at the end, but that's the game. You know, that's the game you play when you have a mixed class racing.
So they've got clean air here as they've got past those 3 previous cars, but now up ahead, some more to deal with.
So I'm hearing that your friend Victor Corda is being black flagged or meatballed for blue smoke coming out the back. We've got a Ginetta here mixing up with some Mustangs. I've heard a lot of people call these Ginettas baby Vipers, and that was just a way too close. Another coat of paint those two may have touched.
Yeah, that's Rene Tassila who he passed in the 009. And while it's still a modern car, it's classic racing.
It is classic racing, yeah. Yeah, and so we'll definitely do a review at the end of the weekend. Unfortunately, sometimes too, people get out there, they get really excited. Like I know that he had gone around a couple. Oh wow, there's a pack of 4 going around a car. A pack of 4 cars going around a back marker. That was a little bit close for comfort.
You could split them up at the start, but you can't do much at the end.
No, you cannot. Yeah.
So Chris Massey is saying, "Let's go, Henry." I'm guessing he's saying Seth Henry, but here is this pack for this 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the Dick Mooney Memorial
And it hasn't
Classic
changed for
race.
what, 6 laps now?
No, it's definitely been a while. And yeah, shout out to Chris Massey. He is actually one of the Kaiser group members. And so if you see a giant guy in orange, he's 6'8".
Oh,
that's Chris Massey. You know exactly who he is.
Yeah,
where's Wesley?
Yeah, where's Wesley?
Is he here?
I don't know.
Tell you what, we got Adrian Lostowski coming in. Excited for that.
He knows this track.
Talking about a boy from New York. Looking forward to hearing his insight. And saw him in action yesterday with the CMI on board. We'll hear all about his exploits there. Even Paul Menard said, "I hear Adrian's coming in." I said, "Yeah."
So here we go. This is our leader of the Dick Mooney Memorial Group 6 Trophy race. And this has been such a great tradition. We had a son here racing with us last year.
That's right. I remember that now.
Yeah. He wasn't in the blue 42. He was actually in his dad's car. So that was a lot of fun to see. But look at this. Here we go. Going into Cube 3 architecture.
Whoa,
Bus stop
again.
Oh, can he hold it?
Whoa.
Oh, gosh.
He knew he had that wrong, didn't he?
Yeah, well, what happens with that, and this happens a lot with these Corvettes, when you get hard on the brakes, one brake hits a little bit quicker than the other one and they might go 2 feet to the left or 2 feet to the right. You never know when that's going to happen. Claire did such a great job of keeping that together because he could have collected 3 cars there.
Yeah, easily. And now Seth Henry is actually in the mix as well. So he's, the overall leader is coming around the outside of him going, oh, wow, that is tight. Well done for Seth.
Yeah, Seth's mixing it up. He's not afraid, is he? He's right in the middle of that lot. Now he's going to go up to the inside.
You can see that he can outbrake them, but they've got the power. This is going to be a tough place to pass.
Now, wow.
Oh, that's not recommended, Seth. You want to keep racing with us, don't do that. But he's got Henry behind him, right? He's got Lecco behind him.
Yeah, he has.
And now he's going to have to do it all again because they've got the power on him.
Yeah, you can't blame him for racing because he's in his own race.
And they're going to get the white flag next time by, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this. On the left-hand side, 2 Ginettas going at it. Meanwhile, 4 Historics who've been together all race long are trying to fight in their own fight too. What a race.
I think it's going to come down also with using lap traffic as well. This is where it's the white flag coming by, but this is where, someone like Claire or even someone like Kurt who could use the Ginettas coming by to maybe get someone offline and get them going into turn 1.
Hey, and I hope your Ginettas know, Gary Moore, Kurt Boat, they'll push them.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
They will push them. If they get in the way, they will push them out of the way. White flag out.
White flag is
look
out.
At this.
The final lap. Let's side by side. Swinnerman on the inside. Brakes late, but not as late as the 89 of David Lecco.
Well, it looks like Gary Moore also pushed a little bit deep, so maybe Claire might be coming back through the uphill S's.
Now, I don't know. This has never come up, Jonathan. I don't know what we're going to do here. They're going to have to checker flag the Ginettas, but if it stays like this to the end, I hope that the other cars know that they don't have technical checker.
David Lecco and Seth Henry are side by side with traffic. Oh, my Lord. This is
coming
insane.
Up to the bus stop. This is it. They're still side by side.
It's whoever's last on the middle pedal. That's it. They're pushing each other. They're bumping each other.
Oh, this is so close.
Impressive. And Dave Lecco goes off. No.
Lecco, he gathers it well. That's good work. That's not easy.
I think Dave Lecco knew, hey, look, I didn't quite have this corner. I'm going to back out and make sure to get through because that's where you can spin and have an incident. You don't want to have that.
That could pretty much put pay to that battle, though, because it's going to be hard in this last few corners
on the
to catch
grill.
up.
He's not going to be out there long, so it won't really matter, but he is going to get hot.
But these cars actually do pretty well even if their grills are covered. They have a lot of extra cooling. But if you can see, Seth is not making it through the lap traffic, and so at this point, it really depends on when you can
But they're
catch
going to
them.
have to wave the checker flag, but it shouldn't be the checker flag if it stays like this on Gary Moore and Claire Schwindeman.
If Seth gets in front of Gary,
It
then
will.
it will be the checker
Yeah.
flag. So we're kind of hoping that
So
Seth
Claire and Gary might have another lap. It just depends what happens here.
No, Seth is going to get around him, and then they won't get back by him. So it'll be a good close finish. Unfortunately, traffic sometimes gets in the way, but that's how it goes.
You can see the grass on the grill, still trying to make it a Ginetta 1-2 and get through the traffic. He's just about going to do it, maybe. Here he comes. Seth Henry then. Lecco behind.
This is why you love multi-class racing.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But it's going to be the 44 of the Ginetta G56.
No, now he's throwing the white flag.
Oh,
It should
now
be
it's
showing
the white
checker.
flag. Oh,
that should have been the checker.
It should have been the checker.
Well,
yeah.
he's throwing the
no.
white. Well, he's throwing the white for
Matthew, can we get a shot of they throwing the checker? There's the
Yeah,
checker.
there you
So, I mean, he won. Like from here, we've got to say that Henry won, right?
Yeah, Seth Henry definitely
but he
won.
didn't receive the checker flag.
He threw a white and a checkered at the same time, and we'll see what's going on with that.
There you go. Nicely explained.
Yeah, you can't explain it. And there's the Soul Leaf Ginetta of Eric Arms coming down to the coming down to the last lap. Greg Arson's going to try to go down the inside. He's not quite there, but that was a great attempt to move for the final lap.
Yeah, funny enough, Eric Arms just did his fastest lap on lap 11, so just 2 laps ago. So very impressive. He's still going at that kind of pace. They cross the line then. And good racing. What an intriguing set of groups that. And like you said, as we build the Ginetta group, they'll be out on their own and they can fight as hard as they want. That it's a little precarious at the moment, but that's all right.
And from what I can tell, there was no contact. It may have been a little bit close.
It was close, but
there definitely didn't seem like there was any actual contact. So
no,
that's
it's
important.
good. Very important. So that concludes our Group 10 action. Excuse me, our Group 6 and 12A action with the Ginettas.
So there is the winner of our Group 6.
That's our Dick
Mooney Memorial winner right there, John DeGainer. And now he will be out with us in the Ron Fellows Ford Mustang in the TA race later on this afternoon.
Good.
Yeah, and he's definitely starting to come to grips with the TA car as well. Every single session he's picking up some time, so that's very good. Those cars are not easy to drive, and so just see time on it will be really good.
Now, he hasn't received the checker flag, so bring us home, Jonathan.
Here we go then. Like we said, the Dick Mooney Trophy, a very special one here at the Glen, and it's won by John DeGainer this time, who finishes 8th overall in the 111. Well done to him in his lovely little Devon Evolution.
The only vintage car on the lead lap.
Yes. Interesting.
I mean, just goes to show you that he drives the absolute metal out of that car. I guess it's fiberglass, so there's not really metal on it.
So more SpeedTour action to come, and don't forget our feature TA and GT race coming up at 1:15 local time. The confirmation of the result, the Ginetta G56 of Seth Henry wins ahead of David Lecco, but boy did they have to work for it, having to get through all the historic cars. Mark Swain taking 3rd place, held there for quite some time. Preston Peebles in 4th, Ray Hall in 5th, then Eric Arms in 6th, then Arsenault, who had that spin, and drops to 7th. DeGainer 8th, but winning the Dick Mooney Memorial Trophy. Gary Moore in 9th, and Claire Schwindeman, he takes the Chevrolet Corvette Roadster to 10th overall. So, some great stuff there, and then they come for their pit stop. And so we are running along now. Coming up next, we've got groups 1, 3, and 4, and I've got some information on some of those.
There's my friend Fred in the high vis. He's trying so hard now with these mixed groups, trying to figure out which cars go to the podium and which cars can go back to the paddock.
Yeah, it's not an easy job, yeah.
Yeah, that is not an easy job, and very stressful.
Yes.
Definitely want to give a shout out to Ray Huell, who has finished and hit 5th in the group. So
here are the highlights then. And the Ginettas went at it right from the get-go, as you can see. Side-by-side action. Then the second group of historics, which included the Dick Mooney Memorial Group 6, as well as Group 12A. The Ginettas went at it. And really did. It's a new series to our Pirelli group. And they put on a show for sure, including Arsenault going round through the bus stop, making a mistake. But the real drama was kind of when the leaders had to come through. And look at it, side-by-side action at times. Well done to the 111 of John DeGainer. He wins the Dick Mooney Trophy. But Seth Henry just about held on to beat David Lecco to the line. So we'll take a short break here from Watkins Glen. We'll be back with more from the Speed Tour after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour as we get ready for some more action. As we turn our attention now to groups 1, 3, and 4. And we thought we'd get a little warm-up with our star of the day, Adrian Lostowski, who is joining us here, man from Brooklyn and New York. And, of course, this is effectively his home track. Adrian, how many times do you reckon you've come here, or when was your
Wait,
first
before
memory?
Adrian starts, I apologize. I kept calling that one car Larry. It's Louie. Louie and Ralph, and then this is Larry Smith here in the 26. Sorry, Adrian.
You're good.
Been coming to Watkins Glen now since 2014, and probably have thousands and thousands of laps here from the old track before it got repaved back in, I think it got repaved in 2016.
What's the biggest change?
From last year to this year?
No, just from the repaving.
From repaving back in 2016, the bumps in turn 7. There used to be a lot of bumps there that made it really tricky getting up that hill. Those bumps changed the whole track when it got smooth.
We're going to put you in this for the next round. What do you think?
Oh, I would love to drive one of those.
Isn't it great?
Wow.
Isn't that, that's a Cadillac.
I can't believe
and
that.
it raced at Le Mans to a top 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
Back home, I have a 1958 Corvette, and people ask me, like, oh, it should belong in a museum and stuff. But I go out there and drive it. I'm on a highway doing 75, 85 miles an hour with it. And everybody's like, well, you got no seatbelts and you got no power steering. I'm like, I don't care. You know, that's how cars were meant to be driven back then, and that's how I want to drive them now.
There you go.
Let me run through the grid here because we've got 26 cars. So up in the head, this is Group 1, 3, 4. Thank you for joining us here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to roast us here. And no, you can roast Adrian. Adrian's got thick skin. So qualifying in front in a very beautiful gold medallion 1955 Chevrolet Corvette. I was speaking to Bill's dad 2 days ago at the Fish Fry, and he was saying only 700 of these cars were made from the factory. So they're out there in one of 700 in a Chevy Corvette. Then in second, Randall Green in a totally different car. Now for something completely different, a Lotus 23B. And then Randy Williams in the E-Type, his tin-top E-Type. We just saw him in that Group 6 race. Then Jesse Darrow and Patrick Darrow, I misspoke yesterday. These are actually Group 1 spec Triumph Spitfires. Larry Smith in a Group 1 MG Midget. Nate Doyle in an MG Midget Group 1. Tom Raganetti in a Group 4 Alfa Romeo Special. Just absolutely beautiful car. A one-of-one car. Unbelievable. And then Mark Hansen in a Mazda Miata. Richard Zepkowski in that MG Midget. He went out yesterday, so hopefully he's out there. August Schmitz in another MG Midget starting 11th. Dennis Kramer, my longtime friend Dennis Kramer, in a Mazda Miata. He was on the podium yesterday, so congratulations to him. Dennis Drinkwater in a Group 4 1950 Cadillac Series 61 Series Special. The car out there that basically has the same wheelbase as a modern Formula One car. It's absolutely huge. Then John Gorsline, one of my favorite drivers, in a Mini Cooper, beautiful British Racing Green Mini Cooper. Mark O'Day, 1960 MGA, that beautiful silver. Jonathan's favorite car out there yesterday.
Yeah.
Bruce Parker in a Mazda Miata. Christopher Chilson in an Austin Cooper. Peter Uzdavinas, I think he was the one that went out yesterday in that 64. Yeah, he was the one. I misspoke. He was the one that went out with the mechanical yesterday. Hunter Barron in a Pegasus out there with us today. Arnold Carball Jr. in a Lynx B. I can't remember. I think I skipped Lowell. Where's Lowell Houston in that Datsun 510 starting in 14th? I skipped him somehow. Elliot O'Barron, Zinc C4. Alex Gee in a 69. The number 55, I'm just hearing, won't be starting, unfortunately. Stephen Kuhl, James Lynch, and John Carter. That's a long list as they come down here. And look at that absolute boat there of that Cadillac. Unbelievable.
And Adrian, the conditions have been perfect for racing all weekend, haven't they?
Yep. The temperature is definitely going up since we got here. But I think, talking about that Cadillac, actually, if some of the cars that could get behind that draft will definitely have a boost.
We saw it yesterday. One of the Lotuses got behind, and you couldn't see him.
Yeah, the Formula V's ducked right behind him, and it was a pretty good, because then all of a sudden they're up power about 20%. But look at this. We don't have Bill Schwacky, our leader.
No.
Didn't start. So here we go. This is going to be a totally different race. Take it away, Jonathan.
All right, it's Group 1, 3, 4. This is their feature race 2 from Watkins Glen. Adrian Lostowski joining us in the booth, and we'll do for the TA race as well. Green flag waves, away we go. And they spread out, and that huge Cadillac figure right in the middle of the shot there. Such an aberration compared to these tiny displacement cars, but it's got a huge history. And into turn 1 they go.
So Larry Smith getting in a Darrow sandwich there between the two Spitfires, and those are Group 1. So that's the Group 1 battle up there. We do have quite a field of Spridgets and Midgets, but it is all about that Le Monster is what it's called.
That's what it's called, yeah.
Two of those cars raced for Cadillac in the 1950 24 Hours of Le Mans. They finished 10th and 11th. And now here's the split start with our Formula V group.
Yeah, good little group yesterday. Had a good run with them. And as you can see, coming to the bus stop now, come the leaders. It was pretty tight there, the Jaguar and the Lotus.
I think that's too far back of a split. These cars are going to meet those Formula Vs too quick. They should have put that split start right behind this group, because now they're going to be going in lap traffic. But Larry Smith coming up right to the side of the Ralph Darrow car. That's the 53. So Patrick Darrow is in the Ralph.
And here we go then for Formula V start. Where's your favourite place to overtake here when you've got traffic like this?
Probably in a carousel going into turn 6.
Yeah. Yep. Here we go then. They take the green as well. Just a small field, but it was competitive yesterday, and I'm expecting the same again today.
That's Hunter Barron out there in his dad's car of Elliot Barron in that Pegasus. Pretty famous Formula V car that's chrome polished to hopefully deflect the sun into the other driver's eyes.
Yeah, that's what we did on our TA2 car. We actually put that chrome red on the front to blind the drivers in the front of us.
Good thinking.
With the sun.
Use every advantage you can think of. I love it.
So the Formula V series built on Volkswagen Beetles, suspension, engines, air-cooled, very simple cars made for the best way to get into racing in the 60s and 70s. And still today, one of the most competitive fields in vintage racing are these vintage Formula Vs. As we see there, the 71 going around. Alex Gee.
Yeah. And they sort themselves out by the bus stop.
But who just came in there and snaked it? I can't see a number on that car.
Yeah, the white with the red. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll find out in a minute.
That is Elliot O'Barron.
Yes, that
Elliot O'Barron.
In the 23, in 18th position overall for the total race. And that's a nice shot of them diving into turn 1. You can see how right-hander that is. And you also don't really give credit. TV never gives credit for just how high, how steep this hill is uphill.
Mm-hmm. So Randall Green, Furia Corsa. We saw him out there in that beautiful Marinello. Oh, my
So
gosh, look at these. Look at this Group 1 battle right back here. So we've got the Darrows, Larry Smith. Larry Smith, really good MG midget racer, but we've got both these Spitfires. Now, the Spitfires, not sure what displacement they have. I'm guessing that Larry's got the 1275, but the fact Group 1 and not Group 3, I'm guessing they don't have the 1500 engines in them. Hopefully somebody can leave on the comments what displacement they have, but obviously these cars are very equally yoked.
Yeah, and remember the 53 and the 51 had a great battle yesterday.
Yeah, they came bouncing through the bus stop.
Didn't they? Literally, side by side. So this is a good bright start for them. They've got their own little battle going on.
Really good battle, but look at this.
Yeah,
always a good battle here in the Formula Vs.
23's got to the front of it. Unless I think the same leader is pulled away from this group. That's what's happened. Yeah, there he is.
These cars notoriously race this close, and the gearbox linkage is in the back, so all of them have to put cages in, or you'll come and bump them. They'll purposely bump them out of gear. So you'll see cages around the linkages of the transmissions at the back, because these are just air-cooled VW Beetle engines. And they do a little bit of bump drafting in these series, and it's really funny to see how competitive they get. The draft is just ever so important.
So Elliot O. Barron is 17th, and Elliot J. Barron 18th.
Well, actually, it's Hunter Barron that's out there. They're brothers, Hunter and Elliot.
Right.
And Hunter is in his dad's car, but there is our leader, Randall Green, Green Wealth Management and Furia Corsa. Beautiful car. And then Randy Dandy Williamson. You're from this area, you'll know this. So Randy Williams back there, I said Williamson, but Randy Williams owns the Dandy Convenient Marts.
All
over this area.
Oh, right.
So,
I was about to say, that makes sense.
Yeah, whenever I'm up here, I always try to fill up and, patronize his establishments. Went there for breakfast this morning. So that's why I call him Randy Dandy.
I love it. That's great.
But they're all over this area. Uh-oh.
Ooh, that's a slow car. Well, and here comes the leaders, so on one of the Formula Vs.
Was that Larry? It's a blue.
It was
engine, but it doesn't seem like that color blue. It seemed like a lighter blue.
Well.
Didn't get a number on it.
Well, no.
There's Larry. Okay, great.
That's
good news.
Yes.
For Larry, and then my friend Laurel, who's always with Larry at these races. But then there's Louie and Ralph, and the reason they call them Louie and Ralph is because there's one left-hand drive and one right-hand drive. But these are brothers. I think I said father-son yesterday, but these are actual brothers out there racing, and they are racing like brothers.
Pretty funny, isn't it? Watching two different side left-hand and right-hand drives.
And so some tracks, the right-hand drive will have the advantage, and some, the left-hand drive will have the advantage, because you want the weight on the inside of the car.
Yeah. Point.
But this is quite a battle in Group 1, and I love this. As a Group 1 MG guy, I like to see Group 1 battles.
He had a little slip there at the 53. Lost a bit of time, but not enough to get overtaken. High and wide.
Using all the track. Great shots from the drone, and this is where you can really see who's out braking. But here we go, back to this great battle. And that's the 17 of James Lynch at the tail of this. Sometimes the advantage to draft into turn 1. That's Hunter Barron in the front of this group. Looks like Elliot Barron has taken off.
Yeah, he has. He's gone.
And he has a good run going into 1 now.
Yep.
Have you ever driven one of these just high momentum cars, Adrian?
Yeah, I've driven low horsepower cars around Watkins Glen, and it's amazing because going up the S's, you actually lose speed. Going up the S's, it's amazing compared to like our TA2 cars or something more powerful.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, if you spent a season in a low horsepower car and drove it with momentum, and you then transferred that to your TA2 car, you'd be so fast.
Yeah, yep. But believe it or not, I still see a TA2 car as a momentum car, right? Because you still try to carry so much momentum. Because I mean, all the drivers are so good, all the cars are so good. What's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Every little mistake then costs you huge in TA2.
Here they are. Getting a little bit squiggly there is the 51 of James Darrow in the Louie. But now side by side is Louie and Ralph giving a little bit of a wave, but they are not giving each other anything.
Well, he's basically saying, work with me and we'll catch him back up again.
Possibly, yeah. That could be that Miata, like, get behind me, let's draft and go.
Yeah.
Their draft, though, doesn't work because they're left-hand and right-hander, but there's Randy Dandy Williams. I spoke to him when I was making my movie about vintage racing. He comes from actually motocross, and then said I need to keep my bones intact, so now he moved to Vintage Racing and does really well. But he won the Kastner Cup in Triumph. He also has a TR3 and was presented the Kastner Cup by Cass Kastner about a decade ago. Uh-oh, look at this side-by-side again.
Whoa, that 51 was all just bent out of shape there.
What are you seeing, Adrian? This has got to be fun.
Right, so it looks like the 51 was getting better during that run. So he got by the 53, and now it looks like the 53 is getting frustrated, so he wants to go around the 51 now.
Meanwhile, man ahead of them is in trouble because they have caught him up, and here they come.
Oh, there is that beautiful Alfa. That Alfa Romeo Special, a one-of-one, designed in the 50s to race off of a 50s Giulia. Has that beautiful twin overhead cam Alfa Romeo engine, but actually designed by an aeronautical engineer. So it has, for that technology, the late 50s, it has some great things in it. You got to go see that thing up close.
God, this is a race-long battle, isn't it?
Going into turn 8. And I think let's watch for the 51 car now to have a run in turn 10, 9, 10, and 11.
Trouble is, well, those mirrors are so tiny you won't see the 53, but he'll know he's there.
Patrick Darrow is in the 53, Jesse Darrow in the 51, and Larry Smith just ahead of him in that Sprigget.
Into turn 11 they come.
But they're catching the Group 4 car.
They are.
Unbelievable. If these three could work together, they would catch the E-Type of Randy Dandy Williams. That's a beautiful car.
Jesse Darrow right now is using every inch of racetrack.
See how he is drafting?
Yep.
He's putting his helmet right behind the helmet. That's awesome.
That's clever.
Sorry, Adrian.
I say that. He has got one big mirror, the 51 as well. They both have. Right, okay. But
look at the shot there. You can see his hands moving. That's my favorite iteration of the Spitfire. We talk about this. When you own a British car, you got to work on your British car. The hood goes forward. You can actually sit on the front wheels and work on the car and make the every 3,000-mile valve adjustments. So for a lazy fat guy like me, I like that feature of the Spitfire.
There you go. Well, that's how he designed it, yes.
There's Randall Green. What do they call it? Designed obsolescence?
That's it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Colin Chapman's designs have proliferated throughout the United States in historic racing, continue to do so.
My favorite quote there, like right here in this Lotus 23B, is he's famous for saying adding lightness.
Yes, adding lightness.
Take out all the weight you can. That's what Colin Chapman was known for, but that's the fight there. We see it. And there's my friend Lowell. Lowell works for us sometimes. Lowell Houston, out of the Houston area in that Datsun 510. That's the 146. My friend Dennis Kramer. Dennis Kramer's wife is the photographer in vintage racing, and he's like, I want to do this. So he got himself the vintage Spec Miata, having just a ton of fun.
Currently in 12th position, chasing Houston in 11th.
And there's a big yacht somewhere on the racetrack right behind these cars. I saw a big yacht in the background. That's that special, the Cadillac 61 Series special we were talking about yesterday. Trying to work with Cadillac to come back here in a 75-year anniversary of Cadillac being at Watkins Glen in that car. They used it as a pace car in 1950, but here we go. Here is the real battle on track. The Group 1 battle, my favorite group in SVRA, is Larry Smith and that 51 of Jesse Darrow and the 53 of Patrick Darrow. Two brothers, Louis and Ralph, out there racing. There's a good shot of the Louis sticker.
Yep. And they are hard at it, I tell you. They've been doing lap after lap.
Larry Smith.
Here we go. Larry Smith losing out there. I'm not sure did he do anything wrong there?
Just went deep. I think he just went deep there into 10.
Yeah.
And that is the Mark 1 MG midget based on those brake lights. They went to the square brake lights later on. This is my favorite iteration of the midgets.
Back comes the 26, though. Smith will not be denied.
He's got it.
Oh, has he? Has he?
Up and under.
Yeah.
Great recovery.
He just had a little bit too much speed taking the inside there. And now what's interesting to see, I watched the number 51 of Jesse a couple laps now. He has an amazing run through the bus stop. I mean, he looks like he gains 3/10 on Larry Smith in the bus stop.
Yeah, and they're not far behind this Jaguar that's coming up.
Now that's if they can keep the rubber down, because they come bouncing through here too sometimes. There's Hunter Barron. And then the 17 of James Lynch has gotten around the number 12 of Arnold Carball Jr. I love watching the Formula V races. So now Larry Smith is back in that Darrow sandwich.
Yeah.
Here there it is. There's that yacht. Unbelievable. So great to have them here. That is Derek Drinkwater, the 1950 Cadillac 61 Series Special, the Le Monster. That is his tow vehicle. They tow a camper behind that. They drove it here from Laguna Seca, Adrian. So, you know, I don't expect to see you using your TA2 car as a tow vehicle, but he puts up there's got a license plate on it, puts his camper behind it, and he and his wife have gone from Laguna Seca to Road America to here. How about that?
That's amazing. Do we know how much that weighs, that car?
Gosh, who knows?
Yes, I have it in my notes.
We thought we'd turn it into a float for cautions and just, you know,
3,700 pounds. It's 160 horsepower, 4-wheel drum brakes.
Still going.
And
look at this.
3 on the tree transmission for Derek Drinkwater. 3 on the tree in a race car.
That's cool.
Wow.
That's great.
So Larry Smith back up front in this battle for Group 1.
Well, and they're going through traffic now, so it's getting a little bit dicey. But they've been together all race long, 1, 2, and 3 in this battle, and then swapping over positions.
But that lap traffic is really going to help out Larry.
Yeah. Well, you say that. Whoa! Well, that might be the angle of the camera, actually.
No, that's not where you want to get that wrong, though, because there's no runoff there at the end of 11. Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 11. Look at this. He's given a point. Is he letting them by? Is that what that point was?
Yep, and look how clean this is going to be. He's going to tuck right behind him, and now they're going to work up the S's together.
So they're draft working, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Not craft work, but draft work.
Ralph and Louis. What a combo. One left hand, one right hand.
I love how they do that.
So now going into the bus stop, let's watch the 51 car. I mean, he had a significant better run than everybody else going through the bus stop. It's interesting to see the distance gets shorter through there when he gets through there this time.
Our friend Eich is with us, and he says that thing looks like it should float, talking about the Cadillac Special.
Yeah, it does look as though it could be a water vehicle, doesn't it?
Larry getting a little bit hard on those curbs. They did change the curbing there to the entrance of the bus stop. And Pirelli has been reporting they're worried about the right fronts in our Trans-Am race because of that.
Yeah, what's your take on that?
Well, there's 2 ways around them. So in qualifying, you want to smash right through them, like as if they weren't there, but you do hurt your car. We had a little bit of frame damage on our car. Yep. We had to weld our frame before the race because of qualifying. But then during the race, since you don't want to break your car, you drive around them. So if you want to get through there fast, you smash right through them. Then that's a risk because you might break your car. But if you're trying to make your car last, you'll kind of drive around them.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on what Boris said does.
That's why you're here, Adrian. That's why you're getting paid the no bucks today.
Yeah, the big bucks.
Actually, you're getting paid a shirt.
Thank you. Which I lost the other one.
Yeah. That's such a race car driver move. But now Larry Smith getting a pretty big gap on the Darrow brothers.
He has. That's the most he's had all race long.
As we
and
see
he's
the
used the
Formula
traffic
Bs
well, yeah.
Going around.
But it's still Randall Green out front.
Ooh, Hunter Barron, oh no! Oh no, Hunter Barron got it wrong there in his dad's car. Oh no, and we never see that from Hunter Barron.
What did he do wrong, do you think, boys?
I don't know, I hope that's not, I'm not seeing anybody else slide through there. So I'm not sure what happened there. But they're going to have some work to do. Now Hunter is the mechanic, so he's going to be able to fix that. But this is the battle, ladies and gentlemen.
No doubt about it. Well, Smith has got away from them. You can see it now. It's a long angle from it.
But they can work together.
Yep. And as Adrian said last time out, if they tuck up together as they go through one, they can work to draft up the hill.
And there is our leader, Randall Green. But there's
we got
Randy Dandy
Mini
Williams right behind him. Oh, no, the Mini's out. And the white flag is going to be next time by on this 6-3 of Randall Green with Furia Corsa. I love those Lotus 23s. That's the car we were talking about with Colin Chapman of the adding lightness.
Yeah.
They were so good, the FIA banned them for a pretty ridiculous rule just because they were dominating.
Yeah, I've been learning a lot about the 23B and how it was a choice, a weapon, if you will, that nobody thought would be competitive, and then it was just overly competitive.
Yeah, because on paper, who it was racing with was like down like 800 to 1,500 cc's from all the other ones.
Here we go then. White flag coming up this time by. It'll be one more lap to go as we see Kramer in 12th position in the Mazda.
So now that's funny, Jonathan. You usually take the A and make it an A, and in Mazda, you say Mazda.
Mazda, yeah.
Okay. I like that. Oh, there it is, the super yacht. And now he's got to drive this thing home. You can find, there's his social media
plate,
handles.
yeah.
Make sure you follow that, and he hooks up the trailer to that and drives it on the roads. You got to think that people are just taking pictures, when they get next to him. And Lowell, trying to get right behind him, used that draft, basically a wall of draft.
It just looks, you can hear it underneath him.
Here he comes
Squealing
to take
away.
the white flag is Randall Green. Those yellow wheels. The famous wheels of that Lotus 23.
White flag then is out. This is the final lap here in our groups 1, 3, and 4. The race led by this man, the number 63 of Randall Green. He was at the last group as well, so he's been a busy boy.
Yes, Michael Smith, you have seen the Green Lotus at Sebring. Actually, Randall Green sponsored our dinner there. I think this season or last season, so we appreciate that from him. Green Wealth Management, but he was there racing with us in that Lotus 23. That had to be a bouncy, lose-your-tooth fillings drive. And there's my friend John Gorsline with Gorsline Insurance in that beautiful British Racing Green Mini Cooper.
13th overall. There's the Williams Jaguar, Randy Williams Jaguar in second place, the XKE.
He runs a Group 6 and a Group 4. He also has one set up for Enduros. And then also in the same livery, that Triumph that he won the Kastner Cup with, the Triumph TR3.
What is it about the Glen that everybody loves so much? I know it's your home track, but why this track?
You know, it's one of the most high grip, smoothest tracks I think we go to anywhere. Okay. Each corner has banking. Everything's high speed.
We got to talk about
wide.
this. Look at that.
Last lap.
Now, you're not going to do that in the Trans Am race.
No, not easily.
Unbelievable.
This is fun.
It is, and the Group 1 cars, they're so light and nimble and small that sometimes you could go 4 wide into there that you can't do in other groups. But it looks like the Darrows have caught back up. Maybe they work together, but can Larry Smith take it away? Because they're going to be coming up. I think they're going to be coming up to their white flag, right? Or is this their last lap?
I think this is their white flag
too. And Jesse has a better run going up the hill.
Oh, very, very close too. He turned in on the inside, wanted to make sure he positioned himself. Did Larry Smith, and he's still got a chance under braking here into the right-hander, but I just don't think he's close enough to make the move.
Larry taking a different line.
He's offline. The Triumph's going to have a little bit of a run coming off this corner.
Yep.
Larry took more of the defensive line.
Here's your leader.
Yeah, they should be on the lead lap, so they should be coming to the checker, right?
Yep, and here's your first and second. It was 8 seconds, but it's come right down. Randy Williams doing a good job in the closing stages. No, they do take... No, that's the checkered flag.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there you
Randy
go.
takes the checkered flag, so we're going to have to see what's going on with the Spitfires and midget here of Larry Smith. Here it is.
Here it is.
This is the take the checker, Jonathan.
Oh, here we go. The 53 of Patrick Darrow doing a great job. Oh, he takes a high line and does the 26 of Larry Smith. He led this group for most of this race between the three of them. But it is the 53 of Darrow that takes it.
Group 1
and
back
you
at
can
Watkins
see what
Glen.
it means to him. Well done.
That was
Jesse
a good
Darrow.
battle.
That was
Wasn't
awesome.
that?
No, those three will have an absolute blast getting out of their car at our victory circle.
That's awesome. Yeah. And here comes our Formula V action, and there is our winner, and 1, 2, 3, 4, straight across the line together almost.
Elliott
Not far.
Barron
There
for
he
the
goes.
win.
Nicely done. So everybody's had something to smile about. What did you start on when you started racing?
Corvettes, actually.
Okay.
I've been in Corvettes forever, since 2008. And then when I came to TransAm, I moved on to the Mustang in 2019 and 2020 in SGT.
Runner-up in SGT, right?
Yep, 2020.
I remember that's when I first saw you in action. I was just wondering when you started. All right, it was great stuff there from our groups 1, 3, and 4. Their feature race.
There's
that
that
Alpha,
special
yeah.
Raganetti. Thank you for bringing that car out. It's such a beautiful
It is,
car.
isn't it? Yeah. It's very distinctive. So we finish off this one. And don't forget, we're getting ever closer to our big race of the day. And that, of course, the TA and GTs coming up. We've also got Group 9 action. And that special does look a little out of place, but where would it look in place?
Come on, he's going to finish in 10th, just like they did at Le Mans in 1950. Come on, dude, hold on. Keep Lowell behind you. Lowell's going to try to make this pass.
It's so laborious.
All right, give us that Pathé French announcing here for this end of this race, Jonathan.
And here he comes in the special. This is quite sensational. I cannot believe this car. It has no aerodynamic features, but it's still going very strong indeed. In the 22, coming to the line, 10th at Le Mans, and now 10th at Watkins Glen. Well done.
Nice job.
It looks like a handful to drive.
Oh, yeah.
Get squirrely there in the last corner there.
Derek Drinkwater, you are my hero, sir. Unbelievable.
We've just upset the great Boris Said by being too noisy. Randall Green takes the win in the Lotus 23B. He takes second, and Patrick Darrow is third. Larry Smith, what a battle. He, Jesse Darrow, all had together with Patrick. All so much fun. That was the highlight of the day for me so far. Tom Raganetti is in 6th place. August Schmitz in 7th. Mark Hansen 8th. Richard Resposki, is it Reposki? And then Derek Drinkwater rounding out the top 10. Zepkowski, right. Thank you for putting
Like
me
there's
right.
no W in his name, there's no
Right.
R in his.
Yes. Get lost Dusky without that. Yes.
With some highlights, Jonathan.
Here they come, and yeah, what a battle we had between 3 great British marks and a left-hand drive, a right-hand drive, and the number 26. The Formula Vs were at it as well. They were competitive, but this was the mighty battle between these 3 of the day. Out front, no challenge for the 23B, but they worked together to keep the 26 in their periphery. And in the end, it was an almighty finish by the 51. Just a slick mistake there by Smith. That's all it took. But he came back nicely, but just went a little wide. Great racing all the way through, but a win then for Randall Green. And how about this for a finish? Nicely done. 53 does it in style. So we'll take a short break here from the Speed Tour. More action to come from this glorious weekend of racing here at Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Watkins Glen. It's gone quiet again now as we finished our last group race, but there's more to come, and just a little bit of an interim, if you will. And while we've got a chance, why don't we go back and give you another one of our stories from the paddock. This is Claudio Burton.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there.
Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car.
The win for Adam Andretti.
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing TransAm for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work, the aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for a better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. TransAm is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We've proved that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, Seneca Lake, one of the Finger Lakes here on this beautiful part of New York State. And it's been absolutely glorious. I know some of you are suffering from heat domes across the southeast and some rainstorms in the east earlier in the week, but it's set fair here in New York for what we are calling Group 9. And officially, it's Slicks and Wings Formula cars complying to the SVRA post-1973 Formula car regulations, and that can be Formula 1, Indy Lights, Formula 5000, Formula 2, Formula Atlantic, and Formula B, as well as Super V. Talking of Super, look, there's Chelsea trying to come
like
down.
you're saying, different body language, trying to make sure all the drivers have their wits about them.
Yeah,
so
no
Group
kidding.
9, Lewis Cooper Jr. in that beautiful Panos DP01 with Judd-powered V10, making probably the best musical note of the weekend. Amber Stevenson, I did talk to her at dinner last night. In fact, we were at dinner together celebrating our friend and her competitor in this group, Travis Engen's birthday. Yesterday, we had a surprise party for him at GMT. So cool to get to hang out with Travis Engen and all of his competitors. And if you've ever competed or hung out with Travis Engen, you become an instant fan. He's just such a nice guy. Amber Stevenson second in that 1997 Lola T97 that she and her wife have been restoring for the last year. They've had it about a year, took it down to nothing, painted it that beautiful blue, and she is just super fast in that. Bruce Hamilton starting third in a 2006 Swift 016. Mark Giroux ahead of his friend in a 1997 Lola T97, and Travis Engen in a Lola T97-20. Travis is fifth. Mark Sherwood in a 1995 Ralt in sixth. Scott Dix seventh in a Dallara Infinity. Kirk Kinsfater in a Swift 014. Robert Albani in a 2004 Mazda Pro Formula One. Tony Carpanzano.
That's it.
And a Reynard. Again, I hit another reading speed bump. In a Reynard, is that what you said?
Yes.
Reynard, trying to learn. 93 HFA. Paul Subject in a Star Cars Formula Mazda. Jim Stengel in a McRae GM1. Joseph Riolo in a Legrand Mark 11. Seb Coppola in a Lola T192, David Zavetsky in a Legrand Formula 5000 MK7, and Mason Dwinnell in an F1000 JDR. So look for him to move up. That is a very fast and nimble car. Have we introduced our guest?
No, it's about to say, let's get him on.
So we've got Cord Kistart here, who's actually kind of looking at maybe a Formula 5000. Just got out of the Group 6, Group 12 race. So Cord, what do you actually? Let's let this go to green, and then we're going to come to questions for you. But thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Cord. So here we go. The Ginetta ready to pull off. The lights are off on the pace car, which means our Group 9 cars are getting ready. Once again, led by that Judd-powered V10, which sounds just absolutely awesome. That's definitely cleared a few cobwebs for people this weekend. Green flag waves then, and Group 9 is underway for their second feature race of the day here in the SpeedTour from Watkins Glen. And away goes the Panos at pace.
Uh-oh. But it looks like Bruce Hamilton got the better of Amber Stevenson going into Mission Foods turn 1. So that didn't happen yesterday. So now Amber Stevenson's got her work cut out for her to get around her friend, Bruce Hamilton.
Yeah. I mean, a battle between those two. They had a good run yesterday as well. So let's get Cord in. Cord, you've just been out on track. How was it? How are the conditions? It's looked in terms of temperature perfect for racing.
Yeah, it's definitely been the perfect weekend for racing. Sunny and
she got him.
She did.
Oh yeah, going to the bus stop.
Nicely done.
It's interesting, you know, these cars obviously you can't really ride up on the curbs, so that's quite a difference from what we do. But no, the weekend's been perfect weather, and as Tony said it best during the drivers' meeting, you don't get all 4 seasons, it not being September up here.
Exactly. How was your race?
It was very good. The Group 6 cars are super fast. It's very interesting between the B production, A production cars and the TransAm cars, and then our car, they have all the horsepower in the world, and then we have the braking technology. So they run very similar lap times, but make up the speed in different areas of the track. So it was fun. Luckily, we won today as well as yesterday. So
good weekend.
Yeah, finally.
So this should be the battle here. Lewis Cooper Jr. should kind of take off in that Panos with the Judd power, but it's going to be Amber Stevenson, Bruce Hamilton, looks like Mark Giroux, and then Travis Engen.
So is that a Indy Lights, Formula Atlantic, and then Indy Lights?
Yep.
Looks like they're all lights.
Yep. I love these Lolas, like the...
Yeah, they're nice, huh?
Yeah, oh my goodness.
See, now this is where I just want the DRS to happen in their rear wings.
I think a couple of years ago there was a F2 car here that had DRS still enabled.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Don't like DRS myself, but there you go.
I'm with you on that one, but
They don't
it
need
is
it
cool
now.
to see.
They don't need it now. Well, everybody putting in a first quick lap, but look at the gap he's already created at the front, Lewis Cooper Jr.
Wow, he's down the back straight into the bus stop before they're even at the top of the S's.
But this little group here can be really competitive. We saw it yesterday. Amber Stevenson in the 5A in the all blue with the elf colours, then Bruce Hamilton and Mark Giroux.
Is the third place car Swift, I'm assuming? The Formula Atlantic
Yes.
car? Okay.
Yeah, Bruce Hamilton.
Swift
Yep.
016.
I actually got to start up the Legrand Formula 5000 car here on Thursday, which is pretty neat. You know, we were looking into it because we have an old Camel GT car, and it's basically a Formula 1 car with a Chevy V8 in the back of it, so they're very simple to work on, and it's just a cool era.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, David Savetsky is also a Pennsylvanian, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
So Bruce Hamilton, a very good open-wheel driver. We also see him in Group 2.
Cord, how did you get into this game?
So I started racing when I was 4 in quarter midgets, and basically have raced my entire life, so I grew up on dirt. And
I always think that's an advantage. I grew up on two-wheel dirt, and I know I'm a better motorcyclist on asphalt because of that.
It helps in the rain too, especially
you
with...
just understand balance so much more, and you also understand what horsepower does as you actually let it go, as you let it in.
Exactly. Yeah, so we ran quarter midgets, micro sprints, sprint cars, and then I transitioned into sports car racing. And then for the past 10 years, 10 plus years, we've been sports car racing. And then we actually just purchased the USAC midget as well. So
nice.
Yeah, gonna go back to running some dirt races this year and next year as well.
Boy from New York joins us. Welcome again. He was with us yesterday. Hope you enjoy today. Feel free to pepper us with info. We love it. Starting to spread out, though, this battle. It was pretty close a moment ago, but as you can see, we've all got a couple of lengths on each other. Here's our first look at one of the 5,000s.
5,000 Indy Lights, and then...
yeah, we were trying to work this out yesterday.
Well, it's so interesting because these cars, they're such a spread. You know, you have a Formula 5000 car that has the H-pattern gearbox and no modern technology.
At
and
all.
you have the, lights cars that have sequential boxes in them. And then I'm assuming the Panos up front has, floppy paddles. So they're definitely interesting to see them all out there.
Yes, it's an eclectic group. You're absolutely right. I love it. Into the bus stop goes the number 2 then. And that's Scott Dick in his Dallara Infinity.
That was a cool era, early 2000s, the Dallara, when they were building the Indy cars and Indy Lights cars.
It is an F1000 Mason Twin.
Oh, it is?
It's behind him, yeah. Interesting. So Dwindle in a F1000 JDR, that red and white.
Yep.
So we can confirm that now. Now, how about this? This is getting nice and tasty.
Oh, yeah, we'll see into one if we can. Nope, he has, probably 2-3 lengths back on her.
Yeah. Amber Stevenson we're watching. This is the battle for second and third. Bruce Hamilton just behind her.
Wow, look at that gap to first already.
Yeah, no, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he did this a bit yesterday too.
That's what happens with Judd Power V10.
How do you like the repave? We were just talking to Adrian Lostowski, and I know it's been a few years, but not everybody races it every year here.
So there's, I would call this my home track, as Adrian would have, I'm sure, his home track up here as well.
Yeah.
The repave was in 2016. It was much better, you could see, until about, I would say, 19 or so, the grip level.
Right.
It, obviously steadily decreases after that. The major difference is the curbing up here. They put in larger curbs, trying to decentivize, heavily using them.
Yep.
Back pre-2016, you could just eat curbs. Even these Formula cars would be able to do it. Now it just tears up the underneath of the car. And into the bus stop, actually, the entry, which we're going to see here in a second if they stay on the Formula 5000 car. But they actually put in these pylons on entry, so it kind of upsets the car a little bit. I'd say that's the biggest change that I'm not necessarily a fan of, but I also understand why they do it and just kind of work around it. So.
Yeah, Adrian was saying the same, that that's what they learnt we saw in qualifying for TA, that they were kind of a bit shy to do too many laps for that reason.
Yeah.
He said for qualifying you can smash it over the curbs, but he said he damaged the car just in practice, so you've got to be a little bit more careful with those higher curbs.
Well, Don McMillan runs a Corvette in SGT, and I remember we've been running with him for years, and same thing, he'd come up here and he'd just redo the whole underneath of his car as soon as he came back. It's like, but that's why they put the curbs in to decentivize using them.
I got no problems with it. It's funny, I'm my home circuit, Circuit of the Americas, and yeah, with the fact that 2 wheels and 4 wheels and even WEC run there, no one's ever happy. The bumps are always there, and they seem to, the ground seems to move along, but it's still a fantastic track.
That's the funny thing with race car drivers. I don't think you're ever going to find them 100% happy.
They complain if you give. It's funny. Even Mario Andretti said, you give them a billiard table, if you give them a snooker table or a pool table, they complain.
One thing I will say, so running the Camel GT car doesn't have a roof on it or a windshield, and one of the main things coming from running the Ferrari Challenge cars or T1 car, or any of the stuff that I typically race, the buffeting, especially up here down the back stretch, is incredible. I actually had to get a second helmet for it. The reason I bring that up is these Formula cars, most people use helmets that kind of push down the helmet on the back, having the little duck bill or something to stabilize. But yeah, I remember my first race up here in the Camel GT car, just the amount of buffeting that's going on, it was vibrating my helmet like crazy. So
yeah, it's funny, I was talking to Brian Redman when he's been doing some historic races in some of his old Formula 1, McLarens or 5000s. He said that's the hardest part, is that your neck muscles are the one that can't take it when you get on a bit. And, the buffeting really does take it out.
Yeah.
So when you say you changed helmets, what was the difference and how did it help?
So I think part of the problem is a lot of the cars that I race, with them being closed cockpit, I have a helmet blower.
Ah, right.
So you got a big giant tube sticking up on the top. And then additionally, I always run the Simpson Venators. They've been a really good helmet for me. I typically stay with Simpson. But I went to my distributor and they had a bell. It was like with the duck bill, like typical Formula.
Yep.
And they said just try this out, see if it works. And that's been good. So I think we'll probably stick with the bells in the open cockpit cars and then run the Simpsons for the closed cockpit. Right now it has mud all over because we just ran the midget last week. So
there you go. Yeah, very different racing. Well, we've got no change at the front. Lewis Cooper Jr. still leading, and now has extended that lead to some 15 seconds, so we knew that Panos would sort of disappear. But we've got great pockets of battle. This is, where are we? Scott Dick in 11th and 12th. Mason Dwindle just behind him, and then the 2 leading this group.
Look on the back of the number 5 Formula 5000 car here. It's interesting how they used to put the oil coolers, direct air right underneath the wing.
It's interesting, that, isn't it?
Yeah. The technology.
Good job
from
by
back
the cameraman there, giving us a nice little view of that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lake.
The technology advancements that they had back in the 70s are incredible.
The more historic races I'm part of, or weekends I'm part of, the more I learn and the more I understand that a lot of the innovations happened years before they actually became not popular but more known. And sometimes that was for a reason. I didn't realize, for example, DRS existed a long time ago, but just done in a different way, just opening flaps that would allow more air and therefore, more downforce and so on. But that was done in some very older cars. Same with, you talk to the ragtime guys who were around doing cars in, the early 20s, and they were using electric cars back then.
Yeah, I remember at Fall Hershey, there's I think 1898
Whoa. That was a little tight, but he got through for 31. Nicely done. That's Travis Hengen. To be fair, Travis knows what he's doing.
Yeah. That car should have enough grip to make that move stick.
Travis is not known for taking risks that he doesn't need to. He knew what he could do. Just looked close. You've always got to remember the camera angles sometimes can belie how close they may well be.
Oh, yeah. This is probably one of my favorite turns in the track.
The toe?
Yep, going into 7. It's just a feel-good turn, and the way
well,
on
you can
exit,
slingshot, right?
And it's banked.
Yeah.
8 is the worst turn, and 9 they're the most tricky. You really need to be, on your marks, making sure that you get those turns done properly, because if you don't, the wall's very quickly approaching on exit, and you're not going to get a good run going into 10.
Yeah, no kidding. Looks like Stephanie Johansson lid. The number 30 of Mark Giroux is wearing. As down comes the 31 Travis Engen behind him. This is the battle for 4th and 5th place that we're watching right now. And behind him, Mark Sherwood in another Rolt RT4. Here he is. Mark Sherwood had a good day yesterday in an RT41. And he's also been doing some other group races as well.
I really like that car, just very clean, blue.
Yep.
It's nice.
I do like these 5000s though.
I was going to say the Wedge 5000, you
That's
can't...
great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't look fast. It doesn't dynamically look fast, does it, when you see a modern car like this?
Unfortunately, but they have so much power and they weigh about nothing. The other thing is the way you sit in those cars. You have a tub car versus those. I don't believe the Wedge cars were tub yet. I think they still had a chassis around them. So, oh yeah, we got lap in the field.
Yeah, well, this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, remember?
Yep.
Between the 06, Bruce Hamilton and Amber Stevenson. It's been that way all race, but they're sort of clambering their way through traffic now. But it's still the battle for 2nd and 3rd. And up the road, by some distance, is, of course, Lewis Cooper Jr.
Yep. I think he's still too far back going into 1. Let's see. Yeah.
It's really interesting to see as you go around the countries, especially with Formula cars, who's got what. There's still a lot of Formula Atlantics around, a lot of Indy Lights cars around.
Yep.
And then when you get into older, quite a few Formula Bs that we've attracted here over the weekend.
Another neat class to watch, definitely.
Yep.
Oh, this is the worst place to catch.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not going to take long, though.
Oh,
no. Well, you got to use those mirrors. There you go.
Yeah.
Got to use those mirrors.
Well, let's see on exit.
It's easy for me to say. He's in his own race. I wouldn't have seen him. Into the left-hander. They both sweep by. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, remember, and it's close. And the traffic is becoming a factor each and every corner. You've got to try to use the boot and the long straights on it to try and get past the other traffic, but it's not always possible. It's not going to be possible this way. He's going to be going uphill when they catch him. Stevenson and Hamilton then going at it. They start to make their way back uphill. There's the 25 of Carpenzano. He's 9th overall, so he's pushing on in his Reynard a 93 HFA.
Oh, man. She's going to catch him going into it.
Yep.
Okay, easily.
Around the outside.
Yep. Now let's see Hamilton.
Well, Bruce could just go to the inside. He'll just get out.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
get out. Nicely done. So, nice little battle continuing. The gap's still 16 seconds to the leader, so we haven't seen much of him. Back we go with the 5. Joseph Riolo. And that Legrand Mark 11.
To add to the differences that I've mentioned, look at the tire size difference on the rears. Oh, man.
Well, the 5000 looks so much more aggressive because of those big rear wheels, doesn't it? It always did. It looked like a power machine. And just the way it's sort of slanted.
Yep.
Shovel-like. For 32. This is the battle for 7th place. Kirk Kinsvater and Robert Albany, 41, going at it. So a nice little battle here for 7th place. So we've got a really good little group here of different pockets of battles going on, and just they're enjoying their own little time out on track. No need to concentrate on anybody else until you hit the traffic. Then it gets a bit more interesting. But they've all been pretty tidy so far. Closest man was Travis Engen, but like I said, he knows what he's doing in 5th. Marshals do a great job here at the Glen.
Oh, they split him.
Whoa,
wow.
Split him. That's probably given him a bit of a shot, but never mind. All safe. That's a really close racing today. I always say the second day of racing, once they've dialed in, of course this is a 3-day weekend, so people have had a fair bit of track time, and confidence is growing. Just saw Scott Dick do his fastest lap on lap 8 in 11th. Mason Dwinnell likewise in like 12, so their little battle is heating up nicely. Amber Stevenson has managed to gap now using that traffic. Bruce Hamilton in 3rd, and they have just over a second between them, 1.5. And we're getting down to the business end of this one, just less than 8 minutes to go. What would you like to drive, Cord, in the future? You said 5,000?
Yeah, we were looking at a Formula 5000 car. Also, you know, Can-Am cars, obviously. Everybody would want to run a Can-Am car, but I think M8, you know, not an F or anything like that, but maybe a M8B or something. Uncle Oscar used to have those cars, so and race them back in the day, so I think that would be definitely very cool. Also, you know, we have a lot of experience with the Corvette Daytona prototype, so I'd love to get back in one of those. But yeah, just anything. I'm not very picky. A day at the track racing is always a good day.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the weather like this. This was the end of the summer here in New York, and yeah, it's not have many more days like this. They usually come here a little bit later in September. Getting a little bit chillier by then. Here's your leader, the martini-coloured Panos. And we reckon 2 to go at this moment in this one, and the gap is healthy again in that beautifully prepared Judd V10. A lot of questions about that car yesterday because it was making such a big noise getting down the front straight and catching everybody's imagination. We missed that beautiful V10 scream.
It surely screams.
It does, doesn't it?
Wow, he's in a class all his own
right
now.
But I was going to say, it's one thing to say, well, you know, he's got a far more faster car. You've got to be able to drive it.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to drive it. It doesn't make it any easier when the car is faster at all. If anything, it makes it more of a handful. And you're dealing with traffic. You're dealing with pace. You are probably well aware that you are the fastest guy out there. So you've got to have your wits about you for sure.
Well, that's definitely it, because being the fastest car, you're always coming up on traffic.
Yeah, all day long.
You got to pick your way around it and figure out, you know, when you do want to pass or when it's better to just kind of wait until the straightaway to get by.
Well, and also, like we said, you've got several pockets of different battles going on, so they're concentrating on their own battle when the leader comes through.
Exactly.
Marshals do a great job, but, you know, it's easy to stay in your own battle.
And that's if they're paying attention to the flags. You know, if you're in your own battle, sometimes it's like, oh, wait until the next flagging station.
Yeah.
Bruce
Hamilton just did his fastest lap, the man in 3rd place, so he is trying to close down on Amber Stevenson in the closing stages. Here comes the white flag for the leader. Lewis Cooper Jr. now sets on his last lap into turn 1. Just kicking it off a bit. Now, look at this. Now, I said that Bruce had just put his fastest lap in. Here we go. We've got a race on, folks. Amber Stevenson takes the white flag, but Bruce Hamilton is eyeing up away past him. Cord, where should, in your mind, he make that move?
It's either going to be, well, not in 1. I'd say we'll see if he gets a little bit of a draft and tow coming up through the S's, maybe into the bus stop.
I don't think he's going to be close enough by the bus stop.
No, it looks like he lost a lot of time in the braking zone there.
Yeah.
probably has 5 cars on him.
Well, like I said, he did his fastest lap, last lap, and I saw it spring up there, so I thought he must be fairly close, but he's lost a little bit of ground. Now to the bus stop for the last time.
Yeah, he's too far back. He might have overcooked his tires a little bit.
Could be. Ooh, well, and Stevenson pushing on. They're doing a good job, though.
He's doing a phenomenal job.
Yep, very good. Now, Bruce Hamilton, as you can see for yourself, has lost all that ground that he gained down the front straight, or when he came onto the front straight. Now into the boot. Where else can you pass here from here on in?
I would say turn 8.
Yeah.
8 or 9. Once you get to 10, you're not passing.
So good drive out of here. Try to use the track as a slingshot and get down that back straight. Here's your leader then. Lewis Cooper Jr. He did it yesterday and he's doing it again today. St. Charles on the back of the car. Sounds absolutely glorious. One more turn to go then. Into turn 11 here at the Glen. How much closer do you want to be? All right, there's the checkered flag, and it waves for our winner for the second time this weekend. Lewis Cooper Jr. wins in the Panos DP01.
Oh, he's right there. Wow.
He's right there. He's caught him again. It's the last half of the track that he's so good. But Amber Stevenson's going to hold on just, and does take the checkered flag in second place. And third place goes to Bruce Hamilton in what has been a great day of SVR racing so far. Really close racing, Cord. That's just what we want, really, isn't it? Coming across the line like that.
And especially with this being televised, it's great to watch.
Here's your 5,000.
Rumbling by. Such a difference between that and the Judd.
Yes, couldn't be more different. So then, Hamilton took third place, but Giraud took fourth, and then Travis Engen's going to come across the line in fifth. There's the 30. That's Marc Giraud. And now, here's this battle that's sort of raged between these guys throughout it, and it's the number 2 of Scott Dick, holding on to 10th place ahead of Mason Dwinnell and Paul Subject. They take the checkered flag, and that's a good run, as Dwinnell does take 10th, and in the end, Scott Dick moves up to 9th position.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive. I didn't see any cars not make it.
Nope. Just confirmation then. Lewis Cooper Jr. with the Panos takes the win by a country mile almost. Amber Stevenson with a great battle with Bruce Hamilton. It was toing and froing all through. Marc Giraud in 4th position. Travis Engen 5th. Sherwood, Kinsvater, Albany, Dick and Dwinnell rounding out your top 10. Well, my thanks once again to Cord Kurthart joining us here. Best of luck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, no problem. And enjoy your racing. It's good to see you out there. Glad you had time to come in and join us here.
Absolutely, love it.
So then, as we look high above Watkins Glen, clearing out a little bit, some folks that were racing earlier in the weekend, especially TA2, are headed to the next round, which is in Canada. We've got VIR and CODA still to come as well. So then, our Route 9 highlights saw the Panos take off into the distance, leaving everybody else to fight for position. And there were some nice little pockets, as I said, of fighting going on. Everybody in their own little world, especially with the leader so far ahead. The 7B going quick of David Vetsky in his Legrand Mark 7A. Good job done by Amber Stevenson holding off Bruce Hamilton. No mean feat. And likewise, how about that for a split? Morning, we're coming through. But it was the Martini Judd Panos of Lewis Cooper Jr. who held on for the win. And Amber Stevenson, look at that, just holding on for second. Bruce Hamilton taking third. Marc Giraud in 4th position. Travis Engen rounding out the top line. So then, we'll take a short break here as we get ready for what will be our feature race for TransAm, TA and GT, as well as the Collier Cup coming up later in the day. My thanks again to Cord coming in. And, well, we have plenty more action coming your way. We'll take a short break, though. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, and we've had some really, really good racing, some tight racing in our historics. We like to see them race, but we don't like them getting too close, but we've had some nail-biters today, and it's been excellent so far. More to come, but we've got a bit of a lull in the proceedings right now, so why don't we once again learn more about this very fascinating paddock in our Stories from the Paddock. Here's Andrea Robertson to kick us off.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing Team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the TransAm socials, so I see what's happening out there all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillich in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series in IMSA this year. So going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun, racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
And away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has done so many times.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So.
Five of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my two boys.
We had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you can get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch Race Monitor, and then when it's over, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars, but, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining, he does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
They're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
A good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. Started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother, my father. My brother did the F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them, like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him, like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents, like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 U.S. championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. The F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical, NOLA, and I enjoyed very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. We have been working really hard with the team, and now it's the objective. Seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. Well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula 1, IndyCar, that's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
Cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff, so I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some portion. The plan for my race car is not to brake and not to crash and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself. But knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education on what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Zora Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the cars here today, all 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriano Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now, made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Montreal on a Limb. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Hello and a warm welcome to the iconic Watkins Glen on a beautiful sunny day. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me this weekend, Adrian Lostowski from TA2, so we're going to get a good insight into this. Adrian, first and foremost, you raced yesterday, so tell us what we're looking for from this group of GT cars and TA cars over 100 miles. What are they got to watch for?
So the biggest thing that changed this year at Watkins Glen is the bus stop. It's one of the most famous bus stops in motorsports, and the bus stop, there's two ways to attack it. You could slam right the way we used to slam it, close to the wall, hit the turtles. You'll be very fast, but your car's probably not going to last for 100 miles. So if you want to be fast, you could take a chance, or you're going to have to drive around them and just be a few tenths slower. And that's something we're going to look out for. We might see some tire failures. We might see some damage to cars if guys are going to be hitting that curb every single lap.
Yeah, and qualifying was interesting because of a couple of reasons. One, the leading TA cars didn't want to do too many laps. They were worried about their tires. And unfortunately, we had an incident with one of the Corvettes, one of the new guys coming in, crashed the car, and so therefore they didn't get the practice time.
That's right. So the GT class now is all over the place. You have Lee Saunders starting from the back. You have Kylie, I think she's on pole right now in her Corvette. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of slicing and dicing through the field in a GT class.
It's going to be interesting. What's the plan for the man behind us? Go for hell-bent for leather or just wait?
I think Chris Dyson, I think these two guys behind us, Paul Menard, Chris Dyson starting on the front row, I think they're the best in the business. And we're so close in qualifying that I think we'll see a very tight race here at the start right away.
Thanks, Adrian. Well, we'll see how those two do. They both know this track well. They're both on the front row. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with Ben Sissel to talk to some of the drivers.
Kind of composure stays and he rockets by Sima. There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. This is the fan walk, and check out how many fans there are. Come on, fans, let's get a little bit loud here. We've got the drivers out here. Driver right here from the Empire State of New York, Chris Dyson, talking to fans, meeting fans. His whole kids are here, and our TransAm pole winner. Your whole family's here from Poughkeepsie, New York. And one of your home tracks. I know you consider Lime Rock Park your home track as well, but You've had really good luck here at Watkins Glen and everything. So how's it feel to be here with all these great fans?
Well, it's always great to be back up here at Watkins Glen. You know, this is, like you said, this is part of the home and the heritage up here. The family's been coming up here for going on 50 years. Since Dad did his early club racing years here, and I came of age up here too, and it's just fantastic. It just puts an extra spring in your step to be up here. This is one of the great tracks in the world, and having TransAm back here every year, it's something we all look forward to.
Nice, I love it. Well, there's Chris Dyson. Then we come across here to Paul Menard in this beautiful Master Force Tools Menard's 3 GT Ford Mustang. And it's funny because, Paul, you've been racing in the NASCAR Cup Series for many years. I went up to you earlier this morning and I asked you how many times have you raced here, and you had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to run the numbers real quick on the spot there. I think it's been about 15 Cup races and a handful of Xfinity starts. So all on the NASCAR track, which is, backwards oval. The boot's got a little more character to it, and really cool to see all the laps I've made, down the bus stop, through the boot, how many fans are here, how many campers are here, and thanks for coming out.
Nice, I love it. Paul Menard up here, Master Force Tools, the Menard's Ford Mustang with 3 GT, always really fast. Our current points leader, check this out up here. Reminder to the fans to meet me up at the front for the command. We come over here, we've got Tommy Dreesy in the Lucas Mav TV car. Tommy Dreesy, longtime runner with us. Then just next to him, we've got the Castrol car of Adam Andretti with Burton Racing. He's over here actually getting a selfie with a dog. That's a first one. But we got to talk about Castrol, the new sponsor here with Burton Racing and Adam Andretti. We're so happy to have them here. But Adam, what do you think about all these fans at Watkins Glen?
Oh, this is amazing. I mean, another great turnout for the Trans Am Series and the fans at the Glen. We love our Northeast United States of America fans. Thanks for coming out. You always support us so wonderfully. And to see these Castrol colors out there on track and to be representing a brand like that, I couldn't be more proud to be here with Burton Racing and this group. I really think we got something for them on this 100-mile race today.
Nice. Well, good luck out there. Thank you, Castrol. Then for all my Sed heads, we're coming over here with Boris Sed, getting a picture. Sorry to go through there. He's getting a photo, but let me jump in here real quick. I like that Argentina jersey. So your son was racing here yesterday, and you thought you just had to jump back into this Dodge Challenger with Pancho Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I get a chance to drive this Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger, I do it. And it's one of my favorite cars I've ever driven, one of my favorite tracks. I got Brett here from the Seneca Lodge, one of my favorite places to stay and eat, so I just love coming here. It's been 38 years I've been coming here, so I don't know how many more years I got in me, but hopefully a few more.
Nice, I love it. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Boris Sed, a legend in motorsports. Then we come back here. Keith Grant is over here in this beautiful TA car. That's the Householder Motorsports Ultimate Headers car. Boris Sed, two-time champion in TA. Amy Ruman with the McNichols Valley Automotive Group Chevy Corvette. This has got to feel good to be back here. Perfect weather at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I mean, what a great weekend, and look at all these fans out here. I mean, it's one of the best tracks we come to on the circuit and one of my favorites. So we're looking for a great race today, and what a better day to showcase the horsepower of these TA cars.
Well, Amy Ruman, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Two-time champion. Now, this is where it gets a little bit dicey because now we go through the GT classes. They had a rough qualifying, and Josh Carlson finds himself in the lead of the GT cars in SGT. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I just got lucky. I was able to get one lap in during qualifying, which put me on pole here. I think I'm in a good position to maintain the lead for a good portion of the race, and we're just going to see if we can hold off to the end.
Nice, I love it, Josh Carlson. Logan, we're going to move quick because I want to go through this here. Then we've got Richard Grant here, Keith Grant's father. Then we've got Ricky Sanders over here in the Bridge Hall car. John DeGainer in the Ron Fellows TA car running TA Heritage, which is a lot of fun. Kaylee Bryson here doing really well in the GT classes in SGT. But speaking of that, I forgot to mention this, with a heavy heart, we severely miss our friend Richard Forsyth and G-Speed. He's not here, unfortunately. He passed away just a few weeks ago at his house, non-race related. He was our current points leader in SGT. We really feel bad for that, but we're going to have a party at Winter Circle for Richard Forsyth. Lots of GT cars here, a great XGT Lamborghini, but Jonathan, I'm going to send it up to you in the booth.
And a warm welcome to our viewers on MAV TV across the United States and around the world on our live stream. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me is Adrian Lostowski. And I said it before, Adrian, you can't get better conditions than this to go racing.
Yeah, we have a beautiful day here at Watkins Glen. On our front row, we have two of the best in the business.
Yeah.
Paul Menard, Chris Dyson. Very close. They qualified within tenths of each other, so we should have a good race even from the start.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to sort of being with you to take us around, because there's a lot of nuances about this place. There's a lot of people been coming in here talking about the resurface a few years ago. That's a factor. You mentioned one at the top there about attrition and also the bus stop being critical, and it has proven even in SVRA that it's easy to get wrong there and bounce over the curb, spin the car around when you're pushing. And I mean, we're set fair for one of the most competitive starts to this one with Dyson and Menard together. Usually one of them has some sort of problem getting to the grid, but not this weekend, thankfully. Well, I say that. Paul Menard has to change an engine and only got one lap in yesterday in practice, but he's changed it all overnight, says he's confident, and he proved it in qualifying.
Yeah, I spoke with him earlier today, and he said he did a few adjustments going into the race after qualifying. So we should see a pickup in speed there for the race.
Well, I'll remind you again, Paul Menard leads the championship as he has done all season. Chris Dyson, our champion, has been on the back foot somewhat and is 66 points behind, but it can change quickly with the amount of points you can run. Dreesy's third at the moment. He's 35 behind. But then Andretti and Ruman, both with wins under their belts over the years, of course, but they're only 1 point apart from each other. And now with Adam Andretti, with that new Castrol sponsorship on the Burton car, they will want to take that to winner's circle if they can. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the invocation.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm here with my friend Marvin Gray, Road Race Ministries, also a big Mustang fan, so this has got to feel really good. So please take off your hats, bow your heads. Marvin, take it away.
Holy Spirit, we invite you here as we pray. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the awesome opportunity to be at this amazing facility. And now we ask your blessing and protection on each and every one that's a part of the race today, from the drivers, the crew, the staff, the officials, the workers. And we thank you for our awesome fans. Thank you for coming year after year to support us here. And now, Lord, we pray your blessing and protection on our troops and safety forces as they protect us. Be with our country as we go through this contentious election. And Lord, we pray for all those who are in need of healing. And Lord, we remember Richard Forsyth, the SGT driver that we lost since the last race. Be with his family, comfort them in their loss. And we ask that all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, and thank you for the mention of Richard Forsyth. Now my friend and co-worker, Eric Whitnable, to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to come back to the fans here in a little bit, but Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Yep. Conditions, as we said, Adrian, similar to yesterday. What does that mean when you approach a nice sunny day like this at the Glen? Like you said, this is your home circuit. You've probably done a few thousand miles around here. How do you approach a race in the sunshine like this?
But when the sun has been on a track all morning, the track will slow down a little bit. It's already 1 o'clock, so if we did have morning sessions, we should be a second slower than our morning sessions if we went from morning to afternoon. And now in race trim, right, the cars have a lot of fuel, so we'll see a little bit slower times at the start, but they should pick up towards the end.
Does it surprise you? I was surprised that, I mean, qualifying, you don't get a lot of time, but you'd think you'd be able to get at least 2 flying laps in. And most of the guys, including Boris Said and Chris Dyson, really just did 1 flying lap. And all of the engineers said saving tires.
Right, saving tires. The bus stop is one of the biggest things here. And the new bus stop, when you go through it head on like we used to go through it, there's a risk of blowing a tire or damaging your car. Even in our car, we had to fix the frame in our car going through it. So you'll have 2 choices. You could get through there fast and risk damaging your car, or you drive around it and you lose a few tenths. So that's going to be interesting to watch during the race and how much they'll be pushing.
Yeah, and it's going to be critical, certainly for Dyson and Menard, not to have any mechanical issues. They've been very lucky so far. Here's your grid then, and your front row, Chris Dyson with a 1:42.7, and that was almost half a second quicker than Paul Menard, but I think it's going to tighten up in the race itself. Adam Andretti and Tommy Dreese on row 2, a formidable force for sure. Row 3, the mighty Boris Said and Poncho Weaver's prepared challenger. Keith Grant for Dreese Motorsports, always competitive, been on the podium here in TA as well. Amy Ruman and Joshua Carlson. Watch out for Joshua Carlson. He's been a real upstart, the youngster in SGT. Could be one to watch today. And, of course, the regulars in XGT, Ricky Sanders, Richard Grant just behind him, father of Keith. And Ricky will be going head-to-head in the battle for XGT with Danny Lowry. But just ahead of them, DeGainer got a penalty and therefore starts on row 6 next door to Kaylee Bryson, who is flying at the moment, leading in SGT and leading the rookies. James Beaton is the one that won't start. He had the crash this morning, and so I don't think they've got his car going back. Chris Coffey having a great season. He starts on row 8. Dave Hodge starting his season of TA with that Lamborghini. We'll talk about that. Joey De Silva and Matt Forbush in row 9, then Don McMillan on row 10, and Michael Sire in the KMC Rapid Performance car. And further down, Milton Grant. So we've got all the Grants out there. Jen Krapata, I had a quick chat with her on row 11. And then David Hampton and Colin Cohen. They've been busy boys, been doing all sorts of racing this weekend. And Jim Gallagher and Lee Saunders on row 13. So we await the start of this one. And in a moment, those engines will fire up and pure muscle cars around the Glen. That's what we love. Give me a bit of tactics in 10 seconds. Dyson, does he go for it straight from the start and try and get ahead of Menard, or just watch what the pace looks like first off?
Right. I think both of them are going to definitely go side by side into turn 1. Dyson's going to give it everything he's got. Paul Menard's going to give it everything he's got. So it's going to make it interesting. And then you have Adam Andretti. So Adam Andretti is going to follow the car. Adam Andretti's going to follow the car that's going to go the fastest through turn 1. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Adam Andretti never gives up an inch. Very clean racer, but definitely doesn't give up any inches.
Well, he's had a win already on his birthday at Road Atlanta in that car. So he's not shy of showing what it can do. And it's still kind of in develop. His wife gives him a last minute, I'm sure, a bit of encouragement. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's Boris Said and Adam Andretti are 2 drivers I definitely want to keep an eye on, given that they, kind of are untethered by worrying about the championship, whereas Dyson's got to be a little bit more thoughtful, perhaps. And Menard, likewise, doesn't want to blow it now after going so well in his first full season now with TA. Let's head down to Ben Sissel now for those important words.
Well, Jonathan, as you know, the TransAm Series is all about the fans. So we gathered up a bunch of rowdy fans to give the driver command. So fans, are you ready? Here we go. Drivers, strike your engines!
Well, by his own admission, Ben Sissel says he is the camp coordinator, because he does that with the drivers, he does that with the fans, he does it here in the booth. He is having a good time. How can you not have a good time when you've got Ben out there just giving them the rah-rah? But this is the time, isn't it? This is when the talking stops. I bet this is the best time for a driver. You put the visor down, you go, oh, I'm on my own.
Yep, that's where all your butterflies start going away. That's when you start getting ready, and then you're ready to do what you do. One thing we didn't talk about is Adam Andretti has a new sponsor for this race.
Yes,
Castrol.
yeah.
Yep, it's nice to see a global company coming into Trans Am. I think Adam Andretti is the perfect person to represent that, and definitely hats off to them. Hopefully they'll be doing more races with Adam Andretti.
Yeah, Master Force Tools, of course, part of the Menards product line. So if you go to a Menards store, that's what you'll find. And yeah, it's good, like you say, to have real blue chip motor racing companies that are back cars from Formula One all the way down to the smaller cars. And yeah, that's a major motorsport sponsor in this country.
Another interesting sponsor, well, Chris Dyson, he mentioned to me that they're doing a different color for this race.
Right. Pear and pear and pineapple.
Pear and pineapple flavored Jim Weed.
It's what she drinks. It's what Lola drinks. Is it Lola? I forget her name.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think it's Lola. Anyway, that's Dan Lowry's effectively G-force measure. We know how hard he's leaning into the braking or how far the camber's taking him when we see her going from left to right and playing her ukulele. So we'll keep out a watch out for her, the hula girl, with Danny Lowry. He and Ricky Sanders going forward. But they've got some competition today. We've got you know this, Adrian, we've got probably one of the biggest fields we've had in GT classes in a long time. Now, as we've said, it's a special track, this. Adrian will tell you that, but so too will any of the drivers. So why don't we take a look around this famous Watkins Glen circuit?
Watkins Glen, one of my favorite tracks in the world. Super fast, super technical. As you see when we're coming down for the start, I'm on the outside. It's downhill to the right, a lot of understeer through here. Super important corner because when you come to turn 2, it's all uphill and leading to the fastest straightaway on the track. 180 miles an hour going into the bus stop. Use a lot of curbs. Here's me and Justin having a great battle last year. Into the right-hander, it's a long right-hander downhill headed into the heel of the boot. Now we're going into the toe of the boot. It's really uphill here. You can really drive it in there deep. Got to get the traction down. As you come over the crest of the hill, coming into turn 8, hard right-hander. The last turn is very important because it leads onto the front straightaway, which is a very good place to pass. But that's a lap of Watkins Glen, which is one of the greatest tracks in the world.
The dulcet tones then of Boris Said, telling us like it is. 38 years he's been racing here, so he's no better guy to tell you about this circuit than Boris Said. Of course, Junior now racing in TA2 up against Adrian Lostowski. How do you think the kid's coming on? Has he got a touch of the Seds?
Yes, he is definitely coming up through the field. Him and I almost became teammates. Definitely we talk about every race at the end. Definitely before each race, how he does the track, how I do the track. So definitely a really good guy, friendly guy, good driver, really races clean. So his son is definitely coming up, you know.
How hard is it to make the transition as you did from production cars to TA in this field?
TA is a night and day difference, but it definitely points out the driver. You don't have any driver aids. You're at the limit of the car the entire time. It's still a momentum car with 550 horsepower.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can see the championship, and that's why today is critical. Chris Dyson really wants to get one over on his rival, and I just got a feeling we might see a very determined Jim Wheat number 16, all new colours. For his new launch of that pineapple and pear Jim Weed energy drink. And previous winners there, you see it. Justin Marks has won the last 2 times here. Dyson's won twice here, but has been on the podium every time since. Ernie Francis Jr. no longer racing in Trans Am. And while we've got Justin Marks up there, congratulations. Just signed Shane Van Gisbergen for the 25 season in NASCAR. And great that Justin Marks and his Trackhouse team going so well with NASCAR, but it's great to have Justin as part of Trans Am's fraternity. Here we go then, on the left-hand side, it's the green and white Jim Wheat TA car of Chris Dyson. Very close there as Menard tries to get alongside him, and it really is going to be, the first corner is brutal, isn't it? You've got to get it right.
Yep, we're all going to be slicing and dicing through it.
Here we go then, a full packed field, led by the TA cars. The green flag waves, away we go. Let's see if Dyson can hold off Menard. Menard goes to the outside, or stays on the outside, I should say. Watch out for Andretti trying to get through on Menard, and he almost does. They're side by side. And unfortunately, the new Castrol sponsorship will have to settle with Burton Racing and Adam Andretti for third place, but a good, keen start by everybody.
Yeah, and there we see Lee Saunders going up through the field. He had to start last due to a technical problem, so there he's going to watch for him to move up the field pretty quickly.
Yeah, I gave him a hard time. I said, don't hold back for us today, Saunders. Side your way through. He said, yes, sir. Into the bus stop they come then. The 16 of our current champion, Chris Dyson, leading the way from the championship leader, Menard. Andretti is third. Then it comes Tommy Dreesy just behind him. There's Keith Grant. Then is Amy Ruman. Ruman, part of the All-Star weekend. Pretty good fun, that, wasn't it? And into this downhill. It's a tricky corner, that left-hander, isn't it?
It definitely is tricky because it's going downhill, so you could overshoot that. So the car doesn't slow down like it does everywhere else because it's the act of going downhill as well. So it could definitely trick you, and you could end up in a wall there. But it looks like they're in nose to tail right now.
Spoke to Tommy Dreesy as we're on board with the Dreesy Motorsport Chevrolet Camaro. I spoke to him this morning. He said he's going to be competitive. He has a good feeling about all of the top five, and it's improving all that way already. Boris said at the back of this group, at the moment anyway, Boris in 6th place, Amy Ruman just behind her, Josh Coxon, the first of the SGT cars, leading the way, the youngster in the number 36 and 8th overall. So already Menard and Dyson are pulling away. But the key is, as you've told me many times, it's fine being aggressive, but be over-aggressive and you won't have tyres for the last 10 laps, right?
That's right, that's right. We have to remember this race is 100 miles. And what's interesting now is, going into the bus stop, we're going to watch Paul Menard and Chris Dyson go through there. It's hard to pass on the inside of the bus stop due to those hurdles there now. So it's going to be interesting to see if someone attempts to go side by side on the entry of the bus stop.
Yeah, people forget where they are and that particular situation. You can easily get it wrong. I'm thinking about experienced drivers too, like Boris said, who are so used to doing, like you say, straight lining it as a principle. Well, you can see Dyson using plenty of the curve, so too Menard. Andretti a little bit more gentle. But they are pushing on. We're in the 150s in that first lap. That's a fairly quick lap for a standing start or a rolling start. And on board with Dreesy into that left-hander. Is it off camber?
Yeah, it starts off camber, goes into camber. It's a very tricky turn because you run out of racetrack pretty quick at the exit. So if you misjudge it, you'll run out of racetrack and end up over the curve in the grass there.
This you've just got to kind of time it right, where you're going in early and trying to get out fast, right?
That's exactly right. Try to have a straight angle coming up that hill so you can get the power the earliest. The driver getting the power the earliest there is going to have a better run down into turn 8.
Into the heel of the boot, turn 8, and back up the hill now to complete the lap. And look how close Menard is to Dyson early on. It's going to be an interesting cat and mouse this. I think Menard's just going to wait and bide his time. There's no need to do anything. He has the lead. It's Dyson with the pressure on him. And Menard may be able to force a problem or an issue. But Dyson is so consistent. Generally, interested to see what the lap time is this time as they cross the line. Well, now we're down to the 47.8.
Oh, side by side.
Oh, he's got a chance here for an overtake.
Let's see if he takes him on the inside.
No.
I'll shut the door on him.
So you were saying we saw 44s in practice, and of course the pole time of 42.7. But we've got full fuel loads, and you know, like you say, it's going to be slower in these first and opening laps.
And the track is much hotter now than it was earlier. Yeah, Paul Menard's team, they worked all night to change the engine. They put an engine yesterday. Yep.
He only got one lap in yesterday.
That's right.
Luckily, because of his NASCAR days, he knows it backwards.
I did talk to him earlier, and he said the car's really good through the NASCAR stuff, and he's still learning all the boom, basically, which he's never driven before.
Yeah, I forgot. He told me that this morning. Of course, when NASCAR come here, they do a shortened track, so he's not done the boot before.
Right. For example, this turn he's never done before. Yeah. The next corner he's never done before, so he's learning this track as he's racing here, the boot section of it. Yep. Then when he goes back to the NASCAR course, he feels right at home.
All right, coming in once again to the toe and on board with Tommy Dreesy. But at the moment, after 3 laps, it's Dyson, Menard and Andretti leading the way. So high above the heel of the boot, and you can see how close it is between the leaders. Nothing really between them. And you sense the feeling that Menard probably feels like he's got a quicker car, because he's already made a look up the inside, and look, he's preparing himself as he goes through 10 to kind of suck up to the back of the 16 and make another run at turn 1.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to get a good run. He used a little bit more track than Dreezy did that time around. He's going to try to draft him down a whole straightaway, and let's see if he's going to try to go on the inside from turn 1 here.
Well, Dyson knows it all too well, gets into the middle of the track, makes sure he can't go around the outside, then takes the best line through turn 1. Nicely done by our champion. But these two are a class of their own, aren't they? Two very, very good drivers, and just loving, if you like, the middle of their careers, if you will, because they've been around a fair few times before. And of course, the Menards motorsport tradition is huge, as is the Dysons. Rob Dyson, his father, raced, and now Chris is lighting up the roads and the courses. And Menards, well, their family are just royalty, really, when it comes to sponsorship in racing. And Paul seemingly really enjoying racing in TA. The pressure of, it's got to be a lot more in cup racing, with the money on the line and with obviously, paying the team.
Yeah, Paul, though, he sees every race that he does so serious.
Yeah.
Getting a chance to do the All-Star race with him, I mean, we were on a computer looking at data.
Yeah.
He was so competitive, and I was happy to see that. And he takes any race he does so serious.
All right, well, at the moment, Dyson, Menard, and Andretti. Andretti's locked off about 2 seconds now off the Menard-Dyson pace. So we'll see if Andretti can come into the fray later, but it's a two-way battle at the moment between these two, and it's just going to heat up. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV, and of course our SpeedTour viewers around the world. We are watching a real dice at the front between Dyson and Menard. Paul Menard, who leads the championship at the moment, has done all season long, and the champion, he don't like that much. And it started really badly for Chris Dyson when he was punted off the road at Sebring by, of all people, another former champion in Ernie Francis Jr. So it was the duel that never happened, which was Chris Dyson versus Francis. Adrian Lostowski alongside me enjoying this. He had a run in TA2. How was the car yesterday?
Yeah, the car yesterday was good. There's still a few things we have to work on. It seems like wherever we go to longer tracks like Road America and Watkins Glen, where aerodynamics is so important, we seem to struggle there more than like Mid-Ohio or the street courses we've done in the past.
I've seen CMI on the side. What is that? And that's your new sponsor this season. Here we go. We're going to see, first of all, though, an overtake, a replay. I'll let you call what you see. That's the 04 of John DeGainer, making up a spot.
Classic overtake in turn 1, super clean. That's a textbook pass there.
Yeah, nicely done. Well, Menard, as you can see, still glued to the back of the Jim Wheat 16.
And whenever you see something like that, when you're glued to the back of another car, Paul Menard's pretty confident here that he has a good car, and I think he's saving a lot for later on in a race.
Yeah, do you save tires by being behind, or does the wash also start to make the tire go away quicker?
Well, you see Paul there using up every inch of track on the entry. I could see there that he's saving track. Here he's giving a look on the inside a little bit, which is going to slow him down a little bit going into 11. And then let's watch him coming off in, so they're both driving perfect race line to stay as fast as they can possibly go. And here's where Paul always tries to make a move on Dyson on the inside. Let's see if he has enough. He's going to tuck back in to get the best run in turn 1.
Well, the beauty is they're going quicker and quicker. In fact, Adam Andretti's just done his fastest lap of 46.8, so he's on the same pace now as the leaders, but he's dropped back some 2 seconds, Andretti. So that bodes well, though, for the future. As we go back now, starting to look at the leaders in XGT, SGT, and GT. Ricky Sanders leading the way at the moment in that one. In 9th overall and leading David Hodge. Now, you have a story about him. He raced with you.
Yeah, David Hodge actually started with us last year at VIR in a TA2 car in TransAm. And then this year actually did Road Atlanta in a TA2 car. And now he's in the XGT car in a Lamborghini. He's running second currently. And And he's definitely going to come back to TA2, he said, and he's going to do more Trans Am races, so we'll look out for him. What I've seen from him, he's a really good driver, really consistent, really, he has an engineer mind, definitely looks at his data, is a really good driver, so I will expect him to be moving up through the field.
We've got the youngsters, Josh Carlson leading in SGT, he's 10th overall, and then Kaylee Bryson from Oklahoma is currently in 13th place. Her usual gig, if you will, or up until this point, was dirt racing, and she still loves it. And yeah, we were on social media the other day, and we were all looking at her fish. She likes fishing and dirt track racing. Our kind of girl. We love her.
Oh yeah, that's right. I spoke with her earlier. She started racing when she was 9. She's used to dirt track. She's always been turning left, and she's getting used to turning right again, right? So each time she comes to a racetrack, this is actually her first time at Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think, you know, in one of the practice, I think she ran a 152.
It's pretty good.
Very good, very fast, and I think she's going to be an up-and-coming star soon as well.
I agree. Well, she's just 22, as you can keep up to date. There's Mrs. Andretti, usually on the pit wall, but for this race, she's just watching the timing like the rest of us are probably listening in. Well, good luck to those two. But the times at the top are getting quicker and quicker. All of the top 3 are now in the 146s, and the fastest being a 146.5 by Chris Dyson. So they're up the pace again. You can see Andretti in the background. Dreesy just off there in 4th place, but 5 seconds off the lead. Amy Room in 5th. Boris said 6th. I'm surprised to see Boris Shed not showing early, but we know that Boris has always got a capability later in the race, doesn't he?
That's right. He always comes up at the end.
Here we goes Menard again. Can he get through here? You can't go around the outside there, can you?
Watch for the run here on the exit of turn 6 here.
Take us through it.
He should have a good run through here, but it's very hard to pass in turn 7 because it gets really tight really quick.
Yeah.
So he's right on his bumper here.
Yeah,
and we'll watch. Well, let's see the traction coming up the hill. Traction over here is everything.
Oh, somebody spun in front of them. Wow, that was lucky.
Yep. Who was that there?
That was. I think that was one of the one of the Mercedes. You know, that could have. Well, let's see if it's. We'll find out. See, there could be Sanders, but we'll check. He'll be coming around the corner. There's 3rd place, and look, Andretti. You know, he's caught up in this last lap.
All 3 of the top 3 right now are within the same 10th of a second best lap.
Yeah.
So they all ran their best lap within a 10th of a second.
There's always a possibility in a 100-mile race. Remember, only 7 of the 30. When do you start to feel the fatigue of both the machinery and the human in there?
On a day like this, a sunny, hot day, I think when you don't have a full course caution within the first 12 laps at a track like this, you start feeling the heat, you start feeling the fatigue, and you're going to see drivers start making mistakes.
Well, there's our first real close-up look of the Burton. Number 17, going out of Mission Foods turn 1 and back up the hill. You can watch TransAm wherever you go. You can take it around the world. You can watch it on a plane. You can watch it on your phone. Chris Dyson, our MCO Gears lap leader now for 7 laps since the start of this one. Bus stop. And you see they're being a little bit more gentle, as you suggested. It's you can see them definitely just riding over the curves, can't you?
That.
No change here. 8 of the laps gone. Like you say, learning the boot is Paul Menard. Thinking that NASCAR, of course, you know the back of it, this place like the back of his hand, but of course they do the short course. So. Haven't mentioned that De Silva in 14th position is leading in his Supra in GT. And chasing him is Chris Coffey. He's had a great season so far. More to come, though, from this one with 8 gun. So if you were Paul Menard, how would you play it here? You've kind of sized up speed. You're both at the same pace. He's not going to force Dyson into a mistake. He's too good for that, in my opinion.
Oh, it looks like we have full course caution.
Oh, now, well, this changes it again, doesn't it? But I suppose now the leaders are thinking, okay, that helps for the tyres.
Right.
Because they've been pushing. They've been going fastest laps in the last few laps, and now it cools down. Tell me what happens physically to you and the car when you stop racing a race car as it was designed, which is to push air, cool it, and keep it going.
Right. The second you slow down, you start cooling off your brakes, you start cooling off your tires, you start cooling off your engine a little bit, you start cooling off the driver. We're going to see drivers sticking out their hand to get air in the car, and that's the point where you kind of reset your car. You reset your car to have a good restart when it goes time to go green. Keep your tires clean, but don't wear them out for no reason too much. And we're going to see a lot of drivers taking care of the car now.
So as you can see, the pace car trying to effectively get him in an order that works for a restart. What you don't want to do is have to restart the much faster TA cars in a pack of production cars. And so they're just sort of pushing everybody round until they get back to the leader, which of course is Chris Dyson. So different format this weekend. We drove TA2 on Friday, and it was all one day, qualifying and the race. And that's been pretty much the same with TA. So it's a bit of an experiment. We'll see if it works for the drivers or not. And as you can see, all the GT cars now ahead of the Ginetta, and they will try to scoot back round and get back so we can go for the restart. Here comes the rest of the field. And we welcome you back to Watkins Glen, where we're still under caution, and Chris Dyson therefore following the Ginetta safety car. And let's just quickly put you through where we are after 8 laps. Chris Dyson leads in TA. XGT is led by Ricky Sanders in the Mercedes, ahead of David Hodge in the Lamborghini. Carlson is leading in SGT, Josh Carlson, in 11th place overall, and the GT is being led by Joey De Silva in the Supra. And if you are wondering, or you're new to TransAm, now as you can see, we've got where's the caution? We've got an off at 6.
Yeah, turn 6 is that tricky turn where you're going downhill and you could misjudge it and then be in a wall. We talked about that earlier. And which car was that's in a wall there?
I couldn't actually. I'm trying to make it out, but it could be Sire in the GT, or Cohen, possibly. We'll see. Either way, this slows us right down. You were telling us a little bit about it was really interesting insight, Adrian. So you've just gone to a situation where, as you say, all the things have gone to sort of slow you right down, and that's how the car reacts. How do you then bring it back up to speed in preparation for the restart to make sure that you've got brakes and you've got proper temperature in the tires?
Yeah, you're going to be cooling off your brakes to get your brakes back. You're going to be cooling off your tires a little bit for the tires to come back. You're cooling off the driver so your focus could come back. I mean, you got to think about this. We just raced for, let's say, 10, 20 minutes straight, right? Yeah. So that's X amount of seconds. For all those seconds of time, each driver here can't lose a second of focus.
Right.
They're hyper-focused for 10 minutes straight.
All right, well, let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's down in the pit lane with 3GT.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm here with Tony Gentilozzi, the crew chief of 3GT, Master Force Tools car of Paul Menard. Now, something I want to talk about that I forgot to cover. Paul Menard has raced here for many years, but as one of your crew said, he's not super used to a whole section of the track, the boot, a very difficult section, but it seems like it's not slowing him down. But he's against a New York State, Empire State racer that's raced here and won championships here. So you guys are doing such a great job. He's talking to the driver right now, so I'm going to kind of stall, but it looks like, just looking at their body language, the 3GT team looks very relaxed, which is usually a good sign. He's nodding on the radio, talking to Paul. Paul also usually has a lot of composure as he's talking. Usually doesn't say much. Paul in real life doesn't actually say too much. But once these cars go by, he's looking at the time. So still talking, sorry about that. What's your driver saying? I see he's talking to you. He's not showing us anything. It's like the football coaches that put the pad of paper in their plays over their mouth so we can't read their mouth. I like that. Always the competitors, 3GT. But he said, I did hear him say, just keep it in the ballpark. We're doing great. Your driver seems calm. Everything good?
Yes, absolutely. We have a tremendous race car. Had a little hiccup in qualifying, but we've got a car to race with today.
Nice. So do we expect you at the top step?
Yeah, certainly.
How about that? Some confidence there from Tony Gentilozzi. The whole crew looks very relaxed, but we're going to try to run up here to Dyson because he's leading this. Like I said, Dyson from the Empire State of New York. He knows how to win here. He also knows how to win championships, 3 championships in TransAm, 2 in IMSA. Let's see who wants to talk to me here. Let's come over here if we can. So who wants to talk, Stevie Dix? So it looks like it's going in your favor. How's your driver doing? Everything sound good?
Yeah, everything sounds great. He's just cooling the car down a bit during this yellow flag portion of the race. And hopefully we'll just keep carrying on as we are. It's going good. Our feedback from Chris is good. Everything's going good.
You know, more than any other time that we've been at Watkins Glen. Now, big part is because it's rained here the last couple of years, but is tire degradation. And then they put a new section at the input into the bus stop. And I saw Pirelli going around and reminding drivers. Are you seeing anything with tire deg?
No, our tires have been good all weekend so far.
Nice, yeah. Good all weekend so far. Good grip. Jonathan, Adrian, back to you guys.
Perfect stuff, as always, and it was Michael Sire, as you can see, being led off there in the Porsche. And I think the delay now is obviously to get that car out of harm's way, but also I think there may be some repairs. That was a turn 6. That's an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah, turn 6 is the one that goes downhill. So you're braking hard, going downhill, and you need to turn at the same time. So it's definitely a tricky one. But now for the restart, if you think about all this, Adam Andretti was on his way up, catching back up to Paul Menard and Chris Dyson. So now that resets him. So we're going to have a really good race coming from Andretti for the top 2.
Yeah, Andretti and Drisi have a chance now to join the leaders because they were on a similar pace.
That's right. Now in SGT, you had Lee Saunders starting dead last, and he's up to 3rd now in SGT.
Wow.
And now Kaylee Bryson in a Corvette. Now she's going to be reset to Carlson, right? So now we're going to have a 3-way battle in SGT, and then that resets also GT with Joey Da Silva and Chris Coffey. So it's definitely going to be interesting now. And also, it's one thing to look at, Ricky Sanders and David Hodge, right? David Hodge started his Trans Am career with us in TA2. He's in 2nd, but now he's going to be reset to Ricky Sanders at this start, going for the lead. So there's going to be 4 different classes. Everyone's back, reset, bunched up, and they're going to get a second shot at it. So we'll definitely see some action at this start.
Yeah, no question. And the pace car, the Ginetta, leading us down the front straight again. And no change in the caution. 9 laps gone. Of course, the race continues. Just another point of view here. We call this a 100-mile race, and it either goes to the time. Let's head down and get to Ben, though, and I'll tell you about that later.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm kind of getting beat up here by my friend Claudio Burton. But just as Adrian said, that was a great catch, Adrian, that Adam was coming up behind him. I heard Damon say his tires were coming to him. Everything's looking really good for that Castrol Camaro, Claudio.
Yeah, so far so good. Adam's just kind of watching them, what they're doing up there. Car's solid. You know, we built the car for the second half. We don't build a car for the first half, so we're waiting for that second half when it counts.
Nice. Now, this is your first event with such a big marketing partner and sponsor of Castrol. Do you feel a little bit of extra pressure with that?
Well, we're excited. It's not so much pressure, but excited. We always feel pressure to perform, and Castrol on the car just makes it that more exciting. A legacy in motorsports and just phenomenal people to work with.
Nice. I love that. I want to say that also as a British car fan, I love Castrol Motor Oil and always huge supporters of motorsports for the last few decades. So Jonathan, Adrian, back up to you.
That's right. Good old British Petroleum Castrol going there. And
so you know what's interesting with what Claudio said there, you know, they build a car for the second half of the race.
Yep.
Adam Andretti is a driver that exceeds
in the second
at the second half of the race.
Yeah.
So he'll be nowhere to be found. And then out of nowhere, at the very last few laps, you'll see him all the way up front. So that's exactly the way Adam Andretti is been. You know, he's always up front at the very end. And the other thing, I spoke with Joe Hullett on that team. He's the electronics guy.
Yeah.
And he said that particular car, that Castrol car, is one of the most technological advanced TA2 cars that he's ever done.
Ever seen, yeah.
Yep. That car is beautiful inside. It's got the beautiful Motec screens. All the wiring is beautiful. And he was definitely very proud of that. So that car is very technologically advanced.
Yeah, and of course, there's quite a few nuances, and it's a really, I mean, you know, this is chassis 001 type thing, and as Claudio has said in the past, and if you listen to our stories for the paddock, you'll listen to him talking about how they're developing more chassis. But this is all brand new, and while at speed, that car doesn't look that different than the others in terms of technologically, it really is. And you ask Adam Andretti about it. What you need to do is you need to go online, look up Burton Racing, and then look at another Camaro and see how the difference is. It's a lot lower, for example, but you can't see that until you get up close to it. But as you say, once you get really close to it, have a look inside. It is a beautiful work of art, isn't it?
I spoke with Chris Dyson earlier, and you know, one thing we have to remember, these are the fastest GT cars in the world.
Yep.
And we're doing times that we've seen in the past, and we're going faster than that, you know. Really fast cars.
Yeah, these cars are capable of almost 200 miles an hour, and they're getting up to 180, 170 down the main straights, and Road America even quicker than that along the straight there. Now, the Ginetta is pulling off. It's all up to Dyson now. It's also up to Menard and Andretti. Dreese never one to start slowly and loves a little bit of aggression at a restart. Can he do something? Amy Ruman's in the mix as well in 5th. Boris said we need a better restart. Keith Grant, been on a podium as we've mentioned, racing for Dreese. Can he help? They're locked up tight now as we're on board with Dreese. It's Dyson's to choose once he gets in that area, and that is the area he's in now. He sees the white green flag and away he goes. And look at that, Boris said gets a great start and gets ahead of Amy Ruman. Here comes Menard. And sure enough, Boris said makes up one spot, but now he's got side to side with Grant. Boris said, though, gets the Dodge Challenger through. That car's already won at Road America, of course, in the hands of our current TA2 champion, Brent Cruz. And Bryson, Kelly Bryson, looks as though she's got past Danny Lowry. So that's a battle between those two, one in XGT, one in SGT, but overall for the top 10. And look at this, Menard now pushing through the bus stop. He's all over him.
Oh, yeah.
He wants by, doesn't he?
This is that point where you're kind of more aggressive with the car to gain position. I want to go faster through the bus stop. We'll worry about the car later.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, when you're evenly yoked like that, obviously you've got the restart and they've managed to gap a little bit. But do you want to lead or do you want to follow? Because there's lots to learn while you're following, but you're kind of the target when you're leading.
That's right. So, like right now, Chris Dyson has a big target on his back. So if he has to race for the rest of the race with a target on his back, that makes it tougher. So Paul Menard's in a little bit better position because he gets to control what the destiny is here. But you want to lead, though. That's another thing. You always want to lead, but you also don't want to be the guy with a target on his back for the entire race.
When you're following this close, though, do you worry about the heat getting from the other car?
Well, no, it actually helps because you are getting draft up all the straightaways.
Yeah. Of course, that means that the air is blowing directly onto the Menard car, and he does get sucked into Dyson. He goes a little bit more horsepower.
And I've been in this position a lot of times where he's doing now. He's studying Chris Dyson's every move. Where does he struggle? Where is he more powerful? Where can I make my move? So all this studying he's doing is going to be, he's getting ready for a good pass maybe towards the end of the race.
Come on, GT cars then. And Danny Lowry's got past Kelly Bryson again, and David Hodge up to 9th now in that Lamborghini in his first run. There's Bryson. And she's now in a battle with John DeGainer, just ahead of her in 11th place. So it's up and down for the SGT Championship leader. Andretti bouncing over the bus stop. He's going to start worrying about Dreese in a minute too. He'll want to gap Tommy Dreese. What he doesn't need mid-race, Andretti, is a fight with another ominous opponent in this man, Tommy Dreese, who I spoke to this morning and was literally like a schoolboy getting ready to go and have a good day at school and just get amongst it. Skipping away he was. Loves it. Into the right-hander at the toe. 13 laps gone. Dyson, Menard, Andretti. That's your top three. Dreese 4th, Said in 5th. Well, it's real cat and mouse. Ooh, what's happened here? Now, this is the bus stop. The 93 is pulled out of harm's way, but we saw this in another race yesterday. That's Jen Krapata, and one of the two females involved in this race. Sadly, out. I feel for her, actually. She's been going well all season, but she's parked it at the bus stop. Do you think that could bring out a caution?
If they don't get going again, that probably will bring out a caution. But here's another thing to look at. I think Kaylee Bryson just picked up the lead in SGT. And then I think Lee Saunders now is second in SGT. Lee Saunders started dead last. He's up to second. and Kylie did take the lead in SGT.
And Joshua Carlson's dropped to 14th. He had been leading earlier. Yeah.
That's right.
So Lee Saunders has got ahead of him. There's the Lamborghini I've been talking about, David Hodge. He's had a big weekend.
He's currently running second. He's right nose to tail. That's for position. That's for the lead right there.
In XGT. Well, Danny Larry's had one-way traffic for that Bennett Bridgehall car for most of the season. Oh, the Lamborghini going high, wide.
He's pushing, and he's going to have a good run going up the S's here.
Yep, up the S's they go. Very steep, steeper than it looks. When you come into the track for the first time, you realise just how steep that is, and you come in underneath here to get to the paddock. On board with Danny Larry.
And Dave Hodges, he's trying to draft everything he can off that Mercedes now.
Well, Ricky Sanders and Danny Larry have kind of had a partnership. They're teammates, and they kind of race each other. But now there's a little bit of spice thrown in when you throw the Lamborghini in there. And we're hoping more will come to this class because there's plenty of people eligible in the XGT class, and it just gets better and better. Remember when Ken Thwaites took victory in the Audi R8 and kind of got things rolling with XGT. We're getting to the halfway point in this TA race. We welcome you back on MAV TV live across the USA and around the world on our SpeedTour. Great racing at the front. Adrian Lostowski joining me here in the booth as we've got racing all the way through the classes, all four classes racing after we've had a safety car out. It bunched everybody back together. How about this in XGT, Adrian?
Yep, Dave Hodge just took the lead. And I think that's definitely, he started learning these cars in TA2 with us. And he told me that TA2 cars are one of the hardest cars to drive. And I told him, if you could drive a TA2 car fast, you could drive anything fast. And here's my point proven. He's leading the race in the XGT car in that Lamborghini. And that's what he told me. He's like, thank God we did these races because he feels like he's learned so much driving TA2 cars.
And if you're wondering, it's a 2015 Super Trofeo car. So, make a note of that. You can see that these AMGs are beautiful cars to drive. And Danny Larry and Ricky Sanders swear by them. They've got the hula girls going. Certainly Danny has today. But they just love this level of racing. It's very exciting.
And they're still nose to tail, Paul Menard.
Now, Andretti, though, as you can see, has not been dropped. Here's another look at that change for the lead.
Here's Dave Hodge, late on the inside, hard on the brakes, takes the lane away, forces the Mercedes offline.
Good move. Yep. Nicely done. We saw it from Danny Larry's position, back with the leaders.
That was textbook. Very clean pass by Dave Hodge.
Now, 15 gone. Do you change plans now? Or do you, again, play the waiting game, just in case it's a safety car, and all the time you're letting the pressure and the build-up and the wearing out of equipment with Dyson?
I think right now is the time that Paul Menard is going to start giving everything he's got to take this lead.
Okay.
Let's see. It looks like he's going down on the inside.
Well, interestingly enough, Adam Andretti just posted his quickest time, and now the gap is down to 1.5 seconds to third place. So the good thing for Andretti, and you see this, and Adrian, you'll be thinking this when you're driving, when you see two guys going at it like lap after lap like this, you kind of are aware that it's going to play into your hands because they're trying to defend against each other, and that actually slows them down, doesn't it?
Yep, so that's going to work in Andretti's favor, and Andretti last lap he actually ran the fastest lap of the race at a 1:45.8.
Good for him. Well, he's had some mechanicals in the past. I don't want to do the commentator's blight on him, but let's hope none of that happens today, because look at him. He's right there now. It's a three-way battle.
Yep, those Castrol colors are coming right up.
Yeah. Well, over 100 years of making great fuel, oils, and lubricants, and been a heavy part of motorsport since the get-go. Wow, now there's nothing between them as they go through the toe.
Yep, he caught up on that turn 7 brake zone.
Does that if you're Menard, does that change the mindset now?
It does, but Adam Andretti, I don't think he's going to do anything dicey until there's maybe 5 laps to go. That's when he's going to start.
Somebody just spun there. That looked like Lee Saunders.
Oh no, he was running in second.
Yeah, look, it is. It's the Viper. It's the Viper of Lee Saunders from Florida. Or is it?
No,
it's not.
No, it's the
My eyes deceive me.
Corvette
51.
of McMillan.
Yes, absolutely right. It is Don McMillan from Texarkana, Texas, in the Salcedo Racing Chevrolet Corvette. My apologies.
Yeah, turn 8, that's a very unsettling brake zone in this track, so it gets a few drivers sometimes.
Well, let's just look at where we are. Dyson leads in TA, Menard and Andretti. You can see it for yourself. And Dreesy just behind. XGT led by Hodge at the moment in the Lamborghini, Danny Lowry, and then Ricky Sanders. SGT, Lee Saunders going well and chasing hard on Kaylee Bryson. Joshua Carlson has slipped to third in that group. And GT being led by Joey Silva. But we are under caution. So another caution out, and again, it's going to change this race again. And again, wonder what your thoughts are now.
Well, the 67 of Joey De Silva, he just ran his fastest lap of the race as well, that lap right before the caution coming out.
Well, obviously he can't get it started again, hence the reason we're under caution. And it's a shame, because if he could get it fired up, he could get it out of the way, but it looks as they're going to have to drag him out of the way. It's a shame, but it gives us our second caution in our TA race. This is round 8 of the championship. We're getting down to the business end of this. The championship's been led by Paul Menard all season long, but now trying to make a fist of it and trying to make a fight of it is this man, Chris Dyson. So we are under caution here at Watkins Glen. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more of the action after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 4th through the 6th, featuring the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, PSSA, and Ginetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Camping Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the VIR Speed Tour October 4th through the 6th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, where we're under caution. As you can see, there's one incident at the heel of the boot, and there's another one at the bus stop. So there's all sorts of drama going on in this one. Through goes Boris Said, and I'm very interested to know what he's got to say about how he's going. I expected more competitiveness from Boris, given that he's got that huge history. He told us at the start, 38 years he's been coming to the Seneca Lodge and staying there, and he's got guests here from there this weekend. He and his son now a duo, so to speak, with Junior now racing in TA2, a nervous dad, one of the legends of motorsport in America, watching on. So to keep his nervousness at bay, he decides to race for Poncho Weaver whenever he gets a chance. We're on board with Chris Dyson under safety, trying to keep everything together and concentrate. That's another side of this. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. We're still under caution, and we're still on board with Chris Dyson as he tries to keep temperature in the tyres, keep temperature in the brakes, more importantly. Hence, you'll see him accelerating and decelerating quickly behind the Ginetta pace car. It's all going on here, and there's plenty of good stories, including what's going on with 5th place Boris Said in the Poncho Weaver Dodge Challenger. Let's find out. Let's head down to Ben Sissel in pit lane.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with my friend Poncho Weaver with the Boris Said car, currently running 4th. It looks like you guys are running a little bit different strategy.
We are. It's a long race. It's a hot day, and we decided, the car is just a tick off. Instead of pushing it and having a problem, we're just going to wait till the end of the race, and we're coming on. It's a little over halfway right now, and it's time for the tires, that have been saved to, let's see, get a little more aggressive with them, and we'll see what happens.
Nice. Now, Jonathan, I don't know if you know this, but this is something that he picked up from Dale Earnhardt back in the day. With this setup of the eyeglasses, Pancho can actually see 15 seconds into the future. So he's going to be watching here for the green flag. As these gentlemen are here, they're all up here to report the green flag. But Pancho's going to know what happens 15 seconds in the future with that futuristic glasses setup. Is that working out pretty well for you?
So far, it's working out really good. It's a little hard to keep it all together and inside between my ears, but we enjoy, as you get older, we're the old group, right? Boris is 62, I'm 68, and we're here to just have a great time and kick everybody else's butt if we can. Today's a little off, though.
Well, there you go, Pancho Weaver with that ultimate headers and
Householder Motorsports trophy trucks out of California, and Steel particle paint, steel particle paint.
Nice, there you go. Well, gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
We are coming back to green, and I think you're right. He laughed at that joke just 15 seconds before you told it. And our MCO Gears lap leader tells us that Dyson has led the full 17 laps. And Adrian Lostowski, I'm going to get a prediction from you. We could go green fairly soon, and it could be the last caution we have to anticipate. Ooh, I don't like to see that line on the of dirt that's been put down, or oil or something. Luckily, it's offline. It's on the pit lane entry, but there we go. What's your thought now? Because we're now going to get into a mini sprint race, aren't we?
So look at this. So you have Boris Said in 5th, right? Tommy Dreese in 4th. They're very close in lap times. However, your fastest lap time right now is Adam Andretti in 3rd, right? With now Paul Menard as the 2nd fastest lap time. And then first is the 3rd fastest lap time.
Yeah.
So the guy leading is the 3rd fastest. The guy in 3rd is the fastest. So what's going to happen now in a restart? We should be really aggressive here on a restart from Andretti and Paul Menard.
Yeah, same is true of what you're watching here, because as you can see, Danny Lowry right behind the Lamborghini that's leading in the XGT, and he'll want to get a good restart because he can then take Ricky Sanders maybe with him, and they can make a real fight of it. But they've got proper competition now, and I actually think Danny's probably really enjoying this.
Yeah, and Dave Hodge, I watched his driving. He doesn't make any mistakes. Definitely consistent driver, so I don't see any mistakes coming from him in that Lamborghini.
Look at that, he's going berserk now as she gets the tyres warmed up. Got a tune going on. Yeah, David's been racing in SVRA as well this weekend, so he's had plenty of lap times to get that Lambo dialed in, including taping it up with duct tape at the front there yesterday. So there's been a lot of work going on.
And then in SGT,
here we go. Go ahead.
Yep. With Kylie Bryson and Lee Saunders, that's going to be an interesting
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting restart. Well, as you can see, the safety car has come off. We're about to go racing again. The green flag waves, away we go. This is a really important restart. Dreese gets a good look at the inside, and Boris Said can't go any further up. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 as it was before. Dreese dives in, Said under pressure from Keith Grant. They touch for a second there. Grant goes wide in the Franklin Road. Number 40, and through comes Amy Ruman. Nicely done by the former champion. Amy did some time off during the summer break and did the All-Star race like my good friend Adrian Lostowski, so she's been keeping busy. And it was her first time, I hadn't realized, in a TA car.
That's right, in a TA2 car.
TA2 car,
yep.
Yeah. So I said, oh, how you doing? She goes, well, I've never driven one. But she enjoyed it. So, good restart. No change at the front as we go back on board with Tommy Dreese.
Tommy Dreese got a little break there from everybody racing so hard behind him. He got a little gap.
Yeah. Boris Said not that far off the lead. Seeing that Dayglow yellow and blue Dodge Challenger. Don't seem to get many challenges out there. Poncho's been kind of flying the flag for it, and Boris swears by it. He loves the car, and of course it's won already with Brent Cruz at Road America this year, and Boris has won in it in the past, and several others. Andy Lally, I think, had a run in it, and a few others have. So, you know, it's a storied history, and as Poncho says, you know, it's just not 100% right yet today, and they can feel that, so they're just going to bide their time, keep their powder dry, so to speak, and then maybe go for it in the last 10 laps. But that's kind of Boris's mantra anyway, isn't it?
Adam Andretti and Boris Said they both come in at the end.
Now, this is Joey De Silva leading in GT at the moment, 14th overall. He's got Coffey right there with him. Coffey has been dominating GT, but now, as you can see, the Supra giving him some real competition. And I'm really pleased to see this, because Chris Coffey from Dallas, Texas, there's been, you know, Danny Lowry and he have kind of romped away, but now finally we've got some real competition, and that's what we want to see as we grow these fields each and every weekend. 3 Grants out there today. Love it. Richard Milton and Keith. Keith, the younger of the three, and a handy sports car driver, to say the least. He also does single-seaters. I'd forgotten about that. He drives former Atlantics when he's in the mood.
Oh, that's right. I think you told me that.
Yeah. Into the bus stop they go, and this is a close race now between David Hodge in that Lamborghini and Danny Lowry. What do you think the difference in sort of, setups between, these two cars, a Maserati and a Supra, but what about Danny Lowry in the AMG versus the Lamborghini? Would you know enough to know who's got the advantage where?
You know, it seems that in the brake zones, David Hodge is definitely better in the brake zones. And then actually going up the S's, I've seen him have a little bit of an advantage as well.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's aero or what it is, but definitely seeing a little advantage there. Let's watch here.
Super Trofeo, of course, now a one-make series around the world. Many championships and some really strong championships. And Lamborghini have stepped back into racing with a Aplomb, and it really is showing, and it's great to have a Lambo on board. And we've been watching what Danny Lowry's getting a face full of it. Here they come. And now we've got 10 laps. And I always say this is go time, even whether it's TA2 or TA, because now, if you've got tyres underneath you, you've got, it's time to use them. And you can see Menard now starting to poke his nose again up the inside of the 16. It's time to go, isn't it?
Yeah, so what he's trying to do there is trick Dyson into making a defensive move, then gets back online to have a better run going up the S's. Right. So it seems like he's trying that lap after lap, but Dyson's not going totally for a defensive line.
Yeah, and interesting, Dyson's just up the pace again. He did a 1:46.44, his fastest lap of the race so far. Still not as quick as Andretti, I may add. But they're both upping the pace, can't you? And Andretti's just hovering in the distance. But if they really do get into a Barney, Andretti could be a factor in this, and that would be great for us as the fans.
And what a great run Paul Menard has through the bus stop.
Yeah.
I mean, he's smashing the car, but he's definitely going a lot faster through there than Dyson right now.
Certainly going to get interesting. Oh, that's the 38 coming in, and that's a problem, obviously, because there's no need for pit stops. That's Colin Cohen coming in. So that, I think, is going to be a retirement. Cohen comes in. But at the moment, Dyson, Menard and Andretti going hell-bent for leather in the closing stages of this one. Still plenty of racing to come from it. What about Andretti? How does he play this? Because he can see, he's watching this like he's in the crowd right now, because he knows exactly what these two can do. He's raced them many times before. He knows what he's got underneath him, and he's just biding his time.
I think Andretti's hoping for them to go side-by-side racing right now.
Yeah.
If he could see a side-by-side race, he'll definitely get up to the front much quicker. They'll wear away their tires, and he'll have something there at the end. But never disregard Andretti when it's 8 laps to go and he's this close.
Yeah, no, exactly. And as you can see, Menard, again, jinking out to the inside of turn 1. That's the only time he really harries the Mustang. He's kind of leaving him to it. And, yeah, I mean, they're both equally yoked Ford Mustangs. There can't be that much difference, really, between them. And that's why I think Menard is just, biding his time, not doing anything overly aggressive. And as I said before, these two have both got to finish the race, because if either of them have a DNF for any reason, and I hope it's not mechanical, but it really would change the face of the championship as we go back to our XGT. There's Kaylee Bryson in the 02 Corvette. Behind her, Lee Saunders in the 84 Viper. He's driven a Viper. He's obsessed with that thing, isn't he?
Oh, he loves Mopars. He'll drive nothing but Chrysler. When he drove our TA2 car, actually, earlier this year, he always asked me, can we put a Challenger body on it? I'm like, Lee, it's a Mustang body. No, I want a Challenger body.
Well, you can tell us the inside take on that. Is Lee Saunders, was he taken by TA2, or was he like, I'm not so sure?
No, I think he loves TA2. I think for Lee, it's a thing of time. He's concentrating on his SGT championship.
Yeah.
But I think in the future, he'll be back in our TA2 car again.
Well, this is rolling up to be a cracking finish in all 4 classes. And there's still plenty of time to go in this one before it really heats up. How close can Menard get? One more corner to go and another lap completed, and we are getting down to the business end of this one, as Adam Andretti has nudged his way into a contention for the race. All race long, This man, Chris Dyson, has led from pole, but Menard has been there with him. There you can see it. Emco Gears telling us he's led all 22 of the laps so far. And Andretti, though, is just close enough that he may be a factor. And all the other championships, including XGT, SGT, where you're watching right now, Kaylee Bryson just ahead of Lee Saunders in the Viper. And in GT, De Silva, Coffey, and Forbush going through it. Alongside me, Adrian Lostowski. Can you predict any of the class wins? Oh, no! Oh, at the bus stop! And he hasn't got a bus ticket for that because he's just locked up. I'm not sure whether that was mechanical or not, but
have a flat tire.
I think he has. And yeah, you go. You know what? What did they say to us yesterday about tires? Front tires going off, but they were saying front right, and that was front left.
Right, that must have been something. That's just bad luck.
I feel
that Castrol Camaro, he just ran the fastest lap of the race, and now, you know, such bad luck for them to get that flat tire there. It looked like they were looking to win the race. Each time they got a fast lap. Each time the leaders would get a fast lap, he would pick up a faster lap.
Chris Coffey's just taken the lead in GT. But, yeah, I really feel for Adam, and he's had a few of those. Mid-Ohio, he had to pull out, and he's had some engine issues as well. But, Adrian, I'll let you describe the replay when we get it, because it was probably the turning point of this race between the top three. Let's have a look. Adrian, here they come towards the bus stop, top three.
So he looks like he's fine. And right there, tire caught flat.
Yeah. It literally was a burst, And he just
straight line
jinked
burst.
him left onto the grass. He did a good job of keeping it straight.
Doing a really good job with that Castrol Camaro, keeping it clean, not wrecking the car.
Ah, what a shame. And now the rear is gone as well by the looks of it. Rear left. So, a real shame. But still, back at the front, 24 laps gone. It's go time, Adrian Lostowski. Who's going to win this one?
Well, you see Paul Menard going through the bus stop. He's giving everything he's got. You know, put the car. It doesn't matter what the car's what's going to happen to the car. Let's just try to get through here as fast as possible. And he always gets this run. Coming into the carousel. So interesting to see here on the brake zone in 6 and then in 7.
Well, they're going to try and get him out there. Remember, in TransAm, if you're still circulating at the end of the race, you're going to get some points all the same. So they'll want to get him back out there if they can. That's at the back. She is taking part after all. Now, here's another look at that slingshot right-hander out of the toe.
Looks like Paul Menard has a good run. Let's see if he has anything for him in turn 8.
I just wonder whether he wants to lead or wants to just lead maybe just the last 2 laps or something.
No, this is go time now, and the cars are so evenly matched now that it's definitely hard for Paul Menard to make moves. But look how close we are now.
Yeah, in fact, Menard just did his fastest lap of the race at 1:45.9. And so, yeah, they are on an identical pace. And you can see Dyson really, he cannot make a mistake now because the Master Force Tools green and black number 3 is all over him. Now, he's been jinking to the inside down this main straight. Will he do it again with 5 to go? No, he's got to the outside this time. Trying to get some good slingshot and, like you say, build it up the S's for a run, perhaps at the bus stop.
But it looks like Chris Dyson's car is so good off turn 1 that he could never make that work. It just seems like he has a lot of traction coming off turn 1, and Dyson always has a good run going up the S's. No matter what Paul does, it seems like he definitely gets a good run off the up turn 1 going up the S's.
Well, ironically, Andretti is back out and now in front of these guys, but a lap down, of course, having changed the tyre. But, yeah, it's good that they're back out there and circulating. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't overtake him before the end of this race because he's on the same pace as them, so he'll want to stay, if he can, ahead of them.
Andretti needs a yellow now, a full course caution,
so
he can get reset.
Still in XGT, Hodge leading in the Lamborghini ahead of Lowry in 8th position overall and just behind Hodge. Then comes Sanders. SGT led by Bryson still. She's leading the championship and the rookies, remember. It's going to be a huge season for the young driver from Oklahoma, Kaylee Bryson.
And Coffey just took the lead in GT.
Yeah, ahead of De Silva, who'd led most of it in that Supra. Now, they're right up on Andretti. It's going to be interesting how Dyson plays this. Because this is critical, isn't it? Doesn't want to make a mistake now. Tires are going off. They're sliding a bit more. Car's light.
Lighter on fuel. And what does Adam Andretti do? Does he let him by, or does he try to, just in case there's a full course caution?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, right now, he's not relinquishing anything as they cross the strip again. It's a weird one to look at because he is a lap down, but it is the Jim Weed number 16 leading the way from the number 3 of Menard with just a few laps to go. This is great. And you're right, this is not. This is kind of distracting, isn't it, to Dyson?
Yeah, having Andretti in front of him, which might slow him down.
Yeah.
If Andretti doesn't get his tires up to temperature, he just has a brand new tire on there.
Yeah, we don't know. You have a puncture and you come in like that. You don't know what the balance of the tire or anything is going to be like. You don't know what the run time is going to be like. We're looking at. I'm trying to look at how Andretti's circulating. Yeah, he's still on the pace. He's still very much on the pace, but time running out.
And he's just hoping for full course caution to come back around the field.
Yeah. He's a smart driver, is Adam. He'll pick up points whenever there's a chance, and the team will get him out there to finish a race. We've seen it in the past in TransAm. It's all about picking up the points. You'll finish each and every 100-mile race. The car sounds good. That's the tyre that Andretti took off. That's a mess. That's a big puncher. No fun.
And that's interesting because it was the outside tire.
Yeah, outside of the tire. Weird. Now, traffic ahead, 2 of the leaders. This is going to get critical. Just a few laps to go after this one, out of 10. Dyson looks in the mirror as he turns into 11. I love that shot from the bottom right. Really get an idea of what he's dealing with. Through the box he goes, into turn 1. Menard, ever there. It's been a championship between these two, and I think it's going to go all the way to the wire at Cota. Dyson, a formidable opponent, but Menard has had a star-studded career, but he will have a TransAm championship to his name, that's for sure. All sorts of drama here at Watkins Glen, as always, but look at this. We've got traffic everywhere. The leaders are coming through. They're getting signs. We lost Andretti there because he's a lap down. He's got out of the way. But after 26 laps, the Elco Gears leaderboard is showing us that it's been Dyson all the way as they start coming through. Past David Hampton in the Cayman, down into turn 6. Nitty-gritty time this. Less than 3 laps to go. Here comes Danny Lowry, still behind the Lamborghini, and damage to Katie Bryson's car is that. It is to the rear wing.
That's right. I wonder how that happened.
Yeah.
That might help, that might hurt. But, you can see Lee Saunders is right on her bumper. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is for SGT's win. Now, surely Saunders sees it's obvious. He can see that the wing is not as effective as it usually could be. And Kaylee Bryson is limping home.
In the lead.
Yep. Exactly. Look, you can see she's taking wider lines. She's feeling the pressure. Saunders with multiple championships with that Viper. So if there's anybody more comfortable in a car, it is Lee Saunders. So it'll be the last guy I'd want behind me.
That's right. He's very consistent, very good driver. That Viper's really been tuned by really well over the years. I raced against him in 2020. We finished second to him in points in a championship, so he's definitely a tough competitor.
Yeah, it was a great run, the big pair of you.
But Kylie Bryson, she definitely reminds me of my start in racing. I started with Corvettes, right, in C6 Corvettes when I started. I was probably around her age when I started. I also had a wreck here in 2021 at Watkins Glen TA2 race where I was smashed on the whole back end of the car. My wing was crooked as well like that, but I ended up still finishing the race doing pretty well. I think we finished in the top 10 somewhere. And she's doing the same thing, leading the race, and looks like she has damage to that rear wing.
Big moment there for Menard. He really pulled across that, got the sparks flying, but he's pushing hard in the closing stages. He senses that potentially there's a race win here to be had, and it would make a psychological difference. Wouldn't you agree that if he wins and beats Dyson today, it's not over, but boy, it just proves that the man in the ascendance for the title fight would be Menard, and he's trying to pull it off. Talking of pulling it off, look at this. Saunders yet to get past in that big old Viper.
It looks like it doesn't affect Kaylee that much.
No,
in
it's
that
just
wing.
a twist, isn't it?
Yep. It might even improve. You know, there might be less drag because of how low it is.
Yeah, you never know. It's certainly not slowing her down because Saunders is no thorn. In fact, both Kaylee and Lee Saunders have just done their fastest laps of the race, the previous lap. So there you go, another lap completed. 28 gone down. White flag will be coming out next lap. Great racing here in all categories. Leading in GT, it's Coffey. Leading in SGT, it's Bryson. XGT sees the new man, David Hodge, who raced with Adrian Lostowski alongside me. Jinking out comes the leaders. Going past the traffic. They just get past Coffey as they come down the main straight again into turn 1. Time running out, though. So far, an immaculate effort by Chris Dyson. Ooh, what's John DeGainer going up to here?
So now we have a lapped car in between.
He's losing ground, isn't he?
That's right, in between first and second. So Lee Saunders is losing ground with 2 laps to go.
It'll be disappointing for Dyson if he doesn't pull this off because he deserves it at the moment anyway. He's skillfully handled the pressure, sucked it up. Now, let's have a look at this. Look, you can see Menard getting held up now as they come through traffic. This lost him a little bit of time. Yeah, see? Ooh. So it really is not easy at all when you're trying to fight with the guy in front and also get through the other traffic. They're in their own race.
Yep, that's multi-class racing. You're dealt the cards you're given at that certain time, and you got to make the best with what you have.
On board again with the leader. Sounds great.
And he's a local here, too. He's from New York, Poughkeepsie, New York.
Poughkeepsie, yeah, that's right.
Yep, we're almost neighbors. It's nice to have another New Yorker here in Trans Am.
Well, of course, the dynasty that is the Dyson, Rob and Chris continues. 40 years of racing, the pair of them. Well, Watkins Glen has been a huge part of it. He's running out of time, though, is Paul Menard, the championship leader. If he's going to go, it's going to have to be now, because here comes the white flag. 1 to go in this one. They've been glued together, Adrian. Where, if anywhere, can he make the difference?
Well, let's watch Paul Menard through the bus stop, because he's been attacking it very aggressively to get a good run, into the carousel.
And there is traffic come ahead of them. They may come up with that. Come up to that, I should say.
That's
up
right.
the hill they come. And as you say, coming up to the bus stop now, approaching it now, and Danny Lowry in XGT ahead of them. Ooh, that's not good for Dyson. He's going to catch up right there as Menard. This is the last thing you want, is to be behind a slower car at the bus stop, and that's best opportunity for Menard. Where's he going to go?
Oh, no.
Whoa! They barely both get past, down to 6 for the last time. Into the boot. Dyson, incredibly, hanging on. But that's why he's our champion. Menard, though, wants the title, and I think will settle for second place, given that he's only going to take a few points off him. But a good run by both of them, mate.
Yeah, very good run by both of them. And I think that traffic there hurt Paul Menard more than it hurt Dyson, because Paul Menard had such a run coming off the bus stop, and then he had that lapped car right in front of him as he came out of there. Had to check up.
It was Ricky Sanders that they went past. Now they're going past Kelly Bryson with that broken wing, or at least... but she's dropped to second now, behind Saunders.
So Lee Saunders is now
there
first.
Is. Yep. So Lee Saunders leading the way. So eventually she did get past, and this is going to be the win then for Chris Dyson. And that is an immaculate performance by the man from Poughkeepsie, New York. Poughkeepsie, I'll say it again, New York. And a home win then for Chris Dyson, holding off the championship leader Paul Menard. And just tightening it up just a little bit. Meanwhile, GT and also Tommy Dreesy in third place. And Boris Said challenging for the third place. Boris Said ever so close. Oh, look at this. Has he got him? No, not quite.
I think it was Tommy Dreesy there. Yep.
Just got him.
That was close.
Boris Said takes fourth. Amy Ruman fifth. Keith Grant sixth. David Hodge does win in XGT ahead of Danny Lowry. Here comes the Supra. And this is GT class. That's the 33 of Matt Forbush. So 2 Supras out there. There's the Cayman of David Hamilton. Checkered flag is out. Been a busy weekend for Hampton. But well done to Chris Dyson. He needed that. And yeah, that was. We'll see. He'll talk to Ben and tell us that was a lot of pressure, I'm sure.
Yep, and he came into this race 66 points ahead of Paul Menard.
Yep.
Paul Menard was ahead by 66 points, so he's cutting down the lead a little bit there in the championship.
Tell you what, that's been through the ringer, that Lamborghini. Look at it all taped up.
Yeah. And congratulations to Dave Hodge.
Yeah, first win. So, first win for David Hodge. Well done. And that Lamborghini from 2015, Super Trofeo. And great to get representation.
So this is pretty interesting. 2 of our drivers that have rented TA2 cars from us and worked on driver development in our team have won their classes. Lee Saunders just won SGT, and XGT was won by Dave Hodges, which are 2 of our TA2 drivers.
Good story for you guys. So that's auto, is it? Fast auto?
Fast auto, yep.
Exactly. And you prepare the cars in Brooklyn, New York?
Well, we prepare the cars at Howe Racing.
Okay.
In Michigan, Beaverton, Michigan, or in Brooklyn, New York, whether the race is closer to New York or whether it's closer in Michigan.
Okay.
And we're the only race shop in New York, right? So it definitely is a sight for everybody.
Yeah, that's quite an accolade, isn't it?
Yeah, because we're really close to New York City. Well, congratulations to Chris Dyson, from Poughkeepsie, New York. Jim Weed, they're running that pear pineapple colors, new drink.
Poughkeepsie, I'll get it right eventually.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Paul Menard finishing second.
Yeah.
Master Force Tools.
No, good weekend had by all in that respect. We had a great win for Thomas Merrill in TA2. And Chris Dyson has also taken some points back off the leader with his win. So tightening things up as we get down to the end of this 2024 season.
And Paul Menard, the guys worked so hard last night changing the engine in that car.
That's no mean feat.
So that's a victory for them, finishing second here, holding their points lead. And Adam Andretti, what a
you got to feel for him.
Bad luck, blowing a left front tire. I don't think that's anything he's done.
No.
I think he would have had a car to win at the end of the race. That new Castrol sponsorship, they wanted to show that well, and just such a shame.
Well, as you can see, they are ready for them in Victory Lane, our Jim Weed Victory Lane, or Winner's Circle, whichever you prefer. But it's the right car for Winner's Circle, that's for sure. And he's been giving that energy drink a good run in TransAm. And in a moment, we'll hear from Chris Dyson. As you can see, the crowd gathering to hear the podium and be a part of it. And in come the other winners as well. Welcome back. We just witnessed a great TA race because it was not necessarily the most dramatic, but it certainly was one of the most nail-biting races because there was nothing between the leaders from the get-go. Dyson led the entire way, but was pushed the entire way on the same pace as the man leading the championship. So good result. Those are the ones you like, aren't they?
Yep. Home race, home track. Chris's family's here. Definitely did a great job all weekend. So this win is definitely well-deserved for Chris Dyson.
And like you say, it's going to take a few points, but it just keeps his hand in to a potential title, and that means that Menard can't sleep well yet if he wants to take that title. And well done to David Hodge, just coming in the background there in that Lamborghini. He takes a class victory as well. Yeah. Hats on, let's head down to Ben Sissel, who will hear from our winner.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. I guess this pear pineapple flavored Jim Weed is good luck. And man, what a way to win a race, to just go from the start and constantly under pressure. There was never a time in that race that you weren't under pressure. This has got to feel good.
Yeah, Ben, I got to tell you, great day for us here up at Watkins Glen. I mean, this is like coming home. It's been a couple months off. I think everyone regrouped after what's been a pretty challenging season. Gave me an absolutely phenomenal race car. I mean, this Jim Weed Mustang was the class of the field all weekend long. I got to thank my guys, Mike Lancy on the engines. Paul Menard pushed me every step of the way. I'm really proud of our driving. Put another one in the books here. I can't quite put it into words, but the whole family's here. It's fantastic.
Nice. Hey, how about Dad out there?
Awesome.
Awesome, he says. I love that. Nice job. Well, let's go Chris Coffey. Where's Chris? There he is. Hold on. Let's come over here. Chris Coffey with GT. Chris Coffey, GT, all the way from Texas. Look at this. He looks exhausted, ladies and gentlemen. Colin, you come in here too. But what a run for the GT car, the Maserati. Norwood Auto Italia. Nice job out there.
Man, that was an incredible race. I can't thank Joey Da Silva enough. That dude is one driving son of a gun. I mean, we were nose to tail the whole race, and when he made a move, I left him room. When I made a move, he left me room, and it was absolutely incredibly a blast, and I honestly cannot believe that I got him in the end.
Now, what about your teammate, Colin Cohen? I saw you came in. Was it a mechanical, Colin?
No, it was a physical. I wasn't really in the game, and I would have held up the leaders for no apparent purpose. They had a big race.
My MVP of the race goes to Colin Cohen right here. I appreciate that, Colin. I know you love doing this, and that's hard to do, but we appreciate that.
Wouldn't have done them any good at all, and it would have done me no good at all, so it just made logical sense. I'd done enough for the day.
Well, thank you so much. That is awesome, Colin. I love these guys, but Colin Cohen, such a great decision. We love to see that. I think Lee Saunders was getting out of the car all the way from Lakeland, Florida. Where is Lee? Oh, here he comes. Actually, we'll come talk to David Hodge real quick, an ex-GT in this Lamborghini. David Hodge, man, nice job. I know qualifying was a little bit rough, but, man, you really put the power down in this Lamborghini.
Yeah, it worked out well, fortunately for us. I was a little worried. We were so far buried back in the back. I didn't know how the restart or the start was going to go for the most part, but made clean passes, tried to be patient, got our way to the front, and just held it from there.
Nice. So that's our winner in XGT, Extreme GT. Now let's come over and talk to Lee Saunders as he gets out of the car in SGT. Oh, my gosh, man, everybody, it's not that hot out here, but everybody's coming out exhausted because you never get a break out there, do you, Lee?
Boy, you don't, and when you're racing Kayla, who's just so awesome. I mean, she was so fantastic. She ran such a good race. We just got lucky with she got held up a little bit, and I had a bonsai move, 1 in a million chance, and it worked, but she wore me out. She did a great job, and just had a great time out there today. Want to thank my team, KSR. They did awesome, and just want to remember, too, Richard Forsyth. It's a shame that we don't have him here. Would have loved to have him here. Awesome guy, great competitor. Everybody needs to take a second and remember life is short and pray hard.
Nice. I love that, Lee Saunders. Now, what is it about these late in the race SGT battles we've seen lately, man? It's pretty hair-raising.
It is. There's just so much talent, and Aaron's done such a good job BOP-ing it that, there's 5 cars that can win at any time. It's just all about maybe getting a little lucky with traffic, a restart, and maybe keeping the tires under it because I was chasing, and that helps because I hate being the guy being chased. So anyway, there we go. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Jonathan, we're about to have a party down here. I'm going to send it up to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ben, and well done to Lee Saunders. And I tell you, I think he is really enjoying battling with the youngster, Kaylee Bryson. And, Lee Saunders has had a couple of championships he's won without a lot of competition, but now he's got it, and he's enjoying it. Chris Dyson, confirmation then of the win. Paul Menard in second. Tommy Dreesy third. Good result for Tommy Dreesy, too, I may add. Fourth place, Boris said. Amy Ruman will now go ahead of Adam Andretti in the championship. So despite finishing fifth, Amy will move up the board in terms of the overall championship, with Andretti, unfortunately, having that puncher and losing out. Keith Grant, sixth. David Hodge wins for the first time. Great stuff in XGT, ahead of Denny Lowry. John DeGainer, ninth, and Lee Saunders wins in SGT. And further down, a little 11th place, one for the SGT of the Logical Systems of Kaylee Bryson. Ricky Sanders just behind her in 12th. Adam Andretti was classified in 13th place. Chris Coffey leading in GT. De Silva second, and Forbush in third. Josh Carlson just nudged in between them in 16th overall. David Hampton in 18th. Grant, and then Milton Grant. And further down, Colin Cohen, as you saw pulling out there, just saying he's had enough. He couldn't do anything to help them. Don McMillan, Jan Krapata, unfortunately, and Jim Gallagher and Michael Sayer all not finishing the race. So that was a race with plenty to talk about. And it wasn't just the great racing at the front. There was racing everywhere. But right from the get-go, from the start, the Jim Weed number 16 of our champion, Chris Dyson, getting ahead of the championship leader, Paul Menard, who, as you can see, kept nudging his nose up the inside. And try as he might, he stayed behind Dyson for the entire time, including 2 restarts. Michael Sire at turn 6. Jen Krapata also having a problem. Restart, though, no problems for him. Boris said making a place or 2 up at the restart in the Challenger. But sadly, a puncher front left for Castrol car of number 17. Adam Andretti puts him out and leaves Prix a chance to take 3rd place. So, we'll take a look at the production classes in a moment because they too had, well, plenty of stories. Here they are. So from the get-go, look further back down the field. There's Coffey on board with Danny Lowry. He led early on in his AMG Bridge Hall number 43. Ricky Sanders, his usual opponent, there too, but also having to take on the Lamborghini of David Hodge. There's Jen Krapata pulling out at the bus stop. Good racing between these two. Look at this. And that was the moment he took the lead. We saw it from Danny Lowry over at Ricky Sanders. McMillan then got stuck out on track. Another safety car. And then the Supra and the Maserati went at it too. So all the classes having really good races throughout. But in the end, David Hodge takes victory in XGT, and SGT Lee Saunders, and in GT Chris Coffey. Catch your breath after that. Well, we've got more from the Speed Tour coming up, so don't go away if you're watching our live stream. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He is ready down in Winner's Circle.
All right, Mission Foods, Watkins Glen SpeedTour fans, let's get loud here. The TA, XGT, SGT, GT class. We got some giveaways, some Pirelli hats, some duck sticks. We're going to be giving this stuff away. Some teddy bears, okay? How about, oh man, I am liking this crowd. I'm liking this. I like these TransAm fans. This gentleman right here, I spoke to him beforehand, and he knows the drivers' names. I love that you guys are following. How many of you follow the TransAm series? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Well, if you follow the TransAm series, you knew that up until this race, our Super GT leader in the championship, Richard Forsyth, unfortunately passed away just a few weeks ago at his home, non-race related. We dearly miss him. G-Speed, the Forsyth family, the TransAm family, our hearts go out to you. This is normally the time that TransAm would do a moment of silence. But knowing Richard Forsyth really well, I don't think he would like that. Richard Forsyth deserves a moment of party. So Watkins Glen, in honor of Richard Forsyth, our championship leader in SGT up until today, how about a huge round of applause for Richard Forsyth and the Forsyth family? Because if you knew Richard Forsyth in G-Speed, he would want a moment of party just like this. He would want you to enjoy life, because we never know when that's going to be taken from us. So right now, what an honor. Thank you guys so much. Colin, I know Colin, that was kind of his next door neighbor at all the races. It means so much. Thank you guys so much. That you don't know what an honor that would be for Richard. I'm sure he's looking down on this and having a great time, because these are a lot of his competitors and friends out here. Thank you guys so much for indulging me in that. GT Masters. Let's hear it from Bend, Oregon. That's a pretty long trip, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for David Hampton. All right, Watkins Glen, I am loving this energy. And check this out, Michael Printup, our COO, to deliver the trophy to David Hampton. So let me talk about this in Masters. That's kind of weird to me. He is running for a GT and SGT championship in the Western Championship. A GT championship over here. How in the world are you doing that?
A lot of training, a lot of workout. I drink a lot of milk, water, anything you can. I just work really hard at it. My team just never gives up on me. We've got a lot of great data, and they just keep telling me, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. And so I just keep pushing it. It's fantastic. I'm really wishing I could catch these other fast guys in front of me, but we're getting there.
Nice. How about that? David Hampton, hold that up real quick. There you go. Chris, I need you in the middle. You want him on the top step? On the top step, David Hampton. Sorry, those are narrow steps. All right, come on, Watkins Glen. Get loud. Masters, David Hampton. How about that? Hampton Lumber, Bend, Oregon. And just so you know, he's had a really bad vibration in his car. Went out for qualifying, and they thought it was good. But he's been chasing gremlins all weekend. One more time, David Hampton, Masters GT. Nice job, David, AR Motorsports. Hey, nice job, man. That Porsche just keeps running. All right, now we're going to go GT. So, this is the first time I think I've ever been able to say this in TransAm in the podium. 2 of these on the podium. That's a first for us. Toyota Supra, all the way from Memphis, Tennessee in 3rd place. Let's hear it for Matt Forbush. In 2nd place in GT, also in a Toyota Supra, giving this Maserati a run for the money. Just a great race to watch. Let's hear it for Joey Da Silva. Here he comes. Nice. And then in 1st place, currently leading us in the GT points, let's hear it in that beautiful Maserati that does not go 185. Joe Walsh is a big liar. Let's hear it. Chris Coffey. Nice. There we go. Nature boy, Chris Coffey. All right, Matt Forbush, welcome, man. It's so cool to see you. I do believe this is a first to have 2 Toyotas here on the podium in GT. Welcome. We're both Tennesseans. How's it feel?
It feels great. This is my first time in TransAm, and man, I had as much good racing there as I've had ever. Just happy to be up here. I've got the Signal stuff on, but the car's a nice purple and yellow one out there for racing in Alzheimer's, and always out here and happy to raise money alongside of them.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Paul. I do this with one guy on the car, Paul Nicely. So we do this with a crew of 1 and 1 trailer. Paul?
Where is Paul? There he is. Have a round of applause for Paul.
And the triplets back at home, my baby girl Ruby. So yeah.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Matt Forbush, Da Silva, I know you've been with us kind of off and on, but man, you and Coffey, what a race out there.
Yeah, it was great. I gave the Toyota everything it had. Unfortunately, came up a little short by the end of the stint, but we'll be back. Hopefully in the next few months, we'll be back in racing again.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Oh, everybody at Ave, Mom, Dad, Sabrina, Silas, my little girl, Sky. Love you guys, Mom, Dad.
Nice. How about that? Joey Da Silva. And then, come on now, one more Ric Flair Coffee, but I'm going to hold the microphone down here. Woo! Nice. That's his signature move. Chris Coffey currently leading in the GT points. How's it feel? And you came out of the car exhausted because this guy just wore you out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had to go 10 tenths the whole time, and I got to thank Josh Early, who's been driving in TA2, and he's been warning me about having tire failures in the bus stop because he had a tire failure, and I had to give it everything. I mean, I had to sacrifice the curbs and everything, and I thought for sure I was going to get a puncture just to stay with this guy. I mean, but I can't thank TransAm and Joey enough. I mean, this guy's driving is absolutely incredible. I mean, when I'd make a move on him, he'd leave room. When he was making a move on me, I'd leave room, and it was absolutely gentleman racing, and I wish this guy would show up at every single race. I really wish he would. But, yeah. Yeah. Don't we all? But I just want to thank Colin Cohen. Without him, I could not be here at all in any way, shape, and form. My wife, Morgan, and my son, Sam, they support me through all this. Being out of town all the time with a 4-year-old is just, it's crazy. But I just want to thank all my guys, Xavier and Alex, and I mean, this is one. I only led one session all weekend. These guys were destroying me in lap time, and it's incredible.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen, in the GT? All right, hold those trophies up, guys. And look at Chris there in the vest. Come on, Watkins Glen, get loud here. Matt Forbush, Joey DeSilva, Chris Coffey. Well, man, what a welcome, Matt Forbush, to the TransAm Series. Yeah, you can throw those out. Ooh, that was a boomerang. Let's see what we got. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Of course, the Bills guy can't catch a hat. Oh, he's got one. No, he proved me wrong. I'm a Titans fan. That's why I'm saying that. All right, come on now. Hold those things up. Matt Forbush, Joey DeSilva, Chris Coffey. Awesome. But, hey, I am rooting for you guys to beat the Chiefs this year. I'd like to see Josh Allen get a Super Bowl. All right. Uh-oh, look out now. We've got the champagne. Nice. Now, we are racing next weekend, gentlemen. Chris Coffey, he just hid behind you, Matt. That was a good strategy. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? The GT competitors, Matt Forbush, Joey DeSilva, and Chris Coffey. Also, my hero of the race, Colin Cohen. Colin Cohen, great decision out there. Thank you so much for what you've done. That's awesome. Super GT, another from Memphis, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, this year he is celebrating 50 years of racing. You know you're living life correctly if you can celebrate 50 years of racing. Let's hear it. Milton Grant, SGT Masters. So Milton, it's got to be fun out there. I think you're out there with your brother, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And brother and then nephew.
My nephew's out there too, yeah. I had a little header leak, so I hope it's getting a little louder, so I'm glad if I had to kind of staying off the curbs. But had a great day. I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and hope all of y'all learn to know him. And thank my crew, Mike Hoover, and of course my wife. So 54 years, so I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Nice. All right, well, Milton, hold that up. Hold that trophy up. Look at Chris. Little evangelism there from Milton Grant. How about that, Watkins Glen? Milton Grant, Masters, all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. I am loving this crowd, Watkins Glen. We got a lot more giveaways for you guys, okay? Even you in that Corvette shirt over there. Milton Grant, SGT, Super GT Masters. Nice job, Milton. All right, now we're going to go to Super GT in third place. These three have been fighting it out all year long, and it seems to happen within the last 3 laps of the race. He started pole of the GT classes all the way from the Midwest to Davenport, Iowa, 14-hour drive. Let's hear it, Joshua Carlson. And Okie from Muskogee, all the way from Oklahoma. What a great last couple lap battle between she and Lee Saunders. Let's hear it, Kaylee Bryson. And then in this big Mopar V10, an SGT champion a few times. Let's hear it, Lee Saunders, all the way from Lakeland, Florida. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? So I asked him when he got out of the car, what is it with you SGT drivers and these late race battles? Unbelievable out there.
Yeah, the race was good. I mean, I had a good battle with Kaylee and Lee on the restarts, but unfortunately my tires got out of balance, so I just had to back off and just let them battle it out. I didn't really want to get in the way. But I'd like to thank my sponsors and Siva and my family and my team. None of this would be possible without them. I'm just happy to finish on the podium after a rough weekend at Road America. And congrats on Lee on the win. And yeah, can't wait for VIR.
Nice. How about that? Joshua Carlson from Iowa. Kaylee Bryson's been setting all kinds of records and breaking glass ceilings this season. But man, these late races, these late battles you're having, this has got to be a lot of fun for you.
Yeah, for sure. This has been a blast. It's my first time here at Watkins Glen. I think this is definitely at the top of the list for me. But it sucks that we ran out of fuel the last lap. We were spitting and sputtering a little bit, but we had a really good race with Lee. He's really fun to race around. He's a really clean racer and a really hard racer, and that's what makes you better. And it's fun racing around all these good guys and making me better on the road racing. And I can't thank my team enough. They put a lot of work into this car. LSI Racing, you know, there's a whole crew that comes in behind it. So absolutely had a blast and can't wait to go to Canada and try again.
Nice. So she'll be with us in Canada. Hey, but next, you got to tell me when you've never been to these tracks. That's amazing. How about that? Never been to Watkins Glen. How about a warm welcome for Kaylee Bryson? And then Lee Saunders, man, just unbelievable. You just stayed in it and went after it.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank God for this beautiful day, for this country we live in, and really, really sad that Richard Forsyth couldn't be with us today. So want to dedicate this win to him. He was a great guy, fierce competitor, and a shame just, life's short. You're not guaranteed that next day. So pray hard. And but again, wanted to thank both my competitors, both Josh and Kaylee. They just, what a weekend. Kaylee's was, I didn't have much battle with Josh because he had started having problems. I think Kaylee and I battled for 15, 20 laps, and super clean. I think we were beside each other 2 or 3 times, and if it wasn't for the fuel, we probably would have never got it. So we'll take a win any way we can. Want to thank my crew at KSR. We got Eddie here today. Kevin's at home, and thank my wife Tina and the 2 boys. A lot of times she comes with us, but they were busy this weekend, so thank them for holding down the fort. Thanks for TransAm for putting this together. Loved Watkins Glen, just a fantastic, fantastic venue, and thank you for everything for putting this on, TransAm.
Nice. How about that? Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen. Hold those trophies up, ladies and gentlemen. Man, Watkins Glen, you guys rock. I like this. Josh Carlson, Kaylee Bryson, Lee Saunders. Then we're going to change hats. So you guys are welcome to throw out those hats. Boo, boo, woo. There we go. You want to try to do, there's a boomerang, Kaylee. You want another try at that? You want another try at that? There you go. Who wants Kaylee's hat? There we go. Oh, that's a good throw. All right, come on now. Hold those up. Joshua Carlson, Kaylee Bryson, first time here. Lee Saunders here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. We've got some local Glenora wine, champagne for the drivers. Yeah, Carlson, he's just got sparkling water. Sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting heckled by Boris Said. Can you believe that? That's a pretty big moment in my life. All right, so I'm going to do something different because Boris Said requested it, and I'm afraid he's going to beat me up because Boris Said, if you know him, he likes to take people to the parking lot of a Taco Bell. So, in TA Masters, because he's got a bingo game he says he's got to go to, and it's supper time for Boris Said. TA Masters, let's hear it, the legend Boris Said. All right, who said? Who said? Nice. Are you nimble enough to get up on that top step, Boris? Maybe, he says. We might need to ensure that. So, how was it out there? You came in 4th, I believe, and it looked like the car was pretty hooked up.
Yeah, Poncho gave me a great car. I was a little behind. I haven't driven in a while, and these cars are something, but I really wanted to get 3rd. Tommy had a great race, didn't make one mistake, had a lot of pressure on him, but I won the old man's class. That's a little embarrassing, but I still love coming here. I've been coming here for 38 years, and it's just a great racetrack.
Your favorite race ever in your history was here at Watkins Glen in TransAm.
Yeah, almost every race here is one of my favorite races, but I had a race here with Dorsey Schrader once in '96 that was probably, to this day, one of the best races I've ever had.
Did you finish what?
I don't even remember.
He doesn't even remember. I think you finished 2. Yeah, I've never met a driver, his favorite race is when he finished 2nd. How about a big hand for Boris Said, the legend? Ladies and gentlemen, I just love that. And you want to throw that hat out, Boris? You got it in you? Boo! There you go. Oh, there you go. All right. Come on now, one more time from the Said heads. Boris Said, TA Masters. Nice. All right, Boris, you got a bingo game to get to, right? He gave me the thumbs up. I'm going to get beat up for that, ladies and gentlemen. XGT. This is, I know that Danny and Ricky have been waiting for this all year, and maybe they didn't know what they were waiting for. In 3rd place in that beautiful AMG Mercedes Bridgehole car, let's hear it for Ricky Sanders. Oh, I know you guys can get louder than that. All right, and then in another AMG, actually, Ricky Sanders was in Danny Lowry's car that I'm used to. Danny Lowry, 2nd place in that beautiful Cenix Tools, new sponsor to him, AMG Mercedes. Let's hear it. Danny Lowry with Bridgehole Racing. And then in first place, this beautiful Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini. I think only his third time in the Trans Am Series. First time in one of the GT classes. Let's hear it. David Hodge. Nice. We got a lot of Lamborghini fans out there. I like that. So, Ricky Sanders. Oh, wait, you got to shake hands. Looks like you might be buying the crew ice cream. I don't know what the deal is, but man, nice race out there.
Yeah, you know, me and Danny have the deal. Whoever goes fastest, the slower guy, has to buy the ice cream. So, looks like I'm buying ice cream for the next few weeks, still VIR. But we saw David on the entry list. We knew he was going to be tough, and he proved us right. He was tough all weekend. He is kind of a teammate of ours. We run with another group, Kingpin with WRL, and he was one of our teammates there. So we knew what kind of talent he was, and we knew I had our work cut out for us. But he got us this weekend, but maybe we'll get him next time.
Nice. Maybe we'll get him next time. I'm sure you got some people you want to thank.
Oh, yeah, I've always got to thank Danny for without Danny, I wouldn't be back here in Trans Am. He supports me and gives me toys to play with, and there are unbelievable toys. They're just mechanical works of art, as I like to tell people, the AMGs, and just blessed to be in this position to be able to do that. And I got to thank him. Our three crew guys, we got Tyler Hoffman, we got Garrett Dyes, and Jason Howe. So 3 guys for 2 cars. They work their tails off and do real good for us.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Sanders, Bennett Bridge Hall. And then we come over here. New sponsor. I know you're with Bennett Bridge Hall, but new sponsor on the car, and the car looks really good out there, Danny.
Yeah, we're happy to be with Cenex Tools, and I'll call out Jenny and Shane over here with Cenex Tools with us this weekend. Great sponsor. Having a good time out here, man. What a great weekend at Watkins Glen and again with Trans Am. We had a great race. We knew that David had the pace all weekend and he was going to be tough. The race started, we got into some traffic. It was pretty tough getting all through the traffic and trying to keep up with David. He's a real good guy. He's got great racecraft. He got through there real good. And I got to thank my buddy Ricky Sanders for blowing the bus stop once and letting me through. And that was very helpful. Thank you, Ricky. And David, congratulations. Great job. We hope you come out here and race with us a whole heck of a lot more. And I've got to say happy birthday to my mother. It's my mother's birthday today.
Nice. And the CEO, owner, operator of Bennett, correct?
That's correct. I'm 61 years old, and I still work for my mother.
That's awesome. And knowing your mom, you're going to be working for over the next 25 years, too, so that's awesome.
She'll definitely make 100.
Yeah, oh, for sure, for sure. David Hodge, we spoke. You were very unhappy with how qualifying went, so this has to be a little bit redemptive.
Yeah, it's my first time here to Watkins Glen. I wanted to get a 49 this weekend. Had some goals coming up here. Had to learn some hard lessons on Thursday. Kaizen Autosport, all the boys, they got the car put back together, and she held up all weekend. So, getting the first place still makes it a good run.
How about that? Anybody you want to thank, though, David Hodge?
Yeah, obviously. Everybody at Kaizen Autosport, they had to work their ass off to get us here and get this car put together, keep it running all weekend. We all had to learn this. It's the first time running this car, my first time here. So there's a lot of pieces that had to come together, and we made it all work.
Nice. How about that? Kaizen Autosport's been a little busy here this weekend, haven't they, Peter Heffering? Yeah. All right, hold up those trophies, gentlemen. Come on now, Watkins Glen. Don't give up on me, because we got the big guys coming up next. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, David Hodge. Then we've got a hat dance. Don't lose us now here at Watkins Glen, because we got these teddy bears to give away. We got some hats. There you go. These hats are hard to throw out here. Okay. And we got to go fast. We got like 7 minutes here. All right, let's hold them up. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, David Hodge. Yeah, we got some David fans out there. I like that. Hey, Adrian Lostowski. Nice job, dude. That was awesome. And he's actually talking to his former SGT competitor over there, Lee Saunders. All right, you guys got the champagne. Let's go, Watkins Glen. Let's get loud. Cenex Tools. Bennett Bridge Hall, Kaizen Autosports. Where's the Cenex Tools people? Where are they? There they are. Hey, thank you guys. That was awesome. Nice job. Hey, don't drive home smelling like that now, because you can get in a lot of trouble. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these 900 horsepower absolute monsters, the big show. It's been a long time since we've had such nice weather to race at Watkins Glen in TA. It seems it's been raining the last couple years. We're going to have that famous selfie up here because I'm about to bring up the Lucas Oil Mav TV Dreesy Showtime Auto Sports. Let's hear it. Third place, Tommy Dreesy. And now, Michael Printup, I'm going to make you get into one of these famous Dreesy selfies now. This is kind of fun. Now, Master Force Tools, Menards, the 3GT Ford Mustang. This guy's raced here a lot at Watkins Glen, but hasn't really done the boot too often because he's been running here in NASCAR Cup. Let's hear it. Force Tools and Menards. Current leader in TA and had a good points day today and never got within never more than 50 feet from this man. Watkins Glen from the Empire State. He has won many races here. 3-time TA champion, 2-time IMSA champion. New flavor of Jim Weed energy drinks. We're at Jim Weed Winter Circle, and we got some Jim Weed here for everybody after this. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson running that pear pineapple livery. He might be keeping that for a while. I love it. I love it. All right, Dreesy, get out your phone, dude. Wait, Michael Printup, get up here. The new COO. This guy was the president here at Watkins Glen. We loved him so much, we stole him, and now he's running the company. He gets to be in you got to get up here, you got to be in this selfie. This is famous. Tommy Dreesy, follow him on social media. When he gets on the podium, he gets to say, well, you got to look up here, Michael. There you go, there you go. I remember the first time I took a photo. Michael Printup, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Now, he is a Bills fan, right?
Yes.
You want to say something? Hold on. Talk to your family.
Well, welcome, everybody. That was an awesome race, wasn't it? Probably one of the best races I've seen all year. So thank you, everybody, for coming out. Great support for this series. We love all our fans, our teams, and competitors, so thank you.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Michael Printup. So, Dreesy. Man, I know you've been fighting for this. You were here just a couple weeks ago testing. That didn't go so well at the end, but man, you're here on the podium. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels really good. We came to try to test here, and we didn't look into it, and there was a lot of slower cars, so it's kind of frustrating. And then we're trying to hustle at the end, and I was going around what corner, and the tires just came out and grabbed the car, new car. So we pulled out Old Faithful, and it was pretty good. These guys are the class of the field today. I think Andretti had something for them. He was real push. This car started coming in. These guys were, I heard the whole race, all the way to the last lap. They did that. So, and then Boris, he saved his stuff, and I got caught up with traffic. So I think we're like only a half a car. He was half a car behind me, side by side. So just a great race. Loved the fans here at Watkins Glen. Lucas, Mission Foods, and Mav TV, TransAm, and all the fans out here. Thank you very much.
Nice. Back on the podium, Tommy Dreesy won here just a few years ago. Now you see this distance right here between Chris Dyson and Paul Menard. They were racing out there at 180 miles an hour at this distance. An unbelievable show. Just couldn't get around him, could you, Paul?
No, I was better in some sections. He was better in others. We're pretty equal through turn one. He'd pull me up through the S's. I just get, we're going through there almost wide open at 160, 170 miles an hour. So arrow push a little bit. I'd murder him in the bus stop. Like, that was a lot of fun. I wore myself out pounding those curbs. And then we're pretty equal through the infield, and he'd pull me a little bit out of the boot or whatever that's called. So all in all, I got the best team in the garage, man. We blew a motor yesterday. Didn't get our second practice. The guys are here till like 11:30 last night. Put a new motor in and ran great all day. Just hats off to Chris. He had a really good car. I thought that we're so equal. If I could have got in front of him, maybe I could have pulled away a little bit. But we're very equal. It's just a good race, and hopefully the fans liked it.
Hopefully the fans liked it. Surely you guys like that, right? Nice. Thank you, Paul Menard. Chris Dyson, man. What a race in your home state. Your whole family's here. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, what an event for us. I mean, the car was fantastic. You know, we got these new colors on our Jim Weed Mustang here, and it was fast right off the truck. You know, we've been away for 2 months, and it was great to get back here at such a fantastic track. As Paul said, we just had a phenomenal race the whole way. He never let up once, and you know, we just had to keep pushing. And I think that's the kind of racing that this series can put on when it's head-to-head like that, and it's just very memorable. I'm so grateful to have the family up here. I got all my friends and friends from down home came up. Just proud to take another win home from here. I mean, these ones don't come easy, and today is no exception. And I'm just, again, very grateful, feel really blessed by the opportunity, and really thankful for the team and the job they did. Mike Lancy on the engine. Proud of all of you guys. So thanks a lot.
And obviously, our IMCO lap leader is Chris Dyson, and this is the day you needed really to rely on those gears and the gearbox.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, the cars, you know, these cars are under a lot of pressure. You know, you got almost 900 horsepower that you're pulling through these things, so just making it to the end of one of these things is a big thing, and we're thankful for all our partners that get behind us and make sure we get here, make the 100 miles happen.
Nice. How about that? Jim Weed, winner circle. How fun is that? And again, after the celebration, we've got some cold Jim Weeds up here, but I need Watkins Glen. You've got your own from the Empire State. I need you to get loud. Tommy Dreesy, Paul Menard from the Empire State, Chris Dyson here at Watkins Glen. You can throw out those hats. You can keep them. You know what, hold on, before we do this though, here's some teddy bears. You might want to hold that for your daughter. Then Paul, you're welcome to throw that out or bring that to the kids. I'm sure you want to bring that to your kids, Tommy Dreesy, or do you want to throw it out?
I have twins.
Oh, he has twins. Oh, look at this. A little kiss there. Oh, how about that? How about that for some camaraderie? Tommy has twins, so Chris Dyson gave his. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, you like that? You got your bear? All right, all right. All right, now hold up those trophies. Sorry, guys, I'm getting distracted. Tommy Dreesy, Paul Menard, Chris Dyson. Last chance, Watkins Glen. Let's get loud. All right, now we're going to bring in that Glenora champagne. All of these drivers are of age, so they're allowed to have some champagne, but we are racing next weekend at Mossport. Oh, so they go right for the winner, right into his eyes. And he's got no ammo left. How about that? Oh, and one for the homies right there. Pius with winner circle. This is Jim Weed winner circle. Here comes IMCO Gears to give the Top Gear Award to Chris Dyson. Do we need a photo of that, Chris? Okay, hey, you guys are excused. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Tommy, Paul, thank you very much. Nice job. Hey, Chris, I'm sorry. I need you back up there in that hat. Sorry about that. Larry, sorry about that. All right, Chris Dyson, just a photo with the IMCO hat, and then we got to move on for SVRA. How about one more round of applause from the Empire State? Come on, Pius, you can get louder than that. All right, come on up here for some Jim Weed. Here's Chris Dyson's son. If we want to do a Dyson Jim Weed family photo real quick, but come up here and get some Jim Weed. You can get Jim Weed, you can get stress cubes. There's some hats laying here, all that, and a bag of chips. Go home with race car shaped bag of chips. Thank you guys so much. That does it for the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli Watkins Glen. But we will be back here in our normal time that was stolen from us this year. We will be back with the downtown parade for the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli and the Hillard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Thank you guys so much, Watkins Glen.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. And yeah, well, there was plenty going on in that one, wasn't there? And you'll get another chance to see it if you got some friends and you want to tell them about TransAm. Tune in on a Thursday night on MAV TV when we will do it all again and we'll show you the highlights in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's August 29th. And right after that will be the race you just watched, TA, XGT, GT, and SGT. And that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. So plenty to look forward to and more SpeedTour races to come, but that's it. Our thanks to our MAV TV viewers. We'll be back next time, like we heard, from Canada. Until then, bye-bye for now. So welcome back to the Glen. It's been a beautiful weekend, all weekend long. 4 days of racing here from Watkins Glen, one of the iconic venues here in New York State and one of the most famous in North America. Well, we've got some more SpeedTour races, including the famous Collier Cup, and we're featuring MG. We'll talk about that when we get closer to it. But we've got a bit of a break, so let's tell you more from our stories from the paddock. And we start with John Ginetta.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6, and for the first time I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott TransAm car with the pros in TransAm as opposed to running it with Group 10 in vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials, either with small four-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, you know, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years, so racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body TransAm car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94 successfully, and so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It's it does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better in both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. Brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things, and things happen at different speeds between the cars. So it makes it. I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. we refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
And I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. I started racing, vintage racing, about 2010. That was the first race car I ever bought. Bought it from a gentleman from the Chicago area. I love that it's nimble. It's a very nimble car. It was a good car to learn how to drive. Not much horsepower, so you learn how to keep the momentum going, and they're just a lot of fun. Well, we got one more run with the Datsun. Tom Benjamin's my competition, seems like, this weekend. I got him yesterday. He may get me today. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to get another podium today. It'd be a nice way to finish the weekend in the B sedan. Back in 2016, when SVRA combined the TransAm, and we're like, well, wait a minute, we're at those races anyway. Let's build a TA2 car and see what we can do. A lot of the vintage guys were doing that. We built the car. Year before last, this race was my first race with the car, our second race, and out of 42 cars, we finished 12th. I was very pleased with that. We were hoping for mid-pack, but it worked out very well. Last year, was our last racing with TA2. Now we've decided that it's gotten a little professional for me, so it's just a little too hectic. So now we're going to race the car Group 10, Group 9. A lot less hectic. It's more laid back. Very fun. First of all, it's something to do. I'm retired, so keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Do it. Don't hesitate. Life's too short.
Welcome back. As you can see, we are getting ready for more from the Speed Tour as we turn to something completely different. Well, not completely different if you are a traditional Watkins Glen person, because this is the grid, the pre-grid, for the Collier Cup. And this year we celebrate MGs because the Colliers, and I know the man next to me will know all about this, were the first major importers of MGs to the USA from New York. In fact, they went over to Abingdon, where MG had their factory, did a deal, and became MG importers from New York. So it's a good story. It's one that has been kept as a tradition, and the Collier Cup this year will celebrate. It's now allowed more modern cars to come up, but as you can see, some pretty classic MGs out there.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of motorsports and love cars, but to me, this is the only race group that matters. I'm a huge MG person. Love this. The Colliers, two brothers that brought the MG mark with Cecil Kimber over here into New York, and then raced in the original road races in the road of Watkins Glen, 48 to 52. I believe it was Sam Collier that unfortunately lost his life going up the hill. There's Chelsea Miller, our grid chief, holding up the 1 minute to go. And you see there, that's the Honeybee Racing of David Nicholas from Binghamton, one of the Bark boys from Binghamton with Joe Turno and a lot of guys from here that have been into MGs and sports car racing since they were in high school. Dave Nicholas just out of high school now. I think he's a little bit over 80 years old, and he won't mind you telling me that because he's got more energy than anybody else in the paddock. But he's there in the front in that yellow MGA. Then Doug Sharipa in an MGB. Larry Smith, who we saw have a great race in that MG Midget, is third. Peter Uzdavinas in the MG Midget. Ken Gorney in an MG Midget. August Schmitz in an MG Midget. Richard Zipkowski in an MG Midget. Alan Kostick in an MGB GT. Eric Russell, MGA. Dan Ferguson, MGA. Mark O'Day in an MGA. Russell Lane, MGTD. This is like a dream for me to see all these MGs. See. Jeffrey Sinkowitz in an MGA. Garth Gill, MGTD. James Sanders, an MGTD. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Bob Williams Memorial. And I got a note from Kim Hoxie here, and I just sent this to her, so thank you so much, or Kim Pirella, sorry. So SVRA's longtime chief of tech, Bob Williams, was the final inductee of the class of 2013 award winners. Bob's tenure with SVRA began at the Summit Point event in August of 1987, proving to be a quick study. Williams served as an interim chief of tech crew 1 month later at SVRA's prestigious U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. He has been responsible for the recruitment and training of the organization's well-respected safety and technical inspection staff, which is considered by many to be the benchmark of American vintage racing organizations. Bob also played a key role in the success of Watkins Glen Grand Prix Festival since 1992 by organizing and conducting the reenactments of the original tech inspections conducted at the legendary Smalley's Garage. I've been to several of those, and the parade laps by 150 plus SVRA competitors driving the original 6.6 mile street circuit site on the first post World War II sports car race in 1948. Kim Pirella, thank you so much for sending me that and responding so quickly. I did get to see his wife last night at the party for Travis Engen's birthday, Linda. It was great to see her. She was with her son that works for GMT, but really, if it weren't for Watkins Glen, sports car racing may not have come back as it did after the World War II. They were really the first. Road America and Watkins Glen were really the first big post-war races. And then after they realized, they moved it up here to the top of the hill and some of the most picturesque country I've ever been in. You've got to come up here to the Finger Lakes region, Seneca Lake of Watkins Glen. Kim Pirelli, you're my hero. Johnny on the spot for that. And Jonathan, can't wait to see all these MGs take turn one.
Here we go. It's a fantastic and star-studded history, the Collier Cup, and we remember it and honor it today. And a full field ready to go. And we've already seen that 26 in some great battles already this weekend. That's Larry Smith in his MG Midget. Green flag waves there in a smaller field, but some beautiful cars out there celebrating the memory of Bob Williams. And away they go down to turn one.
Yeah, so Larry Smith taking it over there. Dave Nicholas, the Honeybee, They come in, look at this MG Midget MGA. I have a 1959 MGA, but I've had many MGBs and even an MG Midget. So here they come up the hill.
How do you fit in a midget?
Oh, that's not too bad. They're pretty good, just like Mini Coopers. Actually, I'm a little more comfortable in a Mini Cooper than the Midget.
That's fine.
It's once you're in it, it's fine as long as you have a small steering wheel. It's just getting in and out that's tough.
Yeah, we just got to get a can opener to get you out.
Yeah, but Larry Smith taking it to David Nicholas there. And like I said, David Nicholas just from down the road in Binghamton. The Bark Boys, you can go to barkboys.com. I believe it is BARCCboys.com. They have some unbelievable photos and pictures that you can look at of the road racing history from when they were in high school till basically now in road racing. So it's been a really cool thing, but that is the beautiful number 61, that factory chopped windshield that MGA has, the Eric Russell there in that beautiful red MGA.
Now, going back to the Colliers, it was Baron Collier Sr., who was the successful New York area man who built up a career in the New York area in the early 1900s. His three sons were Baron Jr., Miles, and Sam. They were the ones interested in the MGs. They were the ones that set up the MG Sales Company of New York and became the first importers of MGs here in the US of A. And so, as you say, a huge part of the history of why Watkins Glen was successful and became an international hub for racing in the day.
Really, MG is a huge reason why sports cars alone, I don't know if Miatas would exist without MGs, because the soldiers in World War II that were stationed in England saw these little MG fun little cars running around those small carriage roads that you guys have in England.
Well, that's the perfect car for those roads.
And thought that looked really fun. In the T-Series MGs or the midgets at the time, the big kind of open-wheel bicycle fender flare cars, and so they started bringing them back on the ships and everything, and then the Colliers bringing them over, and MG kind of developed. But for a while, they were the highest-selling sports cars in the world. MGA sold over 100,000 units alone.
Yeah, it's interesting. The World Wars have been a interesting import-export kind of thing for cars. Wherever Americans have been stationed, whether it be Iceland and Jeeps, or whether it be Australia and the Antarctic and New Zealand, they take their cars down there and leave them there, sell them. And so you can go around the world now and see a lot of MGs, a lot of Mustangs, a lot of Jeeps, and a lot of American export, and vice versa, of course, as you quite rightly point out, a lot of cars coming this way.
Yeah, that's Jeffrey Sinkowitz. The good thing in what he's doing right there, probably as an MG guy, looking at the oil pressure. That's the first thing you look at in the British car. Yeah. Then you're looking at your tachometer and then just kind of wait to go. Yeah, and there is that beautiful MGTD. That is
a real MG, and I mean they all are.
Yeah, but that's a little bit closer to what the GIs would have seen over in England at the time. Really, that would have been the TCs and the midgets, but that came after the TC. And then before the MGA. So what a leap from that car to the car that we just saw in technology. But that's basically because England was just bouncing back from the war.
Yes, exactly
and,
right.
They didn't have a lot of the factories built because they were under fire sometimes.
Yep. Look at this. Number 74 and 004 of August Schmitz going wheel to wheel into 6. It's quite a few people out as turn 6 this weekend.
Yeah, this is a great battle here between these two MG midgets and Spridgets.
Sprite and midget.
And you know what's funny is
that an actual category though?
Yeah. So like if you're going on like Moss Motors to order parts, it's just Spridget parts because Austin Healey Sprites and MG midget parts probably 98% of the parts are interchangeable except for some trim pieces. But look at this.
That is going to be August Schmitz going up to 4th place.
And the reason MGs and Austin Healey and these British cars are still so successful is because companies like Moss Motors, if you have the frame or a few parts for one of these cars, you have a catalog that you can rebuild a brand new car. And in fact, they're building today brand new bodies for all of these cars. There's a company, I believe, out of Pennsylvania that you can buy an MGB or an MG midget fresh body. and then rebuild with your parts. So it's really
That's
cool.
Interesting, yeah.
And there's still so many out there. But a lot of people ask me if I really am this big of an MG fan, and
Yeah,
I'll
you
prove
are.
it. So I used to be in a Christian rock band called Audio Adrenaline in my 20s and early 30s.
Look it up. He looks like a hooligan.
And we toured all over the place. But in my records, I thanked Cecil Kimber in the thanks. And Cecil Kimber started Morris Garage, which was MG. Back in the day. Obviously, I've never met him, but everybody's always like, when I would submit that to Capitol Records, our record company, they're like, who's this Cecil Kimber? And I'd explain it, and they'd give me the blankest look like I was an idiot, but, you know, it meant something to me. But there is Jeffrey Sinkowitz there in the MGA. Now, he's got the grill. They took out every other slat in that MGA grill just for airflow. But I really do think the body
I
of
can see that now, yeah.
It's kind of like a poor man's XK120.
Yeah, it is. A miniature version.
It's just got the most beautiful lines. Ladies' hips. I absolutely love it. Another TD. And that's how they should look.
That looks like a mini Bentley, doesn't it?
Yes.
The 585 of Garth Gill in that MGTD.
Denver Cornette raced an MGT series here in the original 1948 to 52 road races. He actually flipped it, and a friend flipped him back over in the race. But that car of Denver Cornette's usually does our downtown parade every year. And for me as an MG fan, that's like one of the most famous MGs in America. And then also we have the Flying Shingle that Ken Miles of Ford versus Ferrari fashion. The reason Ken Miles is such a legend is he took one of these TF series cars and made it what they call the Shingle, and just won all kinds of things with that car. So MG, long time running. So I love the first 5 minutes of Ford versus Ferrari when they're in Ken Miles' MGA shop. And he yells at the guy for not driving his MGA properly. So I love that. But here we back to the race. Larry Smith, and hopefully I'm going to ask Lake or Matthew to get a good shot of this yellow MGA, second in place right now. Dave Nicholas, the number 76, he's got a Hawaiian hula girl dancing on his dashboard. He's always been known to me as Hawaii Dave. So there it is right there in the middle of his dashboard. That is a hula girl. Look at that, Matthew.
Look at that.
Look at that, Hawaii Dave. Yeah, because Dave...
That's the same as Danny Larry's, right?
Yeah, but that's a roadster. So that Hawaiian dancer gets rained on a little bit. But Dave, when I met him about a decade ago, about 12 years ago actually now, he was living in Hawaii and would come over here. But now he's back here running with us in his BMW 2002 that he raced in the 70s and the Camel GT, and also this MGA.
Beautiful looking car too.
And then I met Joe Turno of the Bark Boys, and Joe Turno and Chris, they have the last car to win on a Sunday at Lime Rock was that MGA that Joe Turno.
They don't race on a Sunday.
Yeah, they don't race on Sunday anymore. But look at these TDs. Unbelievable.
No, it looks like a mini Bentley, like I said. That one particularly.
But they are really fun to drive.
Here's your leader, Larry Smith. David Nichols behind him, so there's a good race at the front here.
Oh, yeah. And if you're watching us from SpeedTour TV, if you have any more insights for us for MG or for these drivers, please let us know. Leave a comment on here. I got started in vintage racing because of an MG. I met a guy named Carl George in Zapata Racing about 15, 20 years ago. He had an MGA that I absolutely loved, and he invited me to my first vintage race back in 2009, the Gold Cup at VIR, and I fell in love. I followed these MG racers and Porsche guys called Zapata Racing out of Nashville for about a year and a half, making a documentary about vintage racing, and through that met Tony Pirelli, and then this is kind of the rest of the story. But Dave Nicholas coming up on Larry Smith.
Oh, he is.
Side by side.
For the lead.
Now let's see.
He's got the line, has the man on the left, the leader, Larry Smith, because it's a right-hander next, and he's just going to edge ahead of him and hold the lead, and does it nicely.
Now, the Midget is a monocoque chassis, a little bit more futuristic, and the MGA is basically built on like nearly the same frame as like a Chevy S10 from the 90s. It's a pretty stout, but a very neutral car, 50-50, really well balanced, really fun to drive, but I just think the sexiest looking body lines that I can afford in a car.
Here you go. Robert Mason says, "Go Honeybee." My dad and his students did some of the original bodywork for the original owner and racer Bob Showplane, and debuted it in 87 and 88 at the Jefferson 500 at Summit Point.
See, there you go. What I love about Dave Nicholas, too, it's Honeybee Racing. So in riding, it looks like honey beer.
Oh, yeah, I see.
So that's just kind of who Dave Nicholas and Rosie are as they come into Mission Foods Turn 1. But Dave Nicholas, he does not give up, so he's going to be looking to pass Larry Smith. And there is quite a speed difference, ladies and gentlemen, between these TCs, TDs, midgets, MGAs. You know, just the technology just went up, the tires, those bicycle tires and the big fenders of those TDs. But those TDs, TCs were really the sports cars, the unbeatable sports cars of their day.
The Schmitz in 4th position.
I like the grill of that midget too, and then the chopped windshield. Kevin Richards' wife was racing here, I think last year, in the chopped windshield.
Ooh, what's happened here?
Uh-oh, is he losing a tire?
Somebody
is. Tire dag on Dave Nicholas? I think so, because he's pulling off.
Yeah, problem. He's got a
he
puncher,
was going to give it over to Larry, so looks like we're going to have to post up that big yellow MGA.
Oh, how frustrating. Well, obviously now one man alone. Smith has nobody to fight with him. Jeffrey Sienkowski.
Now, remember, I love MG, but...
Sienkowitz, excuse me.
Yeah, Sienkowitz. But they aren't the most reliable cars ever made, especially with Lucas Electronics, SU carburetors.
That's a compliment calling them electronics.
Yeah.
That's barely what they are. But
it is good news that it's a tire failure, it looks like, on Dave Nicholas's car, because if you run an MG, you're hoping for tire, battery, or low fuel.
Yeah.
But it's the most frustrating thing for my wife, because we can put away the MG or a Mini Cooper or any of our British cars, and it ran phenomenal 30 minutes ago. We might go in, get a bite to eat, come out, and then nothing works, nothing starts. She always wears her tennis shoes because she knows she might be push starting it, but that's just what it is. See, we're seeing a little bit of smoke there coming out of that TD.
That's all right.
But here comes Larry.
Here's your leader, Larry Smith, passing some traffic. Dispenses quite quickly with that.
Long-time MG lover, Larry Smith. Very, very accomplished race car driver. I just love the look of those TDs. You can see right into the engine there. Matthew getting some great shots.
Yeah,
look at that big dash.
Yeah, that's neat. So this is the Collier Cup for 2024, and it's been run every year here at Watkins Glen since the mid-50s. I think 1954 was the first one. So pretty impressive to have a history so far back and dated. And over the years, we've had different types of MGs here and different dates of MGs, all coming from the little Abington factory in the UK.
Something's hanging down there from his left door that shouldn't be there. Just a little bit of a chrome piece fitting on that 645. But I've got a great story. I went to an event at Lime Rock Park several years ago for an MG Vintage Racers group event where we had about 50 of these cars. And a lot of the TCs and TDs. And John Fitch, who raced in the 55 Le Mans where that big accident happened with the crowd and everything.
Mercedes, yeah.
And so he was there and talking to us about, you know, racing MGs because he raced MGs. And then he went out there and watched it, and he couldn't believe people were still racing the TCs and TDs because he's like, back in my day, it's all we had.
Right.
But we knew how dangerous they were and how crazy it is racing. So he can't believe still to this day. And this was about a year and a half before he passed away. So it was great to see him and have him talk about that. But he couldn't believe people were still campaigning him, still running him really hard, racing wheel to wheel, because he's like, you know, we didn't know any better back in the 40s and 50s, but now you guys know better. What in the world are you guys still doing out there? But it's just so much fun.
History doesn't necessarily teach us well. August Schmitz has moved up to 3rd place. He just did his fastest lap on lap 5 and moved ahead to 3rd place. So the podium spot for him behind Nate Doyle in 2nd and Larry Smith, still your leader in the midget.
So I want to give a big shout out right now. My friend Carl George, David Conrad, my 2 MGA comrades, not Conrads, but comrades that really got me into this. And it really is an addiction and a sickness. Once you get into this kind of racing lifestyle, it just kind of overtakes everything.
So have you ever been part of the MGVR, the Single Mark Vintage Race Support Group of North America?
I have, yes.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, and
non-profit, but it sounds like it's a big.
Yeah, it's a really cool deal. Yeah, and that's who usually puts on this Collier Cup for the. This is the first year, I believe, of the Bob Williams Memorial Collier Cup.
Right.
And knowing Bob Williams, who was a huge fan of these small bore British cars, this has got to mean a lot to him and his wife Linda to be associated with this, because he would be absolutely smiling at this race right now.
So the clock ticking down and the laps ticking away for the Collier Cup for 2024. Nice little British flag on the back.
And there are a bunch of these cars available, ladies and gentlemen, for a much lower price than you think. You could go get a race-ready MG and come out here and have the time of your life. I highly suggest you to do that. You can look on Bring a Trailer. You can look on Haggerty.com. These things are out there. They made way too many of these. Were the Miatas of the day.
Yeah, they
these
were.
Midgets, MGAs, MGBs. And so there's a ton of them out there. Some of them really, really well prepared. Come out here and have a blast with us. These are absolutely really fun to race, but also about as difficult to work on as a lawnmower.
61 is 5th place Eric Russell in his MGA. First time I've had a nice close look at this one.
Beautiful. There's that chopped windshield MGA, that open grille. There's two different sets of headlights. That's the later mark MGA with the two kind of headlights. And then that bottom brake light, the bottom brake light is the earlier version of the MGA. So I think the MGA, it went through, 2-3 different marks, changes, a little just subtle changes. There's two different hood sizes, bonnet sizes you'd call it, in the MGA, but I just think the prettiest, sexiest lines, except for some of those XK 120s, 40s, and 50s.
So Smith with a massive lead now, almost 30 seconds. It's there he is, chasing down somebody else. But look at the gap. Look at the catching speed he's got. He's flying. Don't keep him out of his way though. That's my favorite, that 5.45.
I think he's coming around for the last lap is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close to the finish.
Look at these camera angles. Getting to see the hands of the drivers.
I know, it's awesome.
And the rhythm that they're in. Ladies, and this may look like they're going a little bit slow. He is pushing that car. And I promise you, that feels death-defying at that speed in that car.
Here we go then. Last corner. Let's see if it is the checkered flag coming out for the 26 of Larry Smith.
White flag.
It is white flag. Okay, one more to go.
RC's having so much fun out there. He's like, I got to see another lap of this too. Yeah. RC is my friend up in race control. And, originally named John Blagojevich, but he took over the name RC so that, his dad always told him you dress for the job that you want. So he's like, I might as well change my name for the job that I want. So his real name is John Blagojevich, but he goes by RC so that we finally take him out of black flag and move him up to RC, which is race control.
Oh, I see.
Learning something new every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
It's always just a joy, Ben, just to rip up another little bit of intelligentsia and find out something new. I love it. So down to the bus stop for the final time, and the car in the distance has not done as many laps, but this man Smith is just flying. 30 seconds as he comes through the bus stop for the last time.
I can't believe the foul language right now that's coming out of Dave Nicholas as he watches Larry Smith go around. If you know Dave Nicholas, he's in there just so sore, especially if it's a tire thing, because that's the last thing you would expect in a British car of this age. But I am seeing a little bit of smoke, a little bit of blue smoke from Larry Smith going around. You can never count out, you can't ever think, oh, I've got this thing in the bag in a British car, because all of a sudden those Lucas gremlins could come back to haunt you.
People sharing online some of their memories of racing at Watkins Glen, especially at the Vintage Grand Prix, remembering the likes of the Mark Donoghue reunion in 2009.
That would be awesome. And John Fitch, who had just such a huge impact in motorsports his whole life. Unbelievable person. Really great to hear him.
Creator of the Fitch barrier.
I'm not sure what that is.
Boy from New York, tell us more.
Well, he's got the information.
Oh, he knows what he's talking about.
But here we go. Larry Smith to win the Collier Cup. Now, if you're an MG person, this is like winning the Super Bowl. This is what you're waiting for all year long. So Larry Smith, came in second in our Group 1 with those Spitfires. But he's about to take it away. So bring us home, Jonathan.
Yep, it's the number 26 of Larry Smith then on his way to the last turn 11 here at the Glen. Celebrating the Collier Cup since 1954. Larry Smith brings it home in style in that beautiful bright blue MG to win in style. Takes the checkered flag and, well, he's a country mile ahead of everybody else well done to him.
But, you know, those last 5 laps in an MG, that's just – you got to be so nervous just knowing that anything can happen at any time in an MG. But look at these two going side by side.
Wow.
The number 94, that midget there in that MGA. So that's Ken Gorney in that MG midget and the 645. Unbelievable. Nice job, Jeffrey Sinkowitz.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Hey, you can see what it means to him, though.
Look
happy
at
with
that. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, like I said, to an MG person, this is like, you know.
The big one.
This is like an Oscar award.
Yeah. And then comes the TD. Here comes the 74. That's Richard Lespowski in his midget.
I think it's Zepkowski.
Zepkowski. All right.
Nice
job. Yeah, you can see him pushing the revs.
Now, I will say this. That's usually more MGs to finish this race than you expect. In an all-MG race, you're hoping that 50% finish in this day and age. So we've had better than that. So nice job to all of our MG drivers, competitors, and especially the most valuable players in this, the crew chiefs and mechanics.
Checkered flag then waves for our smaller Collier Cup group this year, but still, down in the history books it goes for another celebration and memorial honor to the brothers Collier and all lovers of MG, including Ben Sissel. Confirmation of the result then, the MG midget of Larry Smith wins. Almost 30 seconds. Nate Doyle second, August Schmitz moved up to third, ahead of Zepkowski in fourth position, Eric Russell fifth, Jeffrey Sinkowitz in sixth place, Garth Gill seventh, James Sanders eighth, and David Nichols rounding out the top 9 in this one. So we pause, but we can look back. There was plenty to look back on. Away they went, a small field as we mentioned, but good racing. And they settled down, got a little Larry, and then little Larry got going. And once he got going, he never looked back. Some beautiful MGs on display and some hard racing too.
Yeah, oh yeah. And it doesn't need to be a small field, ladies and gentlemen. Go get yourself one of these and have the time of your life.
I agree. Couldn't say better than
There's
that.
Dave Nicholas and that Hawaiian. This was fun, wasn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, it really was.
MG racing, the Collier Cup with Bob Williams. Unbelievable.
Larry Smith, though, dominates. The Honeybee goes out, and Larry Smith continues on to take the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen. So without further ado, let's take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Speed Tour after this.
What it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
Welcome back. It's the Hillard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, or to us, it's the SpeedTour, just the latest round. We are getting ready for another small group coming out, but this is our, group 5, 8, and 12B, Ben Sissel.
Yeah.
And, we've got the TT.
I think, it's late Sunday. A lot of people are like, oh, man, I got to get home. And so, unfortunately, what we probably should have done is combined some of these last groups.
Right.
Because that's just the nature of the beast here. But some cool cars. This is that number 11 of Peter Raganetti. We saw, I think, his dad out there in that beautiful one-off Alfa Romeo. Then the 27 there of Thomas Bork and that Datsun 280Z. You don't see a lot of 280s racing. Most of the race cars that people make are the 240s because that was before all the smog stuff and the bigger bumpers. But that's a cool 280Z. Then that 24, I love the font. You call numbers fonts, but I don't know what it is, the design of that font on the numbers.
You can say it's a font.
I like that. And
it
then
is a font.
I asked the question yesterday to our comment section, that number 24, would you still call that an E30, or is that the iteration before an E30? To me, that's the body of an E30. But most of the time they think of an E30 as like a 325 or a 328, but that is a 320i. But I think that's an E30, but tell me if I'm wrong, please. That is Steven Backenberg.
Here's a good one for you. Metman 3 says he had a Fiat that his wife used, kept a broom handle in the trunk and showed her where to hit the fuel pump when the car wouldn't start. I'm sure you've got a few stories like that.
I keep a hammer like that for my starter.
There you go.
Let's just start something right here. What, in your mind, does Fiat, F-I-A-T, stand for?
Oh, I know.
Let's see what everybody knows.
I know.
No.
Ooh.
Incorrect answers only here, people.
Oh.
Kind of like what they say about the other companies. But, that is in 1975. That's the year I was born, that number 24.
It's the last word that's the tough one.
So
the rest you can work out.
Make up what Fiat stands for, but please, only incorrect answers. And, you'll get a shout-out for the best answer here.
Yep. Still connected to Ferrari, of course. There's Logan doing a swell job down in pit lane.
Are they?
Plenty of pictures.
I thought Fiat was a part of Stellantis.
Ooh, now you've got me.
I don't
Ferrari
know.
are a part of
them that too.
Ferrari are a part of Fiat. That I do know.
Okay, possibly, yeah. So that's Antonio Esposito in that Audi TT RS. Then that number 100 Alpha is Christine Lay in a 1988 Alfa Romeo Spider.
Yeah, we watched this group yesterday, and like I said, plenty of qualifying. We've talked about this already this weekend, but I love bringing it up. Get an SVRA license. Get yourself out there. Take a course. Get yourself a license. Bring either your own car, rent one, or potentially use one from the school. And you too could be part of this.
I actually didn't know what Fiat actually stood for, but I think Stefano put the actual. That just looks too actual. Fix it again, Tony. I like that one, Jake Clapp. I don't know if we're going to beat that one.
That's like TWA used to be try walking across.
Yeah.
All right.
MG,
Ginetta,
as an MG, was might go, and that couldn't be a truer statement.
Yeah. Bene grazie. E tu? Yep, and we've got some lovely cars out here. Very different, obviously. And we've got about half of what we had last time out. We've got Richard Soapy Madia, our favorite name of the weekend.
Yeah, and then Dan Chapman. You really missed out. You could be driving a Lotus 23 with the last name of Chapman, and everybody in the paddock would ask you if you're related. But he's out there in that Brabham BT8 from 1965, in picture right now.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that he came and saw me, and he told me that raced in 1965 was raced by Peter Revson.
The Peter Revson.
The Peter Revson.
Of the Revlon
of the Revlon family and Formula One fame. He raced it both in the UK and the USA.
I know you're a Formula One guy, but I think Peter Revson as the TransAm driver.
That's true.
That also dabbled in Formula One.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay. I first heard of him. Oh, look, there's your truck.
Oh, he stole it.
That is set up well. That's perfect. You've got your
stage
stage lunch. You've got your deck chair. He's gone to the lower field to just sit under the.
But why not bring a vintage truck to a vintage car race?
Exactly right. That's a beautiful Ford. Here we go then. And yes, it also won at Nassau, according to Don Chapman. And Skip Barber raced it in 1966 before selling it to Bill Mitchell. Won 3 SCCA titles. See? I'm on it.
That's awesome. Billy Mitchell Bend at Road America and Skip Barber Tower at Lime Rock. So that's pretty good provenance there.
Yep, here we go then. Watch out for the green flag. There it is. Away we go then.
You know, we need to be selling Johnny Green, Juan Verde, and Away We Go t-shirts.
I've got the likes of Away We Go.
Yeah.
You know, Crofty says it all the time, but, you know, I'm way older than him.
He stole it from you.
He did.
You should be at least getting a royalty from that.
You think?
Yeah, as Antonio Esposito goes up the S's, and you really can't see it unless you're standing there at the bottom of how steep this hill is up the S's.
It's only when you come into the circuit for the first time you realize just what a steep hill it is. I like that Datsun. That's one of my favorite cars out there at the moment. That Datsun 280ZX from Thomas Bork.
And we talk a lot about that with the Miatas and the Datsun 240s. It's basically what Japan did back in the day is they took some of the British designs. They took the Lotus Elan and made the Miata. They took the MGB GT and made a reliable Datsun 240Z. And that's kind of the iteration of that. But you can see the similar body lines of an MGB GT there.
Yeah, but, you know, you always talk about how they were trying to compete and take the best ideas from the British and the Americans. But when you go to Japan and you see the size of their roads, you realize that an MG midget is actually what you need. So they were also practical, go to the store kind of cars for Japan because they too have tiny country roads.
Yeah, that's why their pickup trucks and vans are just so narrow. They're like almost size of golf carts.
Yeah.
So there we go. Antonio Esposito in the lead, then Dan Chapman in that Brabham BT8. What great history. I mean, I can't believe. And that car has been raced, you said, since 1965?
Yeah.
Wow.
65, excuse me. Yeah, that BT8. Yeah. Dan's owned it 5 years.
With Rigogo Racing, I want to give a big shout out to Jeffrey Camp and the whole Paul Rigo, the whole Rigogo Racing crew, Nathan Thompson. Thank you so much for that fish fry, just providing a fun event for us here on Friday night. The fish fry, always kind of a big staple in any vintage racing paddock. So thank you so much, Rigogo Racing.
I'm getting a pattern here. It's food, MGs, food, MGs.
Yeah, but really mostly Mexican food.
Okay.
And then not just MGs, but British cars. But I favor Jaguar and MG over the other British car marks.
To Tony Pirelli at the beginning of the season, we've got Mission Foods on board. I want you to make sure that Juan's happy. So eat as many chips as you like.
Yeah, I can do that for sure.
Okay. Across the line comes the number 11. That's Peter Raganetti in the Alfa Duetto.
Cuckoo Cachoo. Yeah. I say that because I just think of Mrs. Robinson, Simon and Garfunkel, the song from The Graduate. That I think one of the coolest things in movie music soundtrack is when he runs out of gas, Dustin Hoffman running up to San Francisco, they slow down the song. I thought that was just a brilliant thing they did in The Graduate. They wrote only the first couple verses of Mrs. Robinson for the movie, and then it became such a huge song they had to finish the song because everybody wanted it on the radio station. But really, it was just a soundtrack song.
Now, MGC GTs are rare, according to Boy from New York.
Very, very, yes. An MGC is a inline 6 with a little hump on the hood. They came in Roadsters and the GT class, so yeah, very, very rare.
Now, you want real history? Boy from New York. I helped Peter Revson load his McLaren when it broke down at Turn 1 Motorsport that weekend in 1972. Wow. Get down.
That's amazing.
That's good stuff. We do have some highbrow listeners on our YouTube site. I'm delighted to have them on board.
Now, our paddock is like that, like the old days where the racers, the drivers, the crew were that accessible.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was that accessible. Even Formula One, when they raced here in the early 70s at Watkins Glen, you could just walk up to Jackie Stewart and say, hey, what's going on, Jackie Stewart? And that's how it should be. These iron curtains and these velvet ropes that are keeping us from the drivers and crew in modern-day racing, that's not doing us any favors. We need to be more accessible to the fans because it's the fans that make the motorsport. So just little stories like that, that's just really cool. So there is Raganetti, and then that 27 of Thomas Bork and that Datsun 280Z. Then Christine Lay, the 88 Alfa Romeo Spider. I love seeing the hands there. You can see the master cylinders there at the dash. That way, she can look down, the drivers can look down and see what their levels are and maybe, you know, diagnose something that they can see. So their master cylinders are right there within eye's view for their brakes and their clutch master cylinders.
So Anthony Esposito in that TT, still firing on all cylinders at the front.
Still not hearing if that 1975 BMW 320i is an E30. I can't Google where I am right now, so if somebody could just find that out for me, I'm just really curious to know, because I just love that car of Steven Backenberg. Now, Backenberg should be driving a German car.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? Talking to German cars, here's one. Here's the leader. It's not that big a lead, though. Look.
No.
Dan Chapman's keeping him honest. Couldn't be more of a juxtaposition. The latest, or not far off the latest, in terms of it's still vintage, but a relatively new Audi TT being chased by a rather much older Brabham BT8.
How did Audi get away with that? The TT looks like, all right, guys, we're going to do everything Porsche did.
I know.
And just kind of trim it out just a little bit. How did they get away with that? Because to me, that looks like a Porsche. I always look at the Audis like the old Quattros. It's a little bit boxier, but then they came out with that TT, which I do love, but to me it was like Audi was like looking over the shoulder of the guy that's drawing the new Porsche.
You think?
I do, but I could be wrong.
Verstung durch Technik is the answer to your question.
Which was, I didn't know I answered the question, or asked the question.
Well, no, you didn't, but that's why Audi did what they did, is because that's what they do. That's their motto.
Oh, what does that mean?
Verstung durch Technik.
Yeah.
Fast technical brilliance, something like that.
Okay. I like that.
But that, when you hear their logo, when you hear their adverts, that's what they say. My German's get a bit rusty. Well, he's got a good healthy lead, but it's not enough to relax yet by any means.
No, and that is a 2012. And behind him is a 1965.
Well, Chapman is only half a second off the pace of the TT currently.
And throwing some tires up. That just could be what your friend David Hobbs calls clag.
Bit of clag.
Yeah.
Schmozzle.
David Hobbs was our Grand Marshal here just a few years ago at the Hillard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix.
Done a lot for American motorsport as David Hobbs. For a Brit.
And a TransAm driver.
So it's Esposito, Chapman, and Raganetti in third at the moment in this final 5B Group 8 and 12B. One more
closing.
race to go. He is closing, you know. In fact, they were on identical times the last lap. So it's close. 2.1 the gap. We'll see if it comes down any further and see if he can push on towards the end of this.
You know, I haven't really ever seen an Alfa Romeo that I didn't like, and they came out with a lot of different body styles. But it's just something about the Italians and their styling. I just really like the styling of that. Not a big Ferrari Lamborghini fan. I just really like the Alfa Romeos and Fiats.
Well, take an eyeful of this beautiful weather here at Watkins Glen, because if you come back here later in the year, it may not be so glamorous as it is right now, but it's the perfect way to end the summer here for the RVs. Catch a little bit of ray and enjoy some racing.
Okay, so right now he's at 2.184 behind him. Let's see if that's gone down a little bit.
It's been about that for most of the laps they've been circulating. We'll get another chance now as they come into into 10 and 11. And as they cross the line, we'll have another look at their lap times and just see if he is closing the gap just in this closing stages.
He's got cameras all over that thing.
I know.
So is Dan Chapman there.
I love that blue. Really deep, nice color.
Okay, let's see what this gap is. A little bit more than 2 seconds.
Again, but yeah, and they again did almost identical lap times. So Antonio Esposito is controlling this race.
Yeah.
Very well and
like
nicely done.
Mario Andretti always said, win as slow as you can. That's exactly what he's doing. But got a little bit of smoke there.
Yeah, a little bit
out of that super old car, the year I was born, that BMW 320i of Steven Backenberg. Group 8 car. Just love the looks of that car. Let's see if our experts have told us that the BMW. Believe the BMW is an E21. Oh, man. Metman 3. I like you. Thank you for that information. See, I knew they'd come through for us. I am a fan of our comment section. I sometimes think they're a little bit too nice to us, but I love all these experts that we have out there. So thank you guys very much for joining us. And I like this interaction. Many times I've wanted to yell at the commentators. So, this is their chance, or interact with the commentators. So I like this. As a fan of motorsports, I think this is what we need.
You have an obsession with being beaten up, don't you?
I do.
Aye.
It's fun. I like to start a little fight here on the internet. I like to troll a little bit, I guess you could say.
I love it. Well, of course, it's a whole new era for motorsports now with live streaming. And just allows us to do this sort of racing. Have some fun doing
it. Come on, Christine. You got this.
Just trying.
The Axis, the Italians, and the Japanese coming down through the boot.
Christine Lay against Thomas Bork. That's the battle. Fourth place and fifth place. There they are.
Like I said, I live about a mile and a half, 2 miles from the Nissan headquarters. So there are a ton of vintage Datsuns.
Oh, no!
Bork!
A touch of the wall and Bork!
You see that yellow flag, Johnny, on the spot there at the toe of the boot on that yellow flag, and he's just pulling off. I think
afraid he's going to have damage, am I right?
I think so, but not bad. Those 280Zs are built pretty well.
Well, I've been amazed that we've seen a few SVRA cars, unfortunately, have an untoward ending to their day, but not a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Doug Richmond in that Falcon early on today that glanced off of that wall today and kept going.
Amazed.
Unbelievable. So there is that beautiful yellow Alfa Romeo, and there's Raganetti in that
third place
graduate. I think the graduate Alfa Romeo was a 69, and Peter Raganetti, he's in a 1969 Alfa Duetto, and it was red as well. That Dustin Hoffman
it was all red, right? No
it was
yellow
all
front.
red, no yellow front. But some really cool footage of driving. And, we don't do that in movies anymore. We don't let movies just breathe. We don't show a 3-minute section of a guy just driving down the road.
Or a bullet chase.
Yeah, sometimes you need that time to let a story breathe like that, but we don't do. But look at that, not a lot of damage, but he is coming in. So we appreciate that, Bork. Nice job. So
it doesn't look too bad, does
it?
He got lucky. He got lucky, did Mr. Bork?
Yeah.
But you can see, I think
I'm even hearing RC. RC's in my right ear saying, "Oh man, I love that car. That's real sad." So everybody that works for us. You see Fred there in the day glow. You see Ben there at Black Flag. Everybody that works for us are fans of these cars, fans of these drivers. We all are here to make sure everybody is here to have a good vacation. So we hate seeing that.
Yeah, it's true. So the clock ticking down now in this, our 5B, 8 and 12B feature race 2. There's the Audi leading the way at the moment in the capable hands of Antonio Esposito. The Audi TTRS.
Is the RS Rally Sport? What would that be?
No, race sport. And as we were looking at yesterday, you can have the 4-wheel drive version or the rear-wheel drive version.
Is it all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive?
All-wheel drive.
Okay. And you were saying it added weight, and I don't know this. I know a 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, some people prefer the rear to race because of the weight. Yeah,
but I know a 4-wheel drive would have the transfer case. So I'm guessing an all-wheel drive would have something similar, and that would be what would add the weight, or just the big front axles and things like that. That would add a little bit of weight, but the weight difference sounds like an all-wheel drive system would also have to have some kind of transfer case or front differential kind of setup. I'm not sure.
Be really interesting to do a nice little comparison documentary on Lotus and Brabham of the day and how they went about making their light shells and chassis and how did they develop and if there were sort of different convergences and also different ways of going about the same problem.
Yeah, and I'd put McLaren in there as well.
Yes, yeah.
Colin Chapman, not sure if he was a big driver. He was definitely an engineer.
No, he drove, but
then Brabham and McLaren definitely drivers.
Well, those were
world champions. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit smoky, this BMW, but it's a Beamer on a mission.
Now, who was it that told me that's an E21? Trying to look here, but is that still a straight 6, like the 325s, or is that like a straight 4? Because the straight 6 of an E30 is just such a phenomenal engine, really well-balanced car. I just love the E30s. It is smoking a little bit more, but it is Sunday, and everybody knows, I can go for it now, just like we might have seen with Bork, and then fix it, in the off-season. We are getting kind of late in our 2024 season. We've still got Mostport next weekend. Then we go. Woo, Christine!
She's putting it down through the bus stop. My word!
Look at those hands.
I know, it's great.
I hope I don't give the commentator curse, but we go to VIR.
Yeah.
Then we go to Spring Mountain outside of Las Vegas. And then we go to your home track where you live, Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, Austin, Texas, baby. Doesn't get any bigger. What's the Vegas track like? I've not been to that.
I have not either.
Okay.
I hear good things. But, so if you've wondered where Jonathan's from, from his accent, obviously Central Texas, Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
You can just hear that.
How'd you went to college in Texas?
Yeah, you played Division I soccer, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
SMU Division I soccer player over here.
There you go. You could drive the Glen in your streetcar on certain days. 3 laps following the lead car truck for $30. How about that? Parade pace.
If this isn't funny, I'm listening in my right ear that Michelle at our victory circle is saying one of these MGs just dropped oil all over the place.
Oh,
and
no.
that's normal. They like to mark their territory.
We should have put these at the end. We got another group yet.
Yep. But that's victory circle, so that's okay.
Oh, okay.
So Christine Lay in that 1988 Alfa Romeo Spider, Group 8DP. I heard a funny story about that. The alphanumeric, like the McLaren M8F, things like that. George Lucas, who's a big car person, loves that alphanumeric of cars, of like a 325i or the McLaren M8F or something like that. So that's why there's C3PO or R2D2.
Oh, I see.
So he kind of took car names and thought, that's kind of cool to mix numbers and letters like that. Yeah. So that's why we have C3PO and R2D2, because he loves cars and he loves the alphanumeric nature of that. But there he is back out there. Yeah,
I'm amazed. Yeah. I mean, who cares if he hits the barrier, turns it round? He's out there.
He's coming back in, though.
Just a little shakedown, just to make sure that...
he's going to pull it in the trailer, make sure it works good, so he can drive home knowing, oh, it's all right.
It's okay, yeah. No, still smoking, but still going, so that's good. It's just got a little bit of a rich mix, I think. Here's your leader.
And bigger gap now with Dan Chapman.
Yeah, he's got it to 3.8, so he's kind of cracked it a little bit. The Brabham put up a good fight for a while. Finally, bit by bit, the more modern Audi starting to make its way and pull away. To turn 1. This is the time you start to lose concentration when you've got a good lead like this and you're getting close to the end and you just want to get it home. You can't let your hand. You can't go slower. Drive when you go back to 80. If somebody said go back to 80%, you'd go straight off.
Yeah. We saw that in the Senna movie, which is just such a great documentary when he's putting down the perfect laps at Monaco, and I think somebody came over the radio and it knocked him out of rhythm and he hit the wall.
Yeah.
But he was just like leads ahead of everybody. So it can knock you out of rhythm, and if a car's going really well, you don't want to do anything to jinx that.
No.
I just heard from my friend Carl George, who I was talking about with Zapata. He listened to our broadcast, Jonathan. So we've got the chief, Carl George, the chief of Zapata Racing, listening to the Collier Cup. He did really well at the Collier Cup here a few years ago in his MGA.
There you go. Well, even Bork got back out. He's 3 laps down, but he's back out and running in the 27, which is great news. He's come back in again now. Meanwhile, 100. Still going through her paces, really pushing on. Is Lay in 4th position as she crosses the line again now.
This is my friend Benny Bish, but I'm looking at this sheet right here, and he was in a 2002 from 1974. So I'm guessing they went from the 2002 to that 320i, because that's a 1975 right there. So they went right from that 2002, and you can definitely see the lineage there in the body styles. This E21 that we just found out isn't as bubbly as the 2002, but it still shares the same lines.
Yeah.
That kind of Jetsons looking car. If you would have told me I'm going to build a car that's white, orange, and gray, I think you're crazy. But seeing the lines of this, I actually really like it. Yeah,
it's kind of neat. It's different. I've not seen one like that.
Yeah, it's cool. But if you've got a German car, you got to have some silver in there.
Oh yeah, it's the racing colors. Right, there's your leader coming down the main straight from the drone. I like this shot because you can see how tight that first corner is from here. It's tighter than it looks, isn't it?
And such a great view.
Yeah.
From up here. That's the craziest thing. Like, there's Seneca Lake there in the background. Tony Pirelli actually has a beautiful house right off the lake, and he'll go out there on his boat and go fishing all the time. Tony Pirelli is a big fisherman, and he wanted a house up here where he grew up. His first race was here, a TransAm race in 1968. That's what hooked him, and always wanted to live up here. He's really involved in that motorsports Racing Research Center that's going to be built here at the track. Very excited for that. And we're going to have the TransAm Hall of Fame here at the track in the Motorsports Racing Research Center. We have our first inductees this spring at our first Sebring event.
Now, will that be just Hall of Fame members, or will there be a Hall of Fame?
There will be a Hall of Fame as a part of that building that they're building here.
And will have cars in it?
TransAm Hall of Fame. I am not sure of that.
That is great news. And, of course, this the longest-running road racing championship, TransAm, in North America, began in 1966. And, of course, right at the heyday of the Pony Wars. Well, that's what it became known as.
Yeah, the 66 to 72, the 70 championship in particular was just amazing because all the manufacturers came in. Then, just like all motorsports, it ebbs and flows. So then the Suez Canal, not the Suez Canal, but the gas crisis of the mid-70s and all that. So then they went down to, I think, racing like maybe 4 races that year because of the fuel crisis.
Well, they kept it going in some form or another.
Yeah.
And they also kept the history, too, with the sedans and the production versions. So, yeah, great history. And, in fact, Audi have had a part of that history, too, winning a championship.
Yeah, in an Audi Quattro, the Hurley Haywood. Speaking of Zapata Racing, Bob Coleman, his favorite driver was Hurley Haywood. And they absolutely dominated. Hurley Haywood, Hans Stuck in that Audi Quattro.
Yeah, known as one of the greatest endurance drivers of the USA. And another lap completed, and this time the white flag. Let's have a look at the gap this time between these two, because it might have just tightened up a little bit.
Look at that.
1.7 seconds.
Maybe Chapman was just back there playing a little chess, Jonathan.
Well, you never know. His last lap at 2:14.5, so he took half a second off him on that last lap. And you can see the gap for yourself as they climb up the hill and through the S's for the last time.
And like Adrian was saying, that you can drive some cars that will actually slow down going up that hill because it is such a steep hill.
Yeah.
Same with, what is that, turn 2 and 3 at Sonoma. That's a steep one.
Yeah, and braking uphill is really hard. I was talking to a guy in our hotel the other night saying, he does track days here, and he's saying, look, that's the hardest thing in the world to do is brake uphill. And you do it at Coda, you do it here. It's just tricky because you just never really know, loading the car, when you're going to crest the top of the hill. It's an uncomfortable thing to do.
Yeah, the standing on the track at Circuit of the Americas looking up at turn 1.
I know.
It looks straight up.
It's 133 feet.
So cool. And then I love the fact that they put that camera position up there to where it looks like they're going right at him.
Yeah, I know. It's really cool.
So there is Raganetti in that Dustin Hoffman style Alfa Romeo from the Graduate. Just absolutely love. This is a car that I actually look at the rear of the car. Just love the rear of the car. If they get a shot there, I just love how that just kind of falls out like a boat tail almost.
Yeah, neat. And the lights don't, they've made the lights small enough where
they go into it. They're flush.
It's all part of the back of the body. It's very neat, yeah.
Then we go to that boxy German car.
What's he done with one of the headlights? He's removed.
Looks like maybe, I think that's probably like a brake duct.
Yeah, maybe.
So here we go. Is this coming to the checker flag?
Yeah, it should be. And here comes your leader. And it's been a pretty easy run for Antonio Esposito. And look, there you go. Second place right there with him. The gap was 1.7 seconds. It's going to be about the same, I think, as he comes to the line. And here he is. And it is the TTRS who wins here ahead of the blue Brabham BT8 of Dan Chapman. And in fact, Antonio upped the pace on that last lap and did his quickest lap of the race. So he just sort of said, okay.
But he still won.
Won.
Dan Chapman was racing in Group 5. Yeah. Antonio Esposito's Group 12. And then Peter Raganetti should be coming up here real quickly in Group 8.
Yeah, so you've actually got three different groups. First, second, and third.
Into Cube 3. And I got to give it up to Nick Middleton from Cube 3. The CEO, the owner of Cube 3, has been at every single TransAm race. Huge enthusiast, the kind of marketing partner and sponsor that you want to have. And he's going to be in Canada with us talking to me. And I actually kind of look at him as a mentor. So it's just such a great thing to have a relationship like that of somebody that is such an enthusiast. But here is Raganetti. I can hear Mrs. Robinson in my ears, staying at the same BPM, though. Hopefully it doesn't slow down a little bit, but what a beautiful car. And his dad was running that one-off Alfa Romeo special here this weekend.
So they're an Alfa family. And this will be for third place.
The Alfa logo with the baby and the snake. I'll never know what that means, but I've just always loved that logo.
I did read up on that once. It's a unique logo, that's for sure.
There we go. You don't want to put up that hand before you cross the line because that will create some drag. Here's Christine Lay.
Yeah, she's had a time of it. She's been working hard. She still is, coming out of the last corner, side to side, pushing those tires till the very limit. And there's the checkered flag for her. Fourth place overall. And here comes Steven Backenberg in the 24 BMW. Sounds great.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I had an E30 that we called Justin Beamer. And I absolutely love the car. Actually, when I was making the movie Vintage Race Today, I took out the front seat, and that was like my pickup truck for that movie.
That's cool.
Here comes Esposito.
Yeah. Come back in the pits and get down to victory lane, waving to the marshals.
This is the best weather I remember at Watkins Glen. I kept, oh, here we go. Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, let's just confirm the result then. Antonio Esposito in the Audi TT-RS takes the win over Dan Chapman, who kept him honest in the Brabham BT8. And then Raganetti taking third place. Kristen Lay in fourth in the 100 all yellow. And Steven Backenberg in fifth place. Thomas Bork getting in and out after smashing his car against the wall. But it's okay. And the Datsun lives on. And that's how they finished. And there you go. Time to get a little bit of the tent going. Try to keep it down. Come on, kids. Mum will be back soon. Look at that. Well, they're having fun. And we're doing the same. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Speed Tour after this.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back, and yes, there it is. Travis Engen at the top. That's the man driving it, but look who's driven it before. So, hey,
one of my favorite.
Capello, Davis, Leto, they've all driven it. Nish and Capello.
Hey, that's all great and good. But the most winning Audi driver is the man there, Travis Engen, who we celebrated his birthday last night, had a little surprise birthday party. One of my favorite people in the paddock, and heard some pretty funny stories about him last night, too. In that Audi R8, the most winning Audi in Audi history. So how cool is that? And then we were talking yesterday, he's got over 60,000 race miles on that engine.
Wow. Well, Cal Denise joins us again to bring us home, effectively, our Sabeco expert. And he's got some news, first and foremost. Take us through it, because we've got the warm-up lap to get through it.
Yes, thanks for having me again. So inside our championship, we with our Sabecos, we had Dario and Goebel yesterday, had a little contact turn one. So they're a little out of position today, so look for them to be coming through the field, lots of overtakes. Their teammate, Clay Keel, he's going to be hoping to take the fight to Stratus, who's running up front. They kind of swept the podium yesterday. And there was actually less than a half second between the last spots of the podium with Charlie Stryker and Ethan Barker. So expect another close finish there with those guys. Really, though, the one I'm watching is Harry Colson. He's been just nice and steady all season in that car, and he's eyeing that championship.
So he's in the MP01, right?
Correct, in the PS3 category.
Yeah, okay.
And he really he's got a good chance to actually take it home, because I believe Dario and Clay aren't going to make our last race at VIR. So he's just trying to get as many points out of it today as he can, and hope for a good showing at VIR as well.
And big money for the winner of the championship, right?
Yes. So we throw a little extra at it, in addition to Hancock, and really helpful to have Hancock on board with everything. In addition to that, though, man, those guys under the 9.4 tent, they worked real hard to get those cars back out there today. And they're all supporters of the Spotlight Initiative, which helps UCF, some students there get some paid internships, and they're alumni there, and just try to give back to those. And really big shout out to the guys at Revolution as well. We wouldn't have a great series without the rest of them.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of work to do after the Enduro to get that car back together, and Donnie and his team did a great job getting it to the grid.
Well, they're bunching up, Jonathan. The lights are out. This is a pretty interesting field of cars. Watch for Nathan Thompson there in the back in that Lotus 23, but here they come to the green, Jonathan.
Yeah, and you can expect that storied R8 to drift off into the distance because of its power, because of its history.
I hope it does.
Because of the man who's driving it, Travis Engen. And then it'll be left to the Sabecos and the Revolutions et al. To fight it out. Away goes Engen. The 65 of Nathan Duckles tries to go with him. In second place, ducks into second, as everybody now gets into a line astern position to go up the hill. Up the hill for the first time.
Looking good. What a great looking group. There goes my friend Nathan Thompson, though, from Agogo Racing in that Lotus 23 that, we've always kind of known Doc Bundy to be driving, but Nathan Thompson, very capable driver, especially here at Watkins Glen. So that Lotus 23 is going to move up through there. I think it's a 23C, if I'm not mistaken. So a much faster Lotus 23. But these Sabecos, man, they are just such cool looking prototypes, but they've got that little bit narrower bulb in the middle for that single center seat drive.
Yes. Center seat is slightly offset to the left, but it gives a great driver perspective. Good feel.
This is all relatively new, Cal, so we're still learning the way. A shortened season this year to kind of, bred yourselves in, but looking to expand both as a series in terms of events and in numbers on cars.
Yes. And, we're hoping to do 6 races next year, expand from the 4 that we did this year, and, hopefully continue to get the increased car count. We've got 12 out there right now, and I think we'll be close to 10 at VIR for our last race.
As you can see, Travis Engen, well, he hasn't pulled away too far yet, but he's off and running. It takes time, we said this yesterday, for that Audi R8 to get his tyres up to temperature. It's not a lot of time in the pace lap, so he tends to go a little slow to start off with, and then when he's up to full...
It's just so weird because we've been watching production vintage cars for the last 2. you know, that have body roll and just don't rotate. These cars have no body roll and they just rotate. Like they don't look like they're hovering and not really on tires. So it's just a weird to see that. And you can see this line of Sebecos. Then you've got the Radicals here. Then you've got some Revolutions back there. All kinds of different ways to make this, and just unbelievable to watch them put down the laps.
And Cal, to the untrained eye, how do you see the difference between the Revolutions and the Sebecos?
Oh well, the Revolutions, obviously with that open cockpit right there, they look gorgeous, and you know, for them, they're running a little bit more power, so they walk us down the straights, but we do a good job keeping up with them through the turns. I noticed I didn't see that DPO2 out there.
Yeah, the Elan. Yeah, I'm not sure where that Elan is. The of West Allen.
Yeah, but here it looks like Dario's coming up. He's making his way through. He's already picked off a few. So
what about horsepower? You say that the Radicals are more horsepower. What do the Sebecos get?
So
watch this though. Watch Nathan Thompson. Nathan, can't see you. Nathan Thompson is a very accomplished race car driver with Ragogo Racing. He is going to get around these cars if they can see him in that 23C.
Nathan Thompson started right at the back in that Lotus 23C.
Yeah, and those guys at Ragogo, they had a nice little fish fry on Friday.
You went as well. I was the only one not invited to this.
Well, you have to be Catholic to go to a fish fry.
All right.
Well, no, that's just a Southern rule. I think that is, because I'm not Catholic. But it's really cool that that Paul Rigo and the whole Ragogo crew, they do that about 4 to 6 times a year at different vintage events. And it's just really cool. But look at this, Sebeco versus Radical. Who's got the advantage here, Cal?
Well, right there, that's Charlie Stryker. He's got a lot of laps. He runs that car in WRL, so you know, he's really pushing it to the max there. But through that section of the track, that's where he's going to be strong. It's once we get on the straights that Radical's got a little bit more legs on us. So if he's got a chance, it's going to be sort of in the boot area, possibly through the bus stop. That's where he's got the advantage.
Okay, good knowledge. That's what we want to hear from you. Thanks, Cal.
Another Radical McDonald's driver.
And those guys in the Radicals right there, I believe they are actually in the SVRA
So they're Group
category.
11.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. But it's great to run side by side with them, and you know, even if it's not in class.
Now, why didn't they want to play with PSSA?
That's
I
a good
asked Phil
question.
Lewis the same thing. Philip Lewis, who we were talking about, came all the way from Copenhagen, and he said he's in Group 11 in a Radical. I said, why don't you join PSSA? And he said, well, what's PSSA?
Yeah.
And so I said, well, go talk to Rob, because that car would be eligible unless you've done something to your Radical. He said, no, it's straight up. So back again, Nathan Thompson just can't get around. Is that Dario in this Revolution?
No, that Revolution, man, they have a lot of power. In fact, I think they're somewhere around 170 coming up to the bus stop. So they just, ooh, there he goes. So it's hard to get around those Revolutions in that straight line. We'll see how Dario's coming up to him now. This is going to be Dario's best chance, possibly under braking.
Sorry, it's Dario. I called him Dario. Sorry about that.
I learned that one too recently. So.
And I call Mario Andretti, but it's actually Mario Andretti, because Adam Andretti will always correct me on that.
And usually Dario's got some good fans on watching the live stream, so hopefully they're tuning in and seeing him pick off these cars.
Now, I say Mario Andretti because of Charlie Daniels Band.
Right.
They say Mario Andretti and the Uneasy Rider.
Remember, he came on the border of Italy from a tiny village. So you think about it when they are saying, where is Mario? Where is Mario? Yeah? So that's why it's Mario.
And really the shock right now is, you know, Jason Alder in that PS3, which is about 40 horsepower less than the SPX in the PS2 category. He is right there running down Brandon Kidd, who's in the SPX. So really, really good job by Jason out there.
So quite an eclectic group. We've got Group 5A. We've got not too many from 5, but a couple. And they are going around. We've got 7, 11, and of course what we're talking about, the PSSAs, the more modern versions of these Sebeco SPXs, Sebeco MP01s, and the SR3 Radicals, and the Revolution A1 500 SC. Got the odd Chevron B out there as well. That's Group 7. And then you've also got a 2007 New Art Can-Am out there. Mark Hannafin. I haven't seen that yet. There's the 50. That's
Mark
Matt Clark in the Swift. Yeah.
Mark Clark, yeah.
Sorry, in the Swift, yeah.
We used to have a Matt Clark that raced against Jason Alder in F4.
We
Yeah,
did.
it's confusing.
He's now on the road to Indy.
Yeah. But it's cool to see Jason Alder back out here with us. He's such a nice, great driver.
Great kid, yeah.
So I'm glad to see he's still doing something in sports car racing.
Likewise, Dakota Dickerson, one of our former champions as well.
Yeah, they are really running those cars hard right now. Just seeing the lap times come across, Dakota's still running 53, and the track's real hot right now. We're up quite a bit. I think I had a track temp reading of about 117 before we went out for this session.
Wow. That's hot. With the ambient temperature outside, you wouldn't think it would be that hot.
Yeah, it's cooler than most of the country right now up here. But it soon got hot, didn't it?
And that was another good example that Revolution got around Dario again down the straight, but we'll see if he can get it around and make it stick. They just have a lot more horsepower in that PS1 category, and so it's good to see him battling, working hard for it.
I think settling down, most of the drivers setting their fastest lap on the 4th lap so far. So they've got themselves some clear space. They've got themselves dialed in as the 62.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's a nice car.
Mitchell Idle in a, trying to draw a line, in that Chevron B31 from the year I was born, 1975.
Disco, just no wonder. Now that tells us a lot about you. You were born in the era of disco.
But I'll tell you a funny thing. My son just went to college and texted me last night that he's at a silent disco. And I said, that's great, because disco sounds best when it's silent.
Oh, ouch.
Not a disco fan.
That's all the thing. You'd be good at a silent disco.
That's my favorite. I'll put on a disco record and turn it down to 0 all the time. It's the best way to listen to it.
Oh, you're tough.
And there it is,
Disco's
that radical
king.
again.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit of that straight line advantage, but again, once you go through those turns, you see Gopal just pull away.
What's the weight difference between, let's say, the regular Radical and the Sabeco?
Our cars come in across the scale somewhere between 1,800 and 1,900 pounds, depending on the car. So they are a little bit heavier, from what I understand. And
how are they to maintain as an owner?
Oh, they're great. It's easy to pull the bodywork off, get to everything. That's the best part about. I feel like all these guys enjoy that part about sports racers and prototype cars. Is just it's an easy car to work on and maintain. We've got great intervals on all the parts on our cars. So engines last a couple seasons if you're doing sprint racing, and they're getting 150 hours or so to a motor before a rebuild. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nathan Thompson up to 10th in that Lotus 23C, starting at the back in about 25th.
Yeah, he's made it through, hasn't he?
So yeah, he's doing good. And then there's Mark Clark doing really well. We saw his son Gavin in Group 2 also doing very well. 31 years old, so we love seeing him here.
Yeah, more and more young folk are choosing the historic route because they can see that it's a great way to learn in a friendly atmosphere, and also just a fun weekend without the pressure of a championship and without worrying too much about getting into fisticuffs and having big damage and all the rest of it. So more and more people cutting their teeth, like Jason Alder, Dakota Dickerson on the way up.
I can't read the rest, but I think I offended Boy from New York because I think he loves disco. He says disco was my best years. Is that what it's saying? I've got an emoji blocking me.
Yeah, of course it was. Of course he said
that's not a futuristic problem, having an emoji blocking.
He's quite right. His disco years were his best. My feet never stopped moving. Talking of not moving feet, look at this. Travis Engen is pedaling well. A long way ahead at the moment, as he was yesterday in the mighty Audi R8. Storied history buzzed across Europe and the USA. And over 60,000 race miles, we believe.
No, it is, because they know exactly how many race miles are on it.
He's got a 20-second lead now. He's flashing the lights. Well, he's not
I
flashing
think that's
the
the
lights.
Bumps. Yeah, I think
Just the bumps.
But happy birthday to Travis Engen.
Happy
it was
birthday,
actually in June, but this was the first time we could all celebrate it at the Monoposto party last night, and the crew GMT Nancy and Toe and Kathy, they really threw a great party. Had some great Mexican food. So, that'll bring me in, Jonathan.
Oh,
and guacamole. So we really appreciate that. Also, it was just really cool to see Deneen and Bob Leitzinger here. Bob Leitzinger, absolute legend here at Watkins Glen. He was with us here in the paddock. So just kind of like a big family reunion. Like I said, Linda Williams was here. So just great to see all the old friends, I guess you could say.
Cal, any surprises for you in terms of what you're used to watching with these guys?
Again, Dario back there, I think he's just struggling to get around that revolution with the straight line speed, and it's holding him up. Otherwise, I think he'd be right there with Charlie.
Cangialosi, that's how you pronounce it. Cangialosi?
Cangelosi,
yeah, that makes sense.
So, I had to ask him before this, make sure I get it right.
Yeah.
I love that livery on that Radical, though.
It's neat, though, yeah.
I got to ask you, though. Jonathan was saying that he just got a call from Brian Redmond. When you see Brian Redmond calling you on your phone, how do you answer?
Uncle B.
Do you really?
Yeah, what's going on?
That's just so crazy.
My dad calls him Killer.
That's awesome.
What's up, Killer?
I've got a picture that's autographed by him, by Brian Redmond.
Perfect.
At home. So,
what's the car on the picture?
I believe it's a Chaparral.
Okay, that would make sense. He was a big Jim Hall man, a big Chevron man, and of course a 3-time Formula 5000 champion, multiple Le Mans participant, never won it, but boy, had a storied history there. That was part of the filming of the Le Mans film, by the way, in one of the 917s.
Which ended up being pretty dangerous for the drivers.
It was. But he did tell me Steve McQueen, truly hand on heart, could have been a very good racing driver, just as Paul Newman was.
Second at Sebring, I believe, in 1960s, 70s, something. I'm sure somebody knows when he got second at Sebring, and I believe a Porsche 908. I'm sure somebody on our comment section knows exactly, and they're yelling at me right now. So yell at me in all caps in the comment section.
Oh,
tell me
wow.
the truth.
Yeah.
And that Audi is so fast. I know Harry, he's got some supporters out here, and he said, just go around the track, give me a 10-second heads up. If that Audi's anywhere near me, let me know. He is so fast.
And any car enthusiast is like, I don't want to have anything to do with endangering that Audi.
Mm-hmm. No, gosh no. That's the last thing you want. They should have parked that up and put it on a plinth years ago, but it's still racing, and we're happy for it.
Yeah, and still racing in very capable hands.
Yeah. I think actually that's a big part of the story. Were it not for Travis, I don't think it would have still be circulating as many weekends as it does.
Now, Boy from New York says 1970 with Steve McQueen, but then he adds the caveat of I think. That's the first time he's replied with an I think.
Yeah. I think, therefore, it is. That could be the way of looking at that.
And they haven't shown it, but I'm seeing on scoring, Jason Alder and Brandon Kidd, they are neck and neck, and they are in two different cars. But that that SPX has a little bit more power, and I'm wondering if that's what's able to keep him in front of Jason.
These Revolutions they look like they're about 15, 20 years in the future.
Yeah.
And they have a new Evo Revolution that's coming out. We were hoping to see it here this weekend. Didn't make it, but hopefully we'll see it before the end of the season. And, from what I hear, it's even more power, more aero. I think that rear wing that you guys love is going to change a little bit on that new car, but I can't wait to see the new Evo from Revolution.
What's the word I used on that rear wing yesterday, Jonathan?
What did you call it?
Dihedral?
Reverse dihedral. It's an airplane term. Yeah, because I think the F4 Phantom was a reverse dihedral wing.
It's too early for me for that.
I do like my airplanes. Yes. And a lot of these cars are basically reverse airplanes.
Yep, that's pretty much what motor racing is.
Dario's still working on that Revolution there. He's trying to get that run.
Sorry, Nathan Thompson there in that 23C. Which car is Dario in?
He's in that white, all-white 9.4 car.
Okay. And then Jason Alder is in the number 60.
Yeah,
okay.
Correct.
So the number 60 and which car? The Brandon Kidd, the number 33. They're going at it right
They're
now.
going at it in 5th
are.
and 6th overall, yeah.
And
here comes Travis.
Yeah, the gap there has been real close, but man, that car looks so good. I remember seeing that car at Road Atlanta. it was just amazing.
Yeah, I'll bet that was scary coming out of the top of the bridge there, and down the hill for the last turn.
So there's Dakota Dickerson.
Yeah, you know Dakota pretty well. Came and started with single-seaters, won the F4 championship, then the FR championship in the early days, and then got picked up and raced for Honda for a bit, and now
I believe he won Petit Le Mans as well.
Yes,
Again,
yep.
us being down at Road Atlanta, I see
he's
that.
done a lot of LMP3 stuff, and
here's the battle.
Yeah, this is that battle for 5th place we were discussing a moment ago. Brandon Kidd in the 33, and Jason Alder just behind him.
Our friend Jason Alder.
Yeah.
I love the white wheels there, that Brandon Kidd car.
Oh, yes. They look great. And he does have just a little bit more power. They're not in class, but...
yeah, but Alder's got some talent. We know Jason Alder, so this could be still equally yoked.
And you'll see, again, we run the hand-cooked tires here in PSSA, and it's an older set of tires on that 33 today. So I know Jason's got a little tire advantage on him, but overall... these cars look like they're having a blast out there battling.
Notice he didn't touch the brake as they went through two there, Alder. So just getting as much drive as possible to suck in before the bus stop. Here they come. It's not going to be close enough this time, I don't think.
Yep. Similar to that Dario situation where he just can't get the power around the Revolution.
But he's still using what he has. All Jason Alder has really in his quiver is to annoy the driver, Brandon Kidd, enough ahead of him to make him look into his mirror and go deep into a braking zone or miss a mark, and then Jason Alder can pounce.
That's it. So just keep the pressure on, and I know that's what he's looking for. See, right there, he closes it up, and down that straightaway, especially through the uphill right-hander here at the toe, that's where I think Brandon's going to pull just a little bit from him and just try to break the draft just a little.
That's what happened, though. Look, Alder's caught right up.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if he can pull him. Yeah, there it is. Just a little extra power there.
Yeah, just
that's so frustrating.
Nudges away from him, doesn't he? And then under braking, look, Alder's right there. This is a good job of to and fro between these two. Time running out, and so Alder, if he's going to get past, he's going to have to do it soon.
Ooh, there could be. Almost.
There's not much between them, is there?
No, this is a great battle here.
Well, the obvious place is to get the good drive out of here and then make a zip out. That's it. Tuck yourself in.
They look synchronized.
Yeah. Tuck himself in and then jink out past the line and then jink out about now if you want to make the pass here. Instead, he's going to sit behind him and wait till he gets drive up the hill after two through the S's.
Yeah, but he won't have the power up the hill.
Good point.
I think he's just waiting for a mistake.
Yeah, he's trying to force a mistake then. If you
what
haven't
it
got the
looks
power,
Yep.
hassle.
Yep. So they're doing a great job out there. And,
when I'm racing like that, I like to throw the turtles at them. That's how I get by them. That's the racing I do. It's called Mario Kart. So when you can't get by them like that, you just
pouring
throw
turtles out the back.
You just start throwing turtles at them.
Yeah,
Or the what's the squid that puts ink in their visors?
Oh, that's even worse.
I'll do that.
Somebody needs a little star.
Yeah, exactly.
And the cars just ahead of them, they were some PS3 cars that were battling, and it looked like that was Harry Colson. I know he's just going through steady, looking at the championship picture.
Whoa, Nathan Thompson, look out.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, looks like the Revolution may have an issue there.
Yeah, it's slowing down.
That is the car they had apart earlier. And again, I know Donnie and his team, they were doing a great job putting it back together. So we'll see what may have happened.
Okay, Nathan Thompson looking at his mirrors. 23C there. That's the Lotus 23, Ragogo Racing, and that Ragogo Blue. Really accomplished driver. But look at this big group here. And here he is.
Oh, yeah,
that same battle, but Jason Alder coming into some lap traffic. What are they going to do here? Uh-oh, that's disrupting. That just messed it up for Alder, I think. That's just going to be too big of a gap.
Yeah, and there's Harry. It looks like Harry got back around Jerry. Harry and Jerry, they're having a battle of their own.
So when you say Harry and Jerry, what are we talking about?
Harry Colson.
That's right.
Yeah. And And then I believe on here,
I would watch the Harry and Jerry cartoon. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Harry Colson and Paul Reed.
Jerry Spittler. It's Gerald Spittler on here, and he may be a lap down. Something may have happened to Jerry, but this is his first race with PSSA, and he's getting used to the car, still new to it, and really making progress. I believe he shaved about 20 seconds from his first session till now.
Wow, really?
That's
this weekend?
Yeah, just in one weekend. So that shows, the progression of
amazing.
the car for him and just getting used to it.
I mean, if you could shift a couple of seconds in a race car, in a session or so. Blue flags waving then for the leader coming through.
A little wiggle there under braking for Charlie.
Yeah. Lap and a half to go. Travis Engen on his way to yet another victory for this most winningest car, to use my best American.
I like that. So Jonathan
in Audi's history.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So Jonathan gets calls from Brian Redmond to congratulate him on a fantastic job. I got heckled and threatened today by Boris.
But you asked for it. You get asked for it. Actually, to
Boris
be fair,
Ed's over there at Winter Circle, like, hey man, do this. Come on now.
To be fair, he did come in during the TA race and ask us to keep it down.
Yeah,
not the TA, the one before the TA.
He's coming in here yelling at me. He's telling me, because he won Masters, he's like, I got to go to bingo. Let me get up here and just be done with it.
Yeah, he doesn't like all that pomp and ceremony. He's old school.
Yeah, he's threatening me. He's pulling me off stage. But there's Travis Engen. So Travis Engen having another great weekend here. That beautiful Audi.
This is where he's got to be careful, because they're just not expecting him. And he just zips by. Look at that. Look, it just turns on a sixpence, doesn't it? It just, as soon as he turns in, it just zips.
On a what?
On a sixpence. That's
ladies and gentlemen, in our comments, if you could tell us what in the world Jonathan's saying.
Oh, come on now.
Is that sixpence?
Sixpence, yes. Okay. That's the same as a dime.
Like the band, sixpence, none the richer.
Yeah. Well,
final lap. All right, we got it. I'm sorry, my meds are wearing out, people.
Yeah,
I got to focus for one more lap, Benny.
One lap to go then. And Travis Engen on his way. Duckles Dickerson. It's a D to defeat at the moment for Duckles and Dickerson. But Dickerson will be on the podium again.
I like that alliteration, Jonathan.
Okay. And then waddling home in fourth is Mr. Waddle in the 29. That's Ben Waddle. Or Waddle, whichever you prefer. Brandon Kidd, and that battle between him and Jason Alder still going in fifth place. And behind them, Ethan Barker in seventh. Salvatore Tresanti in eighth position. Stryker in ninth. And Cangalosi just behind.
We'll see if they'll get one more lap for Brandon and Jason, or if they'll get past here. But,
good point, yeah.
It looks like Jason's closing the gap again. It's staying kind of steady, but Ben Waddell's had a bit of a lonely race there in second in PS2, but he's the son of Barry, so great lineage there, and excellent driver.
Yeah, boy from New York says you can razz Boris about what happened with the cops at Mossport. I'm not sure if Boris can go back to Mossport with us next week.
That might not be the case, yeah.
So here we go. Travis Engen going to finish out the weekend for us, Jonathan.
On his way to yet another victory. Travis Engen and this grey and red star of motor racing in North America. One of the most famous Audis out there. You see it in every historic race, and Travis usually at the wheel. And he does it again. Another flag-to-flag victory for Travis Engen in the Audi. A little bit unfair. He's got a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, but put him in one of these Radicals or Revolution, he'd have an advantage. Yeah, he's just a good driver. I wonder if he has just a closet of SVRA red hats at his house. Because he comes away a weekend with maybe 30 of them.
Yeah, must do. Well, coming to the end of this one, Travis Engen was sub 30 seconds ahead of everybody else, so we've got to wait for Nathan Duckles and Dakota Dickerson, who have got a decent gap as well, so there's not going to be any change there at the front.
It does look like Jason and Brandon were able to cross the line before Travis.
So
there,
they're going again. They're still out there.
Oh, no! Oh, dear.
That is the
84.
Oh, that is Clay Keel over there.
He's keeled over.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a mess right there.
Well, this is the one that did the pirouette yesterday in the white S2000 that just went by.
Well, Knuckles is now going to finish his race. Duckles, I mean. And there is the checkered flag for him. But that was a nasty off and a nasty crash. Let's hope he's okay in the 84. So who is that?
That is Clay Keel, again with that Spotlight Initiative group.
Never want to see that.
No. Luckily, these cars are really safe. We've got built-in crash structures and everything, so we'll wait to hear anything. But
yeah. Well, thanks for coming up here, Cal. It's great to get your insight and learn a little bit more about these cars, and wish you well for the rest of the season, short as it is, and back next year to really make a splash, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. Good to see you. So well done to Travis Engen. No problems for him, but drama at the end, right at the very end there, just over the bridge, just as they were coming to the finish. So obviously they were fighting, and something went wrong, but not to worry. And in the end, Brandon Kidd did hold on to 5th ahead of Jason Alder in that little battle for 5th place. It was a good one. And that pretty much concludes our coverage of the Speed Tour for this weekend. It's been a long weekend, 3 days of racing, starting with the feature race of TA2 on Friday. Then we went to a full day of SVRA yesterday, and we got TA at lunchtime today, as well as the Collier Cup and some really nice group SVRA races. Very competitive this weekend. Worthy of Watkins Glen, shall we say. And a look at the results then. Travis Engen in the Audi R8 LMP wins ahead of Nathan Duckles in 2nd place in the Revolution. Then it's Dakota Dickerson in the Sabeco SPX ahead of Ben Waddle. Brandon Kidd in 5th, Jason Alder 6th, Ethan Barker 7th, Salvatore Crisanti in 8th position, Charles Stryker in 9th, and Dario Cangelosi rounding out the top 10 in his MP01. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it here at Watkins Glen as all part of the Speed Tour. Tony Pirelli and his team putting on a good show yet again here at one of the favourite tracks we visit. We've still got a track, we've still got a traverse to Canada next week, in fact. That should be fun. And then, of course, VIR and Coda to come. Congratulations once again. Good job done by Greenlight Television and all the organisers, and well done to the competitors. Been a great weekend of vintage racing to put in the history books. From me, Jonathan Green. Until next time, goodbye for now.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
What it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.